it feels good to kind of have an addiction and then just completely smother yourself in it. Feels good, feels great. Why do people say these things are bad? Oh, no, gambling's bad. It's like, really? Because I went down to the casino and had a great time. Oh, excessive gaming's bad. Really? But I've played all this OpenTTD and had a great time. Okay, feels like I'm fighting some invisible enemies here, so let's get to it then. OpenTTD, last time we played for, I think, about 10 hours or so, maybe more. We linked up all of Denmark and the western part of Sweden. The eastern part still needs to be linked up, as does the Norwegian appendix. I don't exactly know how I'm going to do this. Railway always makes the most sense, but the land is just so rugged. Either I'm going to ruin the look of Norway, or... well, no ors. I would ruin the look of Norway if I did any of this. I'm thinking, actually, of not putting a railway line through this, because even if I did respect the hills, I would still need a big chunky flat area to put down my railway. I mean, it doesn't look good in Edinburgh. Certainly wouldn't look good here. So I think I might actually use buses. Now, I know I've said I've had my woes with road vehicles and I've sworn off them, but maybe, just maybe, they won't betray me this time. Anyway, that's something I'll do, but not yet. I made myself a list of things to go around and fix on my existing network. There are big things to fix that I'm not going to do, probably not at all this stream, because I like the character and the story that it builds, seeing these horrific exchanges that I've built in old railway lines, and even to a lesser extent some of the tram things that I've built, because they allow me to look back on things that I've created, well, when I was starting out, and then some of the more elegant solutions that I have had drilled into my head. I say elegant, but some of this I think is over signal. Well, whatever. What does it matter? Why not boats, says Gaming Monkey. Well, there's nothing to say we can't use boats. We already do. Off stream, I did a bit of tidying up. I didn't change anything in the game, with one exception. A tiny one, if I'm not mistaken. I think I changed a single station. Where the heck did I do that? If I recall well... oh, it was in what's-its, yes. No, it wasn't there. Whatever, there was some single station I changed, because what I was doing was renaming everything. So now there should be a standardized naming convention. Airports get unique names, lucky them. Let's do it in order of priority then. If it's an airport, it'll be airport. If it's a railway station, it'll be central. If it is a dock, it'll be docks, and if it is a road vehicle place, it'll be a plaza. Every rules have exceptions though. Lübeck's our special case here. I'm not calling these plazas, they'll get fancy names for their inner city linking, because I expect Lübeck to be the largest. So if we look around on places I've built up here, right, so we've got Middlesbrough Central here, but it leads off to Sunderland Plaza and Newcastle Plaza. Another plaza here, I'm wondering if here we go. We got some docks for Kingston, which isn't growing. On top of that, I did a whole lot of work with grouping, because I saw these groups and I didn't use them from the start, and then I continued to not use them because every time I looked at it, it was like, oh, this would be a lot of work to fix up, wouldn't it? So I went through and I changed all 1,300 and something, maybe 1,400 vehicles. Sorted into highly logical, expandable groups here. I wonder if these default to opening up here or expanding. Let's just tidy all that away, shall we? So a very simple and easy to add on to naming convention for the groups. Thank God, Jake streaming OpenTTD. That means my mind will not tempt me to play myself. You know that's not how it works, Ninjin. It's a very invasive game. So, what did I do here? Well, there wasn't a lot to group in my aircraft, but I'm certainly going to need to fix this. It gives me a very quick overview of what services are profitable. For example, the remote service I do, and currently I only do Lerwick, but I may do more, is not profitable at all. Hell, it loses me 11 grand, but it's important for helping Lerwick grow, so that's okay. valuables make me some dosh, but it's the hubs that make me the killer dosh in terms of aircraft. And from hubs, well, I haven't got Berlin linked up at all, but we have the Lübeck to Tallon hub, and then I can check out any of these and see how they're going, except the map is covered in menus, so we don't get to see much there. That means if I add a new line here, I will group them together and shove them under hubs. Right, that's enough about aircraft. There wasn't much going on there. There was a lot to group together with road vehicles. Well, actually, all three of the other ones had a lot more to group together now, didn't they? So, how's this one done? Man, well, I need a bigger screen for this one. So, there are cargo trains, all... oh, I didn't segregate these by cargo type. Did for the other ones. So, well, there's not a lot of cargo I haul by train yet, but we know about the coal, the food, and the wood. And then goods are their own one, because goods generally supply the cities, and we've got a wee one for Tallon. Otherwise, if somewhere is a hub, I'd call it their packs, and then we have, say, Almere to Calais, and Almere to Hamburg. And then, oh, Hamburg only has Friedrichshafen. So every time I add a new bunch of trains, I will give them a group here. Also means that the trains automatically get the names, so if I'm no longer going to hear that train 160 is broken down, I will hear that train Hamburg to Friedrichshafen 160 wouldn't be broken down, it'd be lost or something like that. The road vehicles was a lot of work to sort out though. So many tiny little annoyances here. Let's group them by shared orders. Lots of wee little ones as well, and there were still some buses, and I thought, oh god, this is going to take a while. But I actually enjoy wee mini labour style things like this. So we've got our cargo vehicles, which do turn a profit. So we've got the coal to Calais, coal to Jena, man, there are a lot of those, and hey, they do make money. Just proportionally not a lot, and it's going down because inflation goes up. A little bit of grain to Rostock, which loses money, so it might be something I look at and change out, but a little bit of money lost here and there isn't the end of the world. So I've got all the cargo ones. I put together a chopping block, which is where I have all these crappy vehicles that I built early and are not up for standard, and it's essentially all Bremen's awful cars. I'd forgotten that I had built such a terrible system in Bremen. I'm sure we can find Bremen. No, I've gone too far, haven't I? Come on, Bremen. Wait, if that's Munster, there's Bremen Central. Yeah, I'd forgotten about this, but I just built a very big loop for road vehicles, and very few of them, and I'm surprised these places have even grown as much as they have, because it's been a terrible service that I need to replace with pretty much anything else. I started this and divided my trains by in real life countries so far. Good choice. Very nice and very thematic for the map as well. So those are going to go away soon. Goods, we only have one bit of goods supply, and that's a single thing bringing goods around Rostock. Although I think you're saturated, aren't you? Yeah, because we make all these goods in this factory, and... oh no, this is Rostock factory, not Rostock East. Yeah, actually, I think I had about 2,000 goods lying around here, but because I got rid of that station and put it... this is the change that I made. I linked that to the Rostock factory. I've lost them all, but that's okay. It's only money. I'm more doing this to service Rostock and keep it growing, even though it's not. Otherwise, there's general packs. So these are pretty much all my trams that bring people from one area to another. And then there's inner cities. There are more of these than I thought, and there are going to be more. Generally what I do is I just expand the reach for my stations by linking stations to get a big reach, but cities outgrow that. Lübeck's a good example. Even though Lübeck Central has pretty meaty coverage, it's not enough. That's why we have the downtown, the canal, the marketplace, and that too is going to have to extend out further. I need to catch these poor buggers living out here, even outside of these reaches, because sadly the coverage zone for a road vehicle depot is tiny. Yet another Sawyer hates road vehicles debacle. And then finally there are ships. I put together all the chopping block ships, which is 140, I think, hovercrafts that are largely unprofitable. Oh wow, some of these are on the chopping block? Who are you guys? Oh, the Lübeck to Rostock docks. Yeah, they're incredibly unprofitable and are going to have to go. I will delete them once I've finished linking up Eastern Stockholm. Why? Because that way everywhere that these boats currently visit are going to have alternative ways of moving around, so it won't completely cut off these cities by removing them. I will also finish off the Norwegian appendix before I do that, because Skien has grown to about 10 times its original size, and whilst I don't think it's going to degrade, well, it would degrade, wouldn't it? Because it won't get this. No, I think cities only degrade if you are serving them and they don't get this stuff. Cities don't just naturally mulch away once you ignore them. Otherwise, the system wouldn't work for existing large cities like St. Petersburg. Clever. Yeah, those populations don't change at all if you don't service the city. Right, what else is there to take note of? Was there anything else on my boats here? There are the cargo boats, of course, and they make me hefty money. In fact, they make me almost all of my money from the ships. Actually, between them and the goods, they do make me all the money, and all the other ships put together just lose it. So the remote servicing and moving around all these packs is losing me dosh, but that's okay. I generally move packs by boats for service rather than for profit. So thank goodness this game has goods. Anything else to concern ourselves with? No, I just need to work down my to-do list, but I'm going to do something that I want to do, even though it's a bad idea. We're going to go to settings, we're going to go to infrastructure maintenance, and we're going to turn it on. It has long bothered me that the economy isn't challenging at all, and I don't think this is going to suddenly magically wave a wand and make it absurdly challenging, but it should mean that I have more to concern myself with. Here we go, now we have an infrastructure tab. And it tells us that we are going to be paying 126 million euros a year for maintenance. Huh. That's considerably more than our margins here. Well, just means we're going to have to infrastruct harder, doesn't it? Let's see, canals have upkeep? Well, that's an argument against ever using canals and instead terraforming to move water. Might even be faster that way, I wonder. Yeah, so tramways... I wonder if I can find numbers so I can find bit by bit how expensive these are. But look at that, monorail is almost 50% more expensive than electrified railway. And then maglev is almost 100% more expensive than monorail. That's scary stuff. Yeah, we got inflation as well, why not, sir? Inflation and infrastructure costs, those two should come together and start nibbling away at my 2 billion euros. But that's okay, it's just incentive to play better. So, I want to fix some things. We're going to go around and work through my to-do list of fixing things. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things long. Some are larger than others. I also spilt water over it, so the ink has gotten all blurry. Yeah, I do write a lot of pen and paper stuff for myself. Easy way to keep track of my my very few thoughts. Okay, so first and foremost, I want to look at Kirkwall and Lerwick. They have service, but it's pathetic, so they're barely growing. The reason it's so pathetic is because vehicles are infrequent, and that drops the rating, and that drops the proportion of people that they cover who are willing to actually use that service. I can actually make use of road vehicles by having them just operate here, and that could, would, and should... I'll put you here. I don't like that. I think I'll put you here, actually. Clunk. Since they will have frequent visits from a road vehicle, the docks and wherever else I slam it, it's not very important, so I'll just put it to wherever the docks don't reach, will get a better service rating, and therefore something more people are going to come in. So how are we going to do this? I actually quite like having them tuck into these wee bits. It's probably not as efficient, but it's certainly very cozy. So this one here is going to be part of Kirkwall Docks. We can see the range of Kirkwall Docks here, so we're just going to have a little itty bitty one right about here. Now I wonder if I should also build them some more roads so that they can grow better. That's going to stop, or hopefully stop, the city from instead... Oh, no, you can't make that, can you? It's 3 for that. I remember my hotkeys. That's right, I played this a fair bit yesterday, but I didn't do anything other than all that grouping and such you saw there. So. This one will be a go through like you. It's currently only going to catch that one house, but that's okay. And this won't be Kirkwall Central. This will be Kirkwall Plaza. Keep everything nice and neat. We'll try and adhere to the standards that we've made for ourselves. This is too small to even generate passengers for it, but that's not the point. The point is to just show the people of Kirkwall that there's a service. They'll become happier with it, and then that'll get more people in, which will bring more growth, etc., etc. And dare I say, we're going to use the good old Foster Mark II Superbus. Always sort by introduction date. I wish I could set defaults for this. Very simple. I'm just going to have, I reckon, 2 of them. As they go in service and such, they will likely fall out of. Well, actually, no. I can give them opposite orders, can't I? So they're going to go back and forth between themselves. Any endgame goals for this campaign? There is a specific endgame goal here, Master Kano. The Longplay will be over when we have every Hanseatic city able to reach every other Hanseatic city, and they all reach a population of 5,000. What I term Hanseatic city is arbitrary. It's based on an old map of the Hansa that I have, Patrician IV's Hanseatic borders, and my own arbitration. So if you see something and you're like, whoa, why is this not included? It's totally Hansa City and you can back that up. Then I might just add it. So this new bus that I've got, that's good. Just go to Plaza, go to Docks, and I'm not going to tell you to service, you'll service when needed. And we'll have, I'll have 3 of you. Why the heck not? That's plenty. Now, we're not done yet. This is where a lazy man would just walk away, but we have one last thing to do, and that's to grab our unsorted road vehicle here, and then we're going to call you an inner city one. So we just add a new group here, and this is Kirkwall Inner City, and then we slam you into there, and now we're done. We just do that for every new group that we have, and then this will be kept nice and tidy, and we'll be able to go and troubleshoot anything mega fast. Actually, I'm not sure it is really a net game in terms of organization. I didn't have many big problems with everything ungrouped, but it's going to feel good. And in the end, isn't that what is most important? I'm not going to go so anal retentive as to put them on a timetable. There are some cases where I still think timetables have a place. I was admiring earlier my tram network between Turku and Wyborg, and this is one case where timetable has worked splendidly. Look at them, nicely spaced apart. They wait in each city for a wee while. The cities don't back up with people or mail, and they're exceedingly well taken care of. This is pretty much a model of a good intercity road vehicle network. And they don't even seem that busy. I mean, Helsinki gets everybody coming in that wants to go to the other places, but if we check the passengers here, that's totally manageable. Most of them want to go along to the docks there. Karula docks. Well, that's easy enough, because they're just going to go along on that tram. Are the numbers okay to be taken care of? I mean, 432, that's fewer than 3 trams coming along, so I'm confident they'll be okay. Have you considered raising a single square of the London swamp and building a statue there to style on those suckers? There's a danger there. You don't choose where the statue gets built, so there's a chance it might not be put where I want it to be. However, you make a very, very compelling point. Let's see if it works, shall we? So if I just build a single raised area like so, and then I go to London and I say, here, build a giant statue of me. Hey, they do it there. Okay, now we just need to... Didn't quite go where I wanted it to, but if we just bring that thing down, I guess as far as I can... Oh. Alright, there we go. So they are going to enjoy a nice statue of me, and that should flood itself back in. Good thinking there, Ringelbert. That's exactly the kind of thinking we need more of around here. Right, Lerwick is serviced by this airport rather than a dock, and hey, it's not very good. It covers most, but not all, of the city, but we can change that. I also want to expand their road network for them. Because honestly, it's a bit sad and crummy. But that's pretty difficult because the roads can't really reach here, can they? No, sirree, no they cannot. Can I actually put a road on here at all? Interesting. What I'm hearing is that yes, we can extend things here. This should give Lerwick some kind of disgusting ability to grow. You can't get over here, but if we give you a pointless road here, maybe they'll make use of it. There we go. I just want Lerwick to be able to grow. We need to somehow jam 5,000 people over here, but I'm unsure they'll be able to. In any case, you'll need some kind of road vehicle depot. Can I slam one over here? Be very cheeky. Does that connect up? I don't think it does. No, I really don't think that does. Well, I could all... No, I want that to be the... here we go. Getting a bit tight around here now, isn't it? One thing this doesn't do is help with mail. I'm wondering if I want to give them a bit of a mail service. Because otherwise the mail is always going to be crummy. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. Same for the other place. So there we go. You are continuing to be part of Lerwick Airport. And then we put them here. No, I've got to put this stuff on the road or else it's going to eat up their... Yeah, I can't actually put you there, can I? I have to have these on the road or else there's no space for them to grow. So I'm going to put you here. And I'll put a lorry one here. And then what about the plaza? Well, oh, hold that thought. I wonder if you heard that. I wonder if you heard the doorbell ringing, or if RTX voice cut it out. In any case, some mail coming. Right, where was my head at? I wanted to expand this, but how? I reckon what I could do is... Yeah, I see it all. This is going to be Lerwick Plaza. This will be part of Lerwick Plaza. And they won't be able to make a U-turn here, will they? What if I gave you road here? Too much road is going to... Too much road weakens an organization. What should be important becomes overshadowed. Right. For one, this is Lerwick Plaza. That's not how you spell plaza. All that time playing Caesar 3 and I can't spell it. It's the Dutch, they want their railways fixed. The Dutch don't get railways. A lot of them are serviced by very few buses on a horrible looking road. Right, a couple of Foster Mark II super buses will take care of this. There we go. But yeah, I can't disregard mail. I did disregard mail for the other place though, I certainly shouldn't have. And you're just going to use those orders. And I'll clone you. And tell you all to trot off. But yeah, I need to do similar for poor Kirkwall. Kirkwall's got a lot more space, so I feel more confident about shoving 5,000 people in here. Even so, though, let us get you your depot here. So the Kirkwall docks actually looks more like Kirkwall Dock. The plaza could certainly extend, though, couldn't it? I mean, there's nobody here, but there may be someday. So let's have you here. I did not... Whoa. Press Windows key instead of Control there. You're part of Kirkwall Plaza. Why is it Kirkwall Woods? Oh, that's what I was potentially making. So, again, I'm going to make myself a Perry Mail truck. It's going to use the same orders here, and I'm going to clone it. And that way they share their orders nicely. So when I go back to my grouping, and I have ungrouped road vehicles, these three... And I can always check their orders here to make sure I'm clicking the right ones. That's Kirkwall, So I move these 3 over to Kirkwall Inner City. And what about these guys? Well, I need to make them a little group, so it's an Inner City. And this is I would put Shetlands, but no, it's Lerwick. Inner City. There we go. Lerwick Inner City, and I know it's all of my ungrouped. I don't even have to think about this list. When I was making this list initially, I had to keep going through my ungrouped vehicles and put them into the right ones. Now, if it's on this, I know it's the ones that I'm making. Very handy. Which Longplay, Jake, starts today evening? No new Longplay. No new Longplay until OpenTTD is done, because anything I play is going to be very difficult to tear me away from this game, so I don't trust it. Okay, what is next on my list? Aberdeen and helicopters. So previously I said I wasn't going to send passengers to and from the oil fields, but now I think just from the... I was kind of won over earlier when I saw airplanes and helicopters passing overhead. It's a good look. So I think if anywhere should have it, it should be Aberdeen. Aberdeen does have a lot of chopper services out to docks. So let's give it its own heli station. We'll click it up with Aberdeen Central, which will help that helps massively with the coverage. And now, well, the service is going to super suck for these people. But it doesn't make many passengers anyway, does it? 18. Well, that's not great. So, what are we going to do? The Guru... Oh, that's right, I hid some of the old vehicles that I never use. Just to make this a lot cleaner to use. And honestly, I should be doing more of that going forward. There's no reason to use old, small capacity vehicles. Still though, 55 passengers and 20 bags of mail. That's a fair whack of it though, isn't it? Do we even need that? I don't know, but I will buy that aircraft. And the thing is, they're going to need lots of different orders, but I don't know if I want 1 or 2 per oil field. The service is going to be terrible. But they're not that slow. Maybe an infrequent service is just fine, so... Why don't we just buy a whole bunch of them? And then give them these orders. So, it's very simple. It's just Aberdeen to Inverness. And then you are... They'll get serviced as they need it. Aberdeen to Kirkwall. And then what are you? Oh god, now we're starting to get pretty far away for them, but I do deal with Lerwick. Just for the sake of keeping it all neat and tidy, Aberdeen should be the first one. How about you? I wonder if Aberdeen Airport's gonna get clogged here. You should see to your own Aberdeen oil field. I'll group these together as a helicopter bunch that service the oil fields, as they do here. Then again, if you don't service these crappy oil fields, maybe they'll close down, and I might want that. I don't know. Well, who's to know? Anyway. Where else do we have around here? We've got Dundee oil field for 44. 45 can go here and to Edinburgh oil field. 46 can go here and Newcastle oil field, and 47 can go here. It's lovely you can click on these little windows and it still adds to the orders. Oh, Scarborough, of course. The Scarborough people need to go somewhere. So let's activate those and hope that they do okay. And we'll go here, and what would these be? It's kind of a remote service. So what would this be? This would be Aberdeen oil stations packs. And it's not oil stations, it's oil fields packs. And then if one of them has an issue, I can just click on them and then just look at where they're going to find out which one they are. And I'm curious to see if they make a profit or not, but if nothing else, I just want the ambience of seeing helicopters fly out to the oil fields and land on their helipads. Right, that was that was helicopters for Aberdeen. Edinburgh needs an industry. There is actually no industry, there's just raw goods production, which I suppose is industry for Edinburgh. There's Motherwell Farm and Edinburgh Coal Mine. Edinburgh would accept coal, grain, iron ore, oil, or wood, so they need to have... They could give them a power station and use their own local coal, But there's quite a lot of goods produced in Motherwell Farm, so I think I will give them a factory and bring that in here. So what I can do is I can go fund new industry. That's the wrong one. Why do I keep thinking it's there? And let's give them a factory. And let's see if we can just shove it over here. Okay, that's probably very nice. Yeah, that's now Edinburgh factory. Now, I want to bring that over here. I have options. But what's the best option? I wonder. How much can I raise this by? Can I actually have a bridge over here? Like that? Seems I can. Can I further have a train station here? Is this gonna work? Do I want you connected to Central is another question. What do you mean flat land required? Looks pretty flat to me. Maybe it needs it to be even flatter. Maybe you're the offending piece. Let me try and build that again. Looks pretty flat to me. Why couldn't you build this here? Probably wouldn't like the lack of leveling out there, so maybe I can't do this. Okay. Fortunately, you're going to be in range of the factory from here. So I could bring you along like so. Really could. Could even have a bunch of very small trains running from here across to here, but that would be tiny and probably very inefficient. Very fast, though. Is Jake streaming TTD on a regular basis, or accidentally, asks Dr. Giraffes? An astute question. It's certainly not been something that I regularly stream on this channel. The reason it's being streamed at all here is because it's the Longplay. I run votes for what the Longplay is going to be, and in this case it was won by OpenTTD. The game is all consuming for me though, so... You know what? I fancy having a wee steam locomotive. We have the setting on that allows us to keep old locomotives, and in fact all old vehicles, so I'm struggling to think of a good reason not to... Why can't I place you here? Can I not have you two together here? Would you accept a monorail? Ah, I had no idea that was a limitation. However, it's a limitation we can swiftly deal with just a tiny bit of terraforming. I mean, we don't have terraforming as it is, so what's a little bit more? But as I said, I want a cute little steam train here. No, not universal rail. Old ass rail here. So if you're hoping that this is going to be a channel that continues to stream OpenTTD long into the future, that's probably not the case. I know it bothers quite a few people, but it's just how things are run around here. I play game, I enjoy game, and then I move on to other game. This doesn't need signal here, so this last bit here is insufficient. I haven't been to any more design boot camps between last session and this, so don't expect any kind of miraculously improved... Whoa, this is no Motherwell Docks, or Motherwell Woods. This is Edinburgh Factory. And then we'll have this down to Edinburgh, or I suppose Motherwell Farm. Now they're going to come along here. Can I just sneak you in without having to dodge anything over? No, I need you over by a couple. Which is fine. Just have you like so. It's not a big deal if they have a pretty inefficient design here. It's really no biggie at all. That includes our design for their maintenance. I might even just have the maintenance come straight off of the main track. A cardinal sin in railway building, but for such a small and otherwise fairly swift track, this should be fine. Yes, it would be odd if a single game would ever dominate the channel for years. Even odder if it was some sort of grand strategy. Well, grand strategy is an unfair one there. Grand strategy has always been an important part of this channel. It is one of, but not the, first game I ever ran here. Right, so this is just going to be... This is where I should really hide some old ones. I want a nice steam train, but that doesn't mean I want all these crappy steam trains here. So let's start purging some of them. I just want steam so I can hear some whoop whoop going around. That's the wrong way to show it. Diesel trains? Well, I might want some diesel at some point, but why would I ever do a UU-37 or a Hendry 25 when we have access to the Bloss? It's better and it's still a diesel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide these old diesel crappy ones and these old crummy steam ones. I mean, maybe some train enthusiasts would really want a Kirby Paul because they love the Kirby Paul. I have no specific love for such things, so away they go. Nonetheless, I'm having my steam train here. So we're going to buy you, and we're going to load you up with... What do we need around here again? Grain hoppers, of course. Grain, 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 all the way up to length 7. And I want to clone you. And then I want to build myself another one that has the steam train and livestock vans. Higher capacity than I thought there. Whoa, why is it not going onto here? I don't understand this sometimes. What if I move you over to here? Oh man. This keeps happening with my livestock ones and not with the other ones. Why does it not go onto this one by default? I'll never know. One more. Upsy daisy. And I'm going to hold off with the cloning there actually. I'm going to make sure that 87 shares orders with 86. Or are they not going to take that? Well, I should probably give these guys some orders first, shouldn't I? It's very simple. Go to Motherwell Heights, then go to Edinburgh Factory. And at Motherwell Heights, full load. And then for you, I want you to share that order. And then I want to clone you, and then off you go. You guys should all be fine. Ba-bing, ba-bing. So 2 can fit in here, and they unload, and if they come out and they're still waiting here, they're just going to form a line. Of course, a bit of signaling could always help with that. Now, one of the problems with doing signaling every 2 sections is that it's costing me an arm and a leg when it comes to maintenance. Let's just consider that as me trying to up the challenge and not me just having crutches. It's a short train journey, yeah, but it's still better done by trains than by road vehicles. My, oh my, road vehicles suck. I think the only legitimate use for them is catchment and the last leg of any journey. So inner city, basically. You have a problem. You might have two grain trains in at once and the livestock van can't get in. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Because some of the livestock will pile up, but they're still going to get the grain. And then that means the moment one grain train leaves, the livestock comes in and we're A-okay. Yeah, it'll stagger nicely, I'm sure. Tell you what, it would actually stagger a bit nicer if they came out in order. Even so, they would eventually get put into disorder, wouldn't they? Or would they? Because it's always going to be 2, then 1 and 1. I wonder about that. Can I reorder them here? What if I put them out one at a time? Let's unpause for this. So, out goes grain. Then out goes livestock. Then out goes grain. Then out goes livestock. I wonder if that would always hold it. Oh god, those 90-degree turns look awful. I'm sure they'll be fine. You can reorder, but only if stopped. Ah, I see. Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if they do end up with 2 grains inside here, eventually it'll switch out. Actually, is that even possible? I suppose it's possible that grain could fill up first and come out. And the other grain would have to fill out and come out and then... whatever. Overthinking it. It will be fine. So that's going to be Edinburgh getting its industry. Downside, I suppose, is that... hang on, do you have catchment of that factory? Oh, you're so close to having catchment of that factory. But I'm not sure Edinburgh Central can reach out any further there. I would love catchment of that factory so I can move goods around. Supplies, goods. Oh yeah, there we go. Edinburgh Central looking great. That means that Edinburgh could move their goods elsewhere here. I don't know where they'd put them, but maybe I should set that up ahead of time because it's already going to need it. Want it. I think Aberdeen already receives goods, don't they? Yeah, because you full load cargo from Middlesbrough over there. Where could Edinburgh reasonably send some goods? Does Middlesbrough get goods sent in? I might eventually have Aberdeen make goods and send to Middlesbrough. I think the best way for me to move goods around is from city to city, which both make goods. That way they can load up on the way back. To that extent, it might actually be a good idea if I take the Middlesbrough to Aberdeen goods and shove them to Edinburgh instead, because then they can actually full load on goods on the way, well, not full load, but at least load any goods that are in Edinburgh on the way back. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Middlesbrough to Aberdeen is going to, let me think, they go here, then here. Yeah, instead of going to Dundee, actually, why don't I just delete all your orders and change this? You instead go to Middlesbrough Refinery, where you full load, and then you go to here, and then over to Edinburgh. Whoa, I just noticed, yeah, the order's all sorts of off. Middlesbrough Ship Depot, Edinburgh Central, Middlesbrough Ship Depot on the way back, and then back to there. Don't full load at Edinburgh, or else we're going to have some nasty staggering nonsense here. Does suck for Edinburgh, those goods are going to languish, but that's okay. If it becomes the case, I can just add more ships. That does mean that this needs to be renamed, but that's okay. We just go to goods for ships, and we go goods Middlesbrough to Aberdeen, and it becomes Middlesbrough to Edinburgh. Their name has changed, their orders have changed, and it should be more profitable, help Edinburgh grow and hit 4K, and help Middlesbrough grow and hit 4K. Everybody wins unless your name is Aberdeen. So, we did the Orkney and Shetlands local helping with the buses and mail things, helicopter to Aberdeen, Edinburgh got industry. Right, Dundee and Kingston. Dundee is serviced only by a dock, and that dock brings the Dundee folks down to Edinburgh. The problem, of course, is that this is going to have a pretty, well, it says good, but trust me, it's a pretty crummy rating for Dundee. Short journey, but there's only one boat apiece, so there's going to be long sections of no vehicle there. Not to mention the catchment area, that's not immense, is it? So, we fix that. We're going to build ourselves a bus station here, which is linked to the docks, and a mail station here, also linked to the docks. And if that's the catchment area, then it's going to be a good idea, in my head at least, to build ourselves a separate station here, and this will be Dundee Plaza, insofar as Scumdee could ever have a plaza. I shouldn't smack talk Scumdee so much. I mean, I've been to Dundee. I have only good memories of Dundee, because for the longest time, Dundee had the best dance mat in all of Scotland. Now that maybe doesn't sound like an amazing claim to fame, but doesn't make it any less true. There was a DDR Extreme Japanese import arcade cabinet in a horrible, dingy, smoky, I'm not even sure it was an arcade, some kind of bar or something, on the upper floors as well, so all of the smoke went up there. This was before the smoking ban, and wow, that was rough. That was really bloody rough. You think you're hot stuff at Dundee, you think you're hot stuff at DDR, then you go to Dundee and then you have to play it in horrible smoky conditions, surrounded by people that have been playing there for years. I got humbled. I got humbled pretty big time in DDR there. So, I'm no stranger to being humbled at that game, especially now. Anyway, you all go there, and of course, that's a new inner city thing here. So we go inner city, and this is Dundee inner city. And we add them in. There we go. I really like this kind of bookkeeping. Why does Almere only have those two? Because trams are better, of course. I should be using trams instead of buses for this. My trams are so much better, but I just feel that my poorer road vehicles get so underutilized that I should use them in some way. Stick that in the road signs and tourist brochures. You have not improved that much at all, just a tiny bit, and you didn't ask for other things, thus no new tutorial maps, says Gil. Wow, you really know how to stomp on a guy. Right, what's working next here? It was Dundee and Kingston. So, here we go. Kingston's already largely covered here, so it's not really going to help much with the coverage, but that's okay. Still link it round though. Right. Well, it's to be expected in Engine. People play a game for a very long time. These sorts of things set in. Right. I wonder if I could actually link you together here and we'll just have a loop going around. Right. Again though, get you connected here and here. And it won't really reach out here, and hopefully the city will expand over there. So we'll make ourselves a new one. You know, I don't think Kingston upon Hull is that great. Can we just call it Kingston? It's going to make my life easier. Kingston Docks and Kingston Plaza. I remember you asked for save games to look at. I have a very messy save for you, says Mogsmeister. Not sure I'd get anything out of it if it's as messy as you say there. Right. Maybe I should stop doing buses and start doing more trams, but we've already set up the infrastructure for it. Docks to here, and we'll clone you. I mean, 3 is already overkill, but there you go. And then we'll have the mail. I hope I didn't do the MPS mail truck for the last one. You go and share that order, and then we'll clone you a few times. Out you go, and we'll get you grouped together. Kingston Inner City. Here we go. I expect most inner city things to make me a loss, but Almere, interestingly enough, makes a profit. Not a big profit, but as long as these vehicles can pay for themselves, then that's good news for me. Now, the reason I'm doing this is just to increase the rating here so that we get more people riding around. And another thing that increases rating, of course, is to erect a giant statue of me. I think I already did that in Dundee because I remember alluding to their giant statue of Desperate Dan. I know truth hurts and I should not do it, but I can't, says Gil Games. Fair enough. We can be plenty elitist around here, so I can understand it. Right, UK transfer. I was looking at the UK transfer and noticing that a huge amount of people want to go between Escape the UK 2 and Escape the UK 1. Probably more going the other way here. Oh, well, actually, a lot of you want to go to Tallon, but that's a different story. A lot of people want to escape the UK. That's fine by me. I think we can just have a massive ring of these trams going. And what's nice is I just need to clone this vehicle several times. How many do we currently have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 4 is all I got. Let's quadruple that. 4, 4, and 4. It's not going to intersect with these guys at all, except for when they go in for servicing, which they only do when they need. Although I will add more for the mail as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'll double up the mail, unless the mail is also piling up for Escape to UK. Not really. Still, there we go. That should be fairly time-proof for a while. I've got a note to myself that says, fix the Netherlands trams. Which one? These ones? Yeah, one of them is way too saturated with trams. They don't go between each other. They don't get a chance to exchange at Brussels. Basically, this whole network is a mess. I will do that. And I'll do Bremen, which is next on my list. But only after I do my next fix, which is Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad... What's so special in Tallon? Tallon is a pretty chunky airport, and it's a great way to move people a very long distance. So actually, that's a good point. A lot of people want to go to Tallon. Well, not from here. They want to go to Lubeck Metroplex and escape the UK too. But this is the one that has the route to Tallon, right? I can see here. Lerwick to UK and UK to Tallon. But it's nowhere near enough. We need a lot more UK to Tallon planes. So I'm going to take you. And I'm going to clone you. We could look at it here. Or we could look at it another way that I don't use enough and it's really cool. Map of the world. Let's get rid of the map of Europe, which is the world, and has no Spain or Portugal. This is all well and good, but this is awesome. This shows all the routes that we have, and we can filter out. We could turn off passengers and mail, so that we just see all the goods and vice versa. But in this case, I will disable all and just show my mail and my passengers. If it's in red, or going towards red, it is overloaded and needs more... Well, needs more ways to move passengers, more vehicles for it, more infrastructure, just more something. As we can see, it's overloaded around the Bremen thing, but everybody going to Tallon by air is immensely overloaded. And since we set up these massive hubs, it shouldn't be too big of a deal to just multiply those aircraft, which is what I'll do. I really like aircraft. They're probably a bit too overpowered, but they add a lot to the ambience of the map, in my opinion. So UK to Tallon, how many do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Really, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What an odd number. Let's make it 8 and then double it to make it 16, because 2 to the power is a great way of doing numbers. They aren't, for some reason, like poor ships, are they? Kind of. They're really fast, but they're really low capacity. That's probably why things aren't so bad when we use these massive capacity Dinger 200s. And looking at it, the Dinger 200s are probably much better choice for this rather than using ultra fast. But getting people very quickly between UK and Tallon seems cool. They'll also load up a lot quicker. I'm unsure about that. There's probably only going to be more people that want to make that journey as well. But it'll also be fewer if we have bet. Will it ever be fewer? I don't know. Somehow I feel like this isn't enough. I would never trust a plane called a Dinger. What about the Toyland planes called the Flashbangs? Anyway, 16. Do I think 16 is enough? Let's try seeing what happens when we add loads and loads of planes to a service. So instead of 16, we'll have 32. 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Go, 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 go. I didn't do the other thing I said I was going to do. Also, you're lost? How can this be? Oh, it's just because they have a far way to go. I'm sure they'll get unlost real soon. So these trams are going to come out. These planes are going to come out. Hopefully not overloading anything. But man, those planes go fast. Look how much faster it is than the Dinger. 3 times as fast, is it not? About 2.5 times the speed, but far lower capacity. We're talking 480 versus 8545, so 1/5 of the capacity for 2.5 times the speed. Doesn't seem right to me, but good on the money at least. And this has just become a conveyor belt of moving people from the different airways, different air places. That's fine though, they run on different... Well, I say it's fine. This doesn't look too fine. Nah, once they get out, it'll be okay. They're on the inner and the outer ring, so it's no big deal. And you are slowly but surely cranking out those aircraft. Don't tell me they go to Tallon first. Oh god, they do go to Tallon first. Do escape the UK too first. That way the new ones that come out are actually going to... No, they're not. They're all going to Tallon first. I don't want you to do that. Skip an order. Skip an order. Skip an order. Oh man, this is too much work. But I do want to see them immediately picking up people. There you go. Skip an order. Skip an order. We just get filled with menus. One thing that's nice in Roller Coaster Tycoon, or Open Roller Coaster Tycoon, is that a single click of a button you close your current window, and then if you shift click it you close all windows. In this game the single click deletes them all by default. Alright, there we go. Hopefully some of them will start picking up people here. There we go, now they go. At least it's very quick for them to load up. The dingers I think take a fair while to load up. Oh yeah, quite a bit of time. Not sure to what extent that helps. Breakdowns certainly don't help. I think there's a setting for right click to close a window. Yeah, I can drag orders in the list, but they still are going to be set for their first objective, which is to fly out to Tallinn. Okay, so hopefully this will take care of the issues largely. Lots of people want to go to Lubeck Metroplex here as well. That's probably people getting shoved over from Escape the UK 2, courtesy of the better sushi belt here. So does that mean that I need more planes that go to Lubeck Metroplex? Nah, they're going to drink them up right now, right? Actually, I think that's unloading more people that want to go to the Lubeck Metroplex. Escape the UK to the Lubeck Metroplex. That's you. So how about we have just a few more of you? There we go. It's probably going to be pretty busy airports, but that's okay. Everybody wants to escape the UK. Some weird people want to escape to the UK. Okay, trains from Kaliningrad. Because I know where Kaliningrad is. There we go. Apparently I set up this maglev train line and didn't actually put any trains on it. So these poor buggers in Liepāja... Wait, I didn't link up Liepāja at all, did I? Okay, I set up this whole thing and I didn't link them up. I don't know how that managed to slip my mind, but it did. Did I give them service stations? I also managed to give them service stations and forget about everything else. Well, too bad. Now for this, I could just clone an existing maglev. Do I have any... I already have maglev for passengers, right? Where did we build any? God, where did I build maglev for passengers? There must be some somewhere, right? Well, it's not too hard to build my own now, is it? Thinking of escaping the UK, ha ha ha. I'd probably be thinking about it now if I hadn't already done it. So what's better, the Pegasus or the Chimera? The Chimera is both ends, but okay, it's hard to ignore that 200 extra, well, almost 200 extra kilometers per hour. Buy the vehicle, get them their passenger things, passenger carriages up to length 5, and then mail bits up to length 7. And your job is to go from Kaliningrad up to Tallinn. You'll implicitly hit the places on the way and stop for service when you need to. And I'm going to clone you to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a long line, it can handle it. Off you guys go. And again, I need to stay on top of any ungrouped vehicles that I'm making. Apparently these guys... Wait, did I not put you guys into the... No, I didn't. Whoops. These guys don't count as group shared orders now, do they? That's okay though, I can just shove them all into Aberdeen Oil. There we go. Might be a bit of a pain if I want to extend any more of them. Aberdeen isn't suffering from all those helicopters, are they? Well, one of the helicopters is certainly suffering on the way back. And here comes another one. Helicopters take an aeon to land on the heli station there. And I sincerely doubt you're going to be running much profit. They might break even if I'm lucky. Those bags of mail aren't for the oil stations, are they? I don't think these things... Oh wait, no, that's passengers, not mail. I thought they were picking up mail there. Alright, no way these are going to be profitable, but it's still nice to see helicopters flying around. Yeah, we have music from Banished. I use music from Banished, OpenTTD, or Transport Tycoon Deluxe rather, Train Valley 2, and there's one other game in that list. I forgot. Oh, it's Stronghold, of course, and Polybridge 2, so quite a few. Lupec Factory doesn't take goods. Oh, it doesn't accept goods, that's fine. They still get goods out of this factory and move them around. Lots of goods piling up. I suppose that'll hurt a bit, but you can always pick them up more later for Dosh. How's that Dosh situation looking anyway? Well, so far this year we've lost 23 million euros. I certainly need to make more profitable routes. Those trains that I made, have they been coughing out of Kaliningrad? There we go. Passengers via Riga Central. So they want to go to Riga. Wow, this poor little city I didn't link up at all. And here I thought I was done with the coastline here, but clearly far from it. Right, what do we do with you, Liepāja? I think just a regular service from you to Klaipėda, just so you can get onto a railway line, should be fine. Should be plenty sufficient. Okay, enough of these buses. The real meta is using the trams, of course. A loop of trams always helps. So I reckon this will eventually grow out a fair whack. So can I actually link you together like that and be okay? The ones going around the outside will go like those, but the ones coming along the inside... No, that's probably a very poor idea. Better to have you come out like so. And then bring you back in, also like so. Well, they're not the world's most efficient setup, but it's our setup. Very befitting of this Hansa. Yeah, the no-clip ships are great for us. The ethereal nature of them is too good. Right, what are we thinking here? I hope I don't suffer too badly from putting in very short-sighted sizes of these. I always feel like 3 is a much better size for these because it allows the servicing of two trams at once. 2 of these 3-car trams, that is. So I'll put you here, and I'll put you... If I get rid of this road, I can put you here. And then out here, we'll have the plaza. Not like that though, link you up with the woods and we'll rename it to plaza. So the Liepāja Plaza, and since they're going to be moving slowly around here anyway, I would, crumbs, there's a hefty building in the way. It looks like a theatre, doesn't it? You're right, it does. They're going to be slowing around this corner anyway, so let's slam it in here. That was... I hope that was a... No, that was the wrong one. That was a road vehicle thing. Whoops. There we go. So now, we'll bring you in here. A couple of them. Well, I mean, one would probably suffice right now, but I'll use a couple. You go there and get cloned, and then... I need this as a waypoint actually, or else they're probably going to shift their direction on this. So actually, you go to Liepāja, then you go to the docks, and then you go here. And that'll force a it'll force a maintenance on them, but well, too bad. And then our new vehicle is going to be for passengers, and that has to go the other way. It's going to go to the docks. Then it's going to go here. Let me think. Docks. No, it needs to go docks, then... Oh god, where's my head at? I think that'll be fine, actually. I'm just tripping over my own ideas here. Right, get out and tell me that I'm right, please. Okay, good. They're taking the other sides. Excellent. Of course, let's not be making trains without grouping them together here. Ah, I didn't put these ones together. That's okay though. That's cargo. And this cargo is food to Edinburgh. Easy to forget this one, I've been doing it the whole time. Food to Edinburgh. I don't see the need to distinguish between livestock and grain, since they both come out of the same place and they both go into the same place. If I was playing with furs, I'd probably care a lot more. What were you guys again? You are Kaliningrad to Tallon. So that would be... See, I've got these ones grouped by kind of hub packs, but I already have a Kaliningrad packs. There's currently Kaliningrad to... I can't see it there, can I? Kaliningrad to Narva. So I had another one, and this is Kaliningrad to Tallon packs. And you go into it. Oh, there we go. 16 into there. And everything should be grouped except those two that we just made. And those two are Liepāja Inner City. That's not it at all, it's LJE Liepāja Inner City. You're missing an in your Kaliningrad. Oh well, I know what I mean. Where's my... There we are. So both of you get into there, and everything remains grouped. Now actually, that movement of people is probably going to spur growth on in here, but part of the goals of this entire run is to link up the entire Hansa. So I think I'm actually going to link these two together, and I no longer feel limited to always using those slow, crappy vehicles anymore. So we can actually have Darwin 700. You look inferior to the dinger that we already have. Why would I even build you? Right, now what I can actually do is build up these hover boats. They're faster, so they're going to give better service. And just overall be better than the slow, high capacity ones that we have. Do I want one or two of these? One should be fine. I mean, Jings, it's just Liepāja. How many people does Liepāja make? 200 a month? You can go back and forth on that in plenty of time. I gave you that. I will make another one. The ship's going to share those orders, but also be exchanged out for mail. And go. Now Liepāja is linked up with the entire Hansa. And damn, look at the speed of that maglev. Man, it's going to be difficult resisting the urge to turn everything into maglev. Middlesbrough not accepting goods is... Wait, I just realised. Middlesbrough refinery doesn't accept goods. However, goods for the people here. I mean, also Middlesbrough just shrunk. That's a shame. When Middlesbrough grows... the goods will probably be okay to come in here, but damn, that's actually a bit of a shame, because now Edinburgh's going to make those goods that can't actually be dropped off at Middlesbrough. And they are going to pick it... No, actually, I don't think they're going to pick it up, because it's not accepted here. No, they will, because they're good ships. Yeah, maybe I can find a graphics pack that makes maglev not look hideous. A man can certainly dream. You're 3 out of 8 on goods, and you're 3 out of 8 on goods, but I need another large building like that. Right, I would like this to work, so actually I'm going to extend your reach out like a cheap bugger. And then if they just get another large building here, then you'll be good for goods. But these don't accept goods at all, do they? No, Middlesbrough needs to grow. Sadly it shrank, but that's just what happens. Besides, these things don't crank out that many goods, so it'll be okay in due time. Hey Jake, do you have a list of the griffs? Yeah, I use very few of them. We have them right here. Trams, more trams, some ships, and a quality of life feature that makes changing over rails easier. Very little gameplay change from vanilla. Probably the biggest change are the boats and the trams, because those are the only changes. Oh right, one of the big things is that I use a renewed village growth game script, and that means that cities need to have their passengers and mail actually moved out to grow. They won't be satisfied just by having up to 5 different stations like in vanilla, which is just pretty grim, isn't it? Right, hopefully those boats came, not boats, the maglev came out and assisted over here. It's also not looking clogged up at all. This is really good, right? Even though you had to wait, whoa, what's your problem? What is your problem? You're trying to go to Tallon. Oh, I see it, I see it. The ugliness of maglev has a big downside. It's also pretty hard to see. Right, that's okay. You're going to pop in and out again and go the right way. Important to review for these things. They're so slow going in for service. 61 kilometers per hour. I'm not sure if that's. I'm not sure if steam trains would do that any slower even. Even though the 45-degree turns are jarring, it does look good. Just the satisfaction of seeing these trains blast off. Still, what doesn't feel good is knowing that these maglevs are costing me an arm and a leg in infrastructure. We are now making solid losses every year because we've turned on the property maintenance, and my god. Yeah, that cost is not messing around. It's okay, we've got a huge buffer, but it does mean overall. That's it. We should add that to our list of things that we need to call this a win. We have to be profitable. It would be all too easy to just pause the game right now, link up everything, wait for them to get to 5k and say, okay, we're done here. I would need to make sure that everything, well, not everything, there are definitely going to be unprofitable lines, but overall, the Hansa should turn a profit. As far as I'm aware, well, this game must have a money cap, but I've seen screenshots of people with trillions of pounds or dollars or what have you, so I'm not sure if there's a decent money cap goal to be had here. I love this. People think this is hideous, but I look at this and it gives me the same kind of charm I get when I see new players playing Factorio and making spaghetti. Why are you waiting there? I would have thought you'd be safe up to here anyway. The future of Narva. Narva is growing. Narva would grow better if they had coal, grain, livestock, oil, or wood coming in. And this is a Narva steel mill, so if I could get some ore over there, I could help them grow. And what's this? A small iron ore mine in Weborg. Do you reach out to that, I wonder? Maybe. Maybe. Let me double check if you are actually reaching out to that. Yeah, you can grab that iron ore. So Weborg could actually send its iron ore down to Narva, over to this place. How exactly they do that, I don't know. Boats would be slow and fail to make much of a profit. Rail would be... it'd be something, wouldn't it? Trying to think of a way to do this that's not too invasive. Actually, what I'm really trying to think of is how to use this island. There's something about finding things out for yourself for the first bit rather than straight away jumping into already made blueprints. Oh yeah. I'm very glad that I had that experience, because although blueprints feel good, it feels good once you understand the principles behind them. And if you just jump in and immediately use them, I don't think you're going to get that experience. But I'm projecting here. I don't have that kind of knowledge now, do I? I could just link you up with the docks here if you're so inclined. The Weeborg docks here. But it's not that much different from just linking you over here and letting Weeborg grow. Ah, but I tell you what it would do. It would allow us to fill up on goods and bring them back to Weeborg. And you would accept goods if I slammed you over here. And you could still be part of the docks. That's very cool. So you're going to... Oh, but then I'd need a goods train. However, there is an order that I could use. I've never done it before, and that is the best incentive for me to do something in this game. As I've said and said often in this, I want to do things if I haven't tried them yet. How are we going to link you up over here? I need to very deliberately exclude St. Petersburg. I don't know if it's a Hanseatic city, actually. If there's a strong case for it being one, I'd like to know, but one of the big things in Patrician 4 is that you're sailing over to Novgorod with nothing else of value to do until you reach back to Helsinki, or... is it Rostov? I think it's Rostov. So could I have you shoot out here and use this island? I want to use this island, right? It's as simple as that. Ooh, God, it's hideous, but okay. Wait, why am I doing this with regular railway? I don't want to choo-choo this. I want to actually blast it out there at reasonable speed. Should we maglev it? God, large maglev bridges probably cost an arm and a leg, don't they? Probably. I wish I could see the maintenance cost of individual things. Would help me make these judgments. It's going to lose a huge amount of speed on this turn. It's probably okay. Yeah, if you've got like a list of maintenance cost or some way to calculate it, I'd love to know. Well, maybe I could. It calculates this, right? Infrastructure. Can I get rid of you and keep infrastructure? I can. So it doesn't list bridges here, but it does list my maglev as being 9.5 million a year. Is this going to increase it? Ouch! 300,000 a year for that one bridge. Probably over 1 million a year for all of this. Plus the regular maglevs that I do here. Well, that hurts, but it just means that our Hansa has to be overall more profitable elsewhere. Fine by me. So, what's to be done with you? I'm gonna grab the whole thing, because I don't know if you need to be on a certain part of it to accept their goods. Also, where are you gonna get your maintenance from? Well, I can figure that out in due time. This is another one where I don't think it matters too much to just have maintenance on the main line, because it's not going to be that busy. And it's plenty long enough. Shame about this dang forest. Man, these poor maglevs, they're going to be losing so much speed from this wonky line, but that's okay. Hell, if it makes people shriek out in pain from seeing my lines, then one could say it's all the better. I wonder when the real world will catch up, start using maglev for coal. That didn't work the way I wanted it to, did it? Nope. As I understand it, you're using magnets to levitate above the line, thereby cutting out a lot of friction, or really all the friction. Probably very efficient, lets you reach very high speeds. But probably take a while to Perfect. And then catch on. Recht. You know, I actually could just have a little line coming off here for the maintenance without having to screw up a lot of this. But they're not going to be reaching their high speeds at this point anyway, so why not just have the maintenance right here? It's hardly going to cut into the efficiency of everything. Yeah, why not? Probably deeply heretical to do this. But it'll be fine. Oh yeah, it's going to be really bad if you take a while to go into this while someone's waiting to come in. But again, it's a goods, it's a supply thing, so I don't give a hoot. And I don't think they'll need it over here as well, given that better to be exceptionally kind to these maglev rails of mine. They're going to be making me the big bucks after all. So this is Narva Foundry. And this is the Weeby Mines. Actually, it's part of Weberg Docks and they accept goods, which should double up big time on the money I make here, but I'm going to do this with refitting, which I haven't done before. So I'm curious how that's going to work. Hopefully it's going to work well. Also, it should be a 1-to-1 on... Why did the signal stop? Ah. I'm bad for this, always missing a wee bit here and there. Come on, there we go. Apparently Swedish colonists built a fortress around St. Petersburg in 1611, probably too late for the hands that have a strong presence. It did not get proper city efforts until the end of the 17th century. Well then, we don't care, do we? Now, I'm going to need 2 vehicles for this, and this is where things might get a little iffy. Why are you showing me electric stuff here? Oh well, you are electric, that's probably why. You're never going to reach those high speeds, but what the heck. Slam you in. Now, I want you to be equipped for iron ore. These iron ore hoppers are actually really good. Can get a lot of tons of ore in there, more than we can get livestock. Now, we're going to want how many of these? Honestly, 2 is going to be plenty. But it's a 1-for-1 deal. Ah, but you don't transport everything, do you? So if I set you to wait till you're full, it could backfire. You know what? Even if it could backfire, I want to try and see how it works. Do I only want 2 of you, though? Come on, you're going to move so fast and have so little iron ore to pick up, it's not going to be an issue for a long time, because this is a pish poor mine. In fact, your capacity is about a year of iron ore. But I'm hoping that the improved rating that we're going to have here will get a lot of it and then boost its everything. And everything gets a lot better when there's a giant statue of me staring down at you. 20 is plenty from what I've heard. No, 40 is not plenty. Oh god, that's a 90-degree turn, isn't it? I abhor those. I am viciously against those, in fact. It's alright, I'll remove you and stick you over here. So, I need orders for you. Did I clone you? You share orders, right? Of course you do. In that case, you go here, and then you go here. Of course, at Weberg Dock, you should full load, but at the foundry... Oh, now... That's where you should unload. But I can't refit. Probably because you need to be in one of these, don't you? Then, what if we had you here and here instead of there and there? Hey, D makes us... D is the shortcut for skip order. Awesome, right, well, figure that out someday. Let's get rid of you then, see if this can work for us. This is pretty good because it's going to give this thing time to turn it all into goods as you refit. So I don't even need to tell you to full load, you'll just grab whatever's there and go. Very clever. However, what's not so clever is that you don't have the option to refit out here. Or do you? Sorry friends, it's all for progress, because I need you to refit on both ends. Also, there seems to be something wrong with this station, doesn't there? There we go. Is there a similar problem with this station? No. How did I ever make that mistake to begin with? So let's try that again. This is going to go to Viborg, full load on ore, come back to Narva, unload, and then you're going to go to... bums. You need to be able to... I need to be able to tell you one of those to go to. What if I get... No, I can't just tell you to refit it closest, can I? Doesn't it produce steel and not goods? Oh, you are so right. Crumbs. Why did I think it made goods? Huh. Well, I still want to do this, but I can't do it here because you don't make goods. Yeah, you're dead, right? Okay, we'll do this for the next thing we set up then. Okay, well that keeps it very simple. It's just, well, no loading. There we go. Go to Viborg, full load, go to Narva, and then back again. Dang. Really thought I had something there. Alright, out you go. I've had enough of this crushing disappointment. Out goes one, out goes the other. They will take a while to load up, but they will definitely improve that rating there because maglev is incredibly fast. You get a bonus of up to, I think, 17% station rating if your vehicle goes up to 255 kilometers per hour. Although it gets halved if it's a road vehicle, so what, they expect their road vehicles to go 500 kilometers per hour to get the full bonus? Now that's beyond me. Alright, what a disheartening realization. Oh well, such is how it goes sometimes. We will grab you. And then what are you? Well, you're a goods one. Not a goods, you're a cargo. And the cargo is... iron ore. I wish I just called it ore, but I started with iron ore, and it goes to... No, it doesn't go to Viborg, actually. It goes to Narva's factory. I just call it Narva because it's there to stimulate the growth of Narva by bringing in the materials that they want. And they did want iron ore, right? Son of a gun, they didn't even want iron ore and I'm bringing it down to them. Coal, grain, livestock, oil or wood. Man, this is getting grim. Right. Oil was part of it. So what I could reasonably do is bring oil from their own oil field over to this oil refinery. Unfortunately, that's very far away. Using a canal would be disastrously inefficient. How far can a dock reach anyway? That's not a dock. Hey, we can actually grab the oil from the dock directly. Unless any of these have considerably better... No, well, St. Petersburg oil field is certainly better, but I don't think I can reach that with a dock. No, unless I reached out big time with a dock. What about an artificial dock? Hey, can I build waterways like this? No, I can't. Could still be exceptionally cheeky. Actually, it looks like you just need to touch the perimeter. Or rather, if you touch a corner of them? No, but these things extend out for 3 squares, not 2, down the way. That's interesting. Very interesting. Right, let's get just a little bit cheeky then. Don't mind me, just grabbing all your stuff. So that actually could come in one more and still be okay. Ooh, that went up just a wee bit too much. And you're going to go there, and you will get the passengers and oil. And then they're going to traipse over here. I'm not a monster, I'll at least give them a road so it looks like they're able to walk over to this. And then give them their wee rail station. Don't worry, Narva, I will help you grow yet. Who knows, I might even use this factory at some day. Wow, it's Narva's factory too. So for what it's worth, I could actually turn that steel into goods and bring it back to Weborg, but damn, it's a good idea actually. Good sell for good money. After all, they could ditch everything in Narva and then bring the steel over here. It's a bit too much of a complex setup, isn't it? Well, yes and no. Because they're gonna have to wait on that stuff piling up anyway, aren't they? So if you ditched all of that, and then picked up all the steel that you made... No, I don't like it. I'm making too much work for myself with a setup like that. In we go here, though. And what is this going to be? This is going to be... I don't like the idea of calling anything St. Petersburg whatnot, since it's not part of our Hansa. So what's this going to be? Oh man, I don't have an idea for docks, do I? Who wants to claim this dock? I could No, I guess it has to be St. Petersburg dock, even though I don't want to use it. Leningrad! Leningrad's not really a city we work with. Well, whatever, I don't have an idea for a name. Also, I didn't link these two together, did I? That is my bad. That's gotta be part of the docks. St. Petersburg. I'm actually quite fond of the idea of putting the maintenance stations behind the terminal. Just feels right in its own way. Probably a time waster for vehicles going around. So, upsy daisy. Actually would be kinda cool for this, wouldn't it? So, if I just slam you there and there. Also allows me to pump them straight into this station. And they move slowly through stations anyway, unless you make little waypoint bumpers for them. Now this is Narva refinery. Could have also been Narva factory, since there's one here. So... what are we gonna have here? Simple one. Have you in here. And bring in the oil. 37,000 litres of oil. Alright, fill it up to max size. Give it the order to go here, then here. And make sure that it is fully loading there. Now I still could unload the goods at the dock and then sail them over further. Feels a bit of a waste not to use these goods. Goods are good money. And Weberg does want those goods. I am a little unsure. I'd probably just be leaving money sitting on the counter if I don't... oh right, but they don't have the order to change what kind of train they are. Which is all the more reason that I'd want to try it. Are you going to export the oil to the west? I could certainly export it to Weborg. I could take it considerably further even. But Tallon already gets theirs for growth. Helsinki, do you get goods at all? Maybe you don't. Maybe shipping the goods over by boat to Helsinki wouldn't be the worst of ideas. You know what, we will try it, won't we? We like to try new things around here. And besides, this is exactly the setup I said I wanted to make. I can't then go, oh no, I'm not going to do it. I dump them at the docks, and then I need to have... come out here, go whom, and then whom some more, and whom some more. Ships get lost way too easily. They do lose speed going through these, but ships don't get much speed as it is, so I'm not going to cry about it. Can't imagine there's going to be a ton of goods coming out here, so I reckon just a big old goods one here. 1400? I mean, that's a lot, but... thinking about it, the new port is actually faster. Lower capacity, sure, but it might be better just to have a faster one that doesn't need to wait so long filling up either. I like that idea, actually. Very simple. Go to St. Petersburg, wait until you're fully loaded, and then you make your way around here, 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 hither, over to Helsinki docks and back again. Probably nothing to pick up at Helsinki docks, and there we go. I would like to think one of you would be fine. The ratings, I don't think the rating actually matters at a transfer like this, does it? No, it shouldn't, so I don't need to have someone always waiting to pick up. But it does mean some... nah, it'll be fine with one, and if it ever backs up I can build more. Now for this train order, this is going to be a bit weird, isn't it? I want you to... it gets a little more complicated, so I'm just going to delete what you have. I want you to go to St. Petersburg, and full load of course. Then you need to go to Narva, where you unload everything. Then you go to this... ah, bollocks, how do I tell you which station to go to? I'd have to make like a crisscross here for a single one of them, wouldn't I? Yes, I would. Regrettable. Okay. Then either of them can come over here, so that's fine. So after that, whoops. Clicking on that changes where they like to go to. It's alright, far end, doesn't make any difference. Then you go here, where I want you why can't I refit? You'll need the same setup at the dock. Why? The ship will always be picking up goods here and taking them over. Huh. You telling me I can't refit you? At the depot. The train needs to be refitted back to... yeah, and I can... oh, you mean with switching these? That's fine though. Why can't I refit? At the train depot. What cargo to refit to? Because these are specifically for oil. Ah, so I can't just change this out to something... ah, damn. I thought they could just... yeah, okay, So do we have any train things that can be refitted? Or am I forever just going to be mocked like this? Let's make a new one to just see if it's even possible. So if I give you, and then I give you a refittable thing. Are any of these refittable? Oh, that's destruction. Grain, goods, livestock, oil, coal, mail, passenger. Okay, nothing can be refitted on a train. Oh man. That means they need a dedicated train that just blasts it up there, rendering this whole thing A bit of a waste of time, to be honest. Although there's nothing saying there couldn't be one here that's just constantly picking up the goods and blasts it up there. Okay, so I guess I can make do with that. Just means we need 2 of these. Right, goods then. A goods van. Boy, this is getting messy, and I'm not so sure it's going to be quite as profitable anymore. Still though, we can get rid of a lot of this nonsense then. I guess I'm going to delete all this and try again. So you go here, and you full load, and then you go here, and you just unload, and then backs-a-daisy. Huh, nothing complex there at all. Definitely a big waste of all this stuff that I built up then. You can have 5 oil tanks and a couple of goods cars on one train. Oh yeah, now there's a thought that I hadn't come up with. Because I can mix and match, can't I? No need for refitting. Yeah, you know, that's not a bad idea at all. Hell, it's even a pretty good idea. Is the capacity for goods equal? Ah, it's fewer goods than oil. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess I'll have 1 more goods than the other thing. Because the change of let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can. Let's have more oil, slightly more oil, shall we? Because there's no guarantee we pick up all the goods. Quite the opposite, in fact. Unless the pickup rate's 100% with outstanding service. That's all we'll get. Never mixed these before, but as I said, and say often, I want to try new things. Okay, so yet again, let's change your orders, shall we? You go here, and you full load. Full load any cargo, and that's going to be oil. And then you're going to go to here, and then you unload all and full load. Well, not full load. You just unload and you take as much cargo as you can, and then come back. 2 of these should be plenty, and they can grab service as they need it. Although I'd rather they didn't get it there, because it's going to block entry for someone else, but honestly 2 of these will be fine. Let's just clone you and make you go and watch them. Although it'll take a while for them to get that those goodies, won't it? Also, you are still necessary because we're bringing goods over here, so that's okay. And then, of course, we need to make sure these ungrouped trains actually do something. Who are you? You are the... Oh, you're the other one that I set up and was going to group until I had this horrible moment. Right, that's okay though. That's the iron ore to Narwatsits. So in you go there. And then this is a new cargo one, and this is... what exactly? This is oil to Narva. And in you go. And then there's that boat that I made. Just checking that we don't have other ungrouped orders. Oh yeah, there's these 2. Lepaja to Watsits. Always group them by wait, they don't have shared order? Ah, of course it's even though they do share order, at least I like to think they do. No, apparently they don't. Probably because one is mail and the other are passengers. It's a shame you can't link those together. In any case, you come under remote service, because it is remote, and honestly I don't know why I link these to their own different sub ones, but it can still be good to check on individual cities. So you are Leger Ajax. In you go, and this last one is actually goods. And you are goods for... where are they going again? Helsinki, right? Probably. Alright, that was a bit of a marathon, but let's make sure it works. Still not as bad as wasting 2 hours on a road network I end up deleting because it's awful. Signals? Ah, who needs signals for a track like this? Actually, that's a good point. Who really does need signals on this? I'll just put them in and waste that that extremely expensive... Oh, you're not even going to deploy until they're done. Well, that's fine. You are grabbing that oil. 7% transported. The rating is very good. Tell you what, St. Petersburg would acknowledge me better if they had a giant statue of me. I'm actually going to do an advertising campaign as well, because I think that's going to instantly bump this up to... maybe I have to do a bigger one. Large advertising campaign. Ah, I think there's a range on what that affects. Still though, it'll take a bit, but we will get that oil and bring it down, and all will be well. So while we wait on that, we can appreciate the Lubeck transfer is lost, as usual. Eventually I'm sure I'll turn off the lost messaging, because they're not actually lost, there's just something about the weird pathfinding into this little bit of water. Kingston growing nicely with its new remote service. How about you? Oh, look at that! Under 100 days growth is exactly what I like to see. And that's because the ratings here are amazing, courtesy of my new bus network, that's right. They didn't like having a monthly service to the mainland, but a monthly service to a mainland and the ability to go to the back of nowhere in their own island? Now we're talking. Lerwick is also seeing similar advances, but they actually get a bit of service out of their vehicles here. It's also just nice to see road vehicles going around. I know they're god-awful, and these things are never going to turn a profit. But how are they so expensive? Man, what a relaxing game, even though it's kind of work. Work can be good. I also want to see how my helicopters are performing. They're coming in and out without clogging up the station, which is good. They're actually making a profit. Now that's the bigger surprise to me. Ah, this is less of a surprise. You are not. The troubling thing is that we're going to find people everywhere that want to go to those oil fields. At some point in one of these stations, it's going to be easier if I find an enormous station, isn't it? Somewhere like Lubeck Central. It's probably going to pop up with someone that wants to go to one of those oil fields eventually. It's not going to show here though, is it? But it will if we say destination. Oh well. Anyone spotting an oil... what are they called again? Oil platforms, oil stations, oil something or other. Oil field. Because there will be people spawning here that want to go to an oil field. It won't be many, because proportionally the oil field has very few passengers, so it doesn't want to route many there. But it'll happen. There'll be people at the arse end of the other way of the Hansa that want to go to these oil stations, and they're going to have a long journey ahead of them because they have to go all the way to Aberdeen just to get there. Anyway, I don't like this because it's way too long. That's why I go via source destination. Do I do it via source destination or do I do it via destination source? Let's close these up. Yeah, via destination is better, so I can see that they want to go to Rostock, and from Rostock they will go to these places. I love cargo discs so much. It does absolutely push loads of passengers onto you, same with mail, but it just looks good. London is a Hansa city, it's time to redeem it and make it grow, isn't it? It grew plenty by getting a giant statue of me. Plus we had a vote to destroy London, so London remains down. Oh yeah, the music is good, and this is OpenTTD music. Are you even a profitable helicopter? You are. But man, helicopters are bad. I suppose they're kind of good for increasing coverage, because they're just a single square and they're a whole lot better for coverage than road vehicles, aren't they? They stretch out by 4 in every direction. Road vehicles only go by 3. And you can just dunk these everywhere. Still though, I want to see one land on an oil platform. Where are you off to? Scarborough? Well, that's not far, so we'll zoom in and double click to follow along. Can I close this and still follow? Yes, I can. Can someone remind me which year this came out? I'm trying to think of other games from the year, and feel bad about young Jake having to play those inferior games when OpenTTD existed. 1995? Crikey. What's 1995? That would be late era Super Nintendo games. And then the Nintendo 64 wasn't out yet, but you better believe I was reading gaming magazines about it. So there we go, you're not making good money, but picking up people here is rough. Also the rating is going to be surprisingly good, but I think that's because the top speed is very high on these air vehicles. It's just the infrequency of the service is going to bring it down, and I don't want to double it up because Aberdeen's probably going to be busy enough as it is. Unless I build another one, but then there's going to be fewer passengers to pick up. Also, these things like to break down a lot, don't they? How are they so unreliable? Probably because they only get service when they need it. Right, that god-awful oil situation. One of them did go out and came back and didn't seem to deposit any goods. Oh well, maybe there were no goods to get. There are goods here now, though. They're picking up... Wait, what the heck? They're dropping off goods? And then picking up goods? You're confusing me here. I see. In St. Petersburg, they're also meant to unload. Wait a second, how do I do this then? How do I unload the goods, but then pick up all the oil? I don't want them to unload and leave early. Oh, this is getting weird now. You can have 2 separate orders in the same station. Thank you. So I can tell them to unload all, and then also tell them to full load. But what if they load up on those goods that I just gave them? Full load any cargo on both station. But then they're going to pick up the goods here again. Ah, perhaps they should full load first and then unload everything that can be accepted. Possibly. So yeah, unload all is going to get rid of those goods. No, wait, no, that's... Think, Jake, think. Use that thing on your head and think. They're coming in with goods. La la la. Screw it, let's get rid of this and make it again. So I want you to go here. And then you're going to do what comes naturally, which is... Ah, jeez. What's natural to them is to pick up the goods. No, just tell them to full load any on both station. Really? Well... You know this game a whole lot better than I do. Let's see what happens here. They've still got the goods, though. I need them to dump those goods into St. Petersburg docks. They're certainly unloading the oil, but the goods is a different story. So they come in here. They are loading up on oil. Do you want? Yeah, I want to transfer the goods onto this boat. So surely I should just transfer. Right, if they transfer, you're going to immediately take them. And then you can full load any remaining cargo. So transfer, and then full load any. As long as there's always a boat waiting here, the boat will always take it. And that should work fine. Right, get back to St. Petersburg. Turn right around, sunshine. I gave you an order. Right, they're dropping off the goods. You're picking up the goods directly. You've emptied out on goods. And then you're going to wait until you're fully loaded. And you will hopefully be doing the same. Excellent. Okay, that solved it. So you got to transfer. Easy peasy. We know what we're doing around here. God knows how the oil field gets their oil over this docks. Maybe a giant straw. This is only going to work if there's always a boat waiting, though, so I will have to clone this ship. It's a lot of goods. I might even need an extra one of those. These other oil fields, how good are they? Pathetic. Do oil fields close down if they're not seen to at all? Surely they go down to 0 oil and then disappear, right? Good God, why not separate the two trains, one for goods and one for oil? Because I wanted to try changing. I wanted to try having two things on one train. Actually, what I wanted to do was refit the train, but it didn't work the way I thought it would. So instead, we have the two different ones being hauled here. I know it would make more sense to split them up. But now, I have experience in it that will tell me, oh no, if you mix your trains without really knowing what you're doing, you're going to end up with a St. Petersburg dock situation. It does look kind of cool though, seeing this. Whoa, something just increased 100%? Scarborough oil ring. Wait, what? This doesn't sound like good news. Hooray, they're having 100% more passengers. It's definitely not good news. Surprisingly awful rating on oil. I mean, 67 sounds very good, but it's nowhere near good enough. Tell you what would improve that though. If Scarborough had a giant statue of me, we'd get 10% more oil out of it. It's not growing though. That's a little worrying. Why is this? Actually, really, why is this? Not enough mail is being moved out of there. But they only have one bag of mail. We cover pretty much the whole city and we give them lots of mail trucks to deal with all that mail. They're just being fussy, aren't they? We need a better rating for it. Oh yeah, the mail rating's really crappy because of using crappy trucks. It would be a bit better though if I gave them more vehicles though. I hate to say it. God, poor Scarborough being serviced by these god-awful road vehicles, but it makes sense for Britain. Here's your mega bus. What would actually make even more sense is having a timetable for them. Do I want to do that? No, because every time you add vehicles to a timetable, it just sucks so hard. Is it a UK map? There is a UK on this map. A pretty good looking UK, I'll add. But there's the whole of Europe as well. We can get a better view of it on the big map here. So, screw Spain. But otherwise, huzzah to Europe. Yeah, Spain wouldn't add anything of value to this map, honestly. It's a fantastic map, and we're only scratching the surface here. We're just linking up the Hansa. If I were to link up the whole map, my goodness, this long play would be hundreds of hours long. As it stands, it's probably only going to be 100 hours long. The enlightened viewers in the future on the VODs can correct us on that one. It's so nice to see PAX trains running a profit. But, and there's a big but on this, infrastructure. Infrastructure is so expensive. And it's hard to actually tell if a line is profitable when you deduct the infrastructure cost from it. Maglev's so expensive. Maglev is a tiny amount of my railway system, and yet proportionally it's so much more expensive than monorails. How did this happen? How did I manage to have monorail be almost exactly the same length as my electrified railway? It's good though, gives me a good idea of how much this cost changes. So, some say it's still going. Yeah, this is only 1/4 of the largest size a map can be. It can be 4 times this size. This is 2048 by 2048. It can be 4096 by 4096. Again, the enlightened power of Chris Sawyer knows to make everything 2 to a power. There's definitely a lot of improvements I can make across the board for, well, a lot of my networks, but we'll go around and deal with those in due time. Why is Ipswich so unhappy? Apparently the mail system is poor. Annoyingly, that would be fixed with a timetable. But you know what would also fix it? A giant statue of me. Yeah, they all bunch up. This is where timetabling works really well. Very just straight and to the point tram system with no room for error. It would be even better if it were a loop, so that so they don't cause each other to slow down. There's a little bit of a temptation to loop it. No, I have no need to fix this. I'm only going to fix things once I've looped up everyone in the Hanseatic League. Link them all, then fix, then provide goods and services so that they can grow up to 5,000. That should be the goal here. Then again, on my to-do list here involves fix Netherlands and fix Bremen. Maybe I should get on that right now, because this is just disgusting. I thought it was a good idea at the time, but what would probably be a better idea is just to rip up everything in Rotterdam, Bruges, and Antwerp and remake it. Yeah. How can I handle such big maps? The in-game map is just too small. What do you mean the... Oh, I think you mentioned something about the zoom distance here. You think this is too small? I can make it full screen. Way! Now I can see a lot more on my screen, I think. Can I? Or does it just make everything bigger? Hamburg... Yeah, no, it does show a lot more. Of course you couldn't see it, but I was making it full screen on my larger than 1920 by 1080 monitor. My laptop can't, says Guild Games. Yeesh. Fixing the Netherlands seems like a Sisyphean task. I don't know what Sisyphean is going on about. He managed to get immortality, cheated death, and then he gets to roll a boulder all day. He's probably really swole. Plus, I'm sure no one's going to notice if he just takes a break every now and then. Plus, think of all the pity points he gets. Plenty. Recht, how are we doing this? I think we should take all of these things and station them so we can fix this big time. So I'm going to manage all these road vehicles by telling them send to depot. I don't think there's a big problem here. Sure, they slow down on this curve, but that's still going to saturate this line as much as if it were a complete sushi belt, which is probably not that bad. I don't like the fact they come back around like that, but that's probably because I told them to go for servicing. And then the game's going to complain that they're all waiting. But yeah, let's change this out. I'm still probably going to use trams, because I like trams. But then again, wouldn't it make so much more sense to use a railway? Well, yes and no. But I think we'd still have our Den Haag transfer. This is actually working quite well. Again, it would work better with, well, it'd work better with some timetabling, but we can also just have lots of vehicles running there, and it serves about the same purpose. Just less elegant. You guys gonna fit in there? There we go, into the clown car depots with the lot of you. Okay, now they're away. Now we get to figure out how exactly we fix this. And how are we going to fix this? I reckon there should be a ring from Antwerp to Bruges, so they can go around this ring, Antwerp and Bruges. But then if either of them want to come up to the Den Haag transfer, they break out of the ring and head on up. The troubling thing is, well, let me think about the design before I... Well, no, let's build the design before we think about it. That's even better. I think I'll keep the plaza there, even though I don't really like it. It doesn't service many, but... Bruges is never going to make... I mean, that's that's one tram load gets pretty much all of that per month, and you're going to have more than that coming in. So ignore that. But I want rings. I like rings. It's fine that you're there. But I reckon... No, that's a little too tight for you, isn't it? I think what would be better, actually, is if you come down like so, and then in like that, because I want this space for roads and things so that the network can grow. I'll get rid of that. Ugh. I mean, that's kind of cool, but it's not going to fit the whole ring idea, is it? So you're going to have to go. Could make these 3 in length. Might be a bit more future-proof. But having it 1 in length helps space these out quite a bit, because one has to wait and go through and wait and go through. We'll try having just 1 in length then. However, the same is going to have to go for this. Antwerp Plaza's kind of tiny though. Doesn't get much of the city at all. Especially as they grow with the high rises, so... I think I'll actually help you extend out with this being part of the plaza too. It's a considerable chunk of the city, not all of it. As Antwerp grows, I might need some inner city running with it, but for now I'm just trying to fix this god-awful network. Bruges is pretty great, it grabs pretty much all the city there. I will add you here for better or for... no, that's pretty bad there. Maybe here. There we go, this can be part of Bruges Plaza. So they go there, and then they grab a decent chunk of the city. You are involved as well. You shouldn't be there, although that does hurt the catchment area a little bit. So they can have their own loop together. I don't know how it breaks off, because you can't do one way or a lot of forcing for tram things. We'll figure that out, won't we? Now, I do want them to come up and go in for a Den Haag transfer freely. But that means... what does it mean? Maybe I should have this on a loop and have a separate one that goes up to Den Haag transfer. So instead we can have, say, this work its way over to Den Haag transfer. And I don't have to loop that one, and I don't want to loop that one. And you can also have your way over to Den Haag transfer with your own connections to the plaza here. Da-ding, da-ding. I don't like that because it's going to cause a queuing if we have a lot of the same type coming in. Well, it's going to cause queuing issues anyway, isn't it? What I do really like, however, is a setup where they go into this at the end of the terminal, or the end of the road. I think it's just really cool. And I don't think they lose as much speed, because they go into here as fast as they can and then just emerge, whereas turning corners 90 degrees really scuppers them. And the last question is how you link up to the Den Haag transfer. Do we have such an answer? I don't know. Rotterdam's pretty big. Really big, actually. They've grown quite well, given that I don't give... Oh, right. I do give them a lot. Why is that? Because Rotterdam refinery has been getting oil for generations. And they're... Man, they are full of goods here. You're loading up with goods and it's still not enough. Or are you unloading oil? You are a goods ship, of which I need more. Tell you what, since it's so popular, have some more. I like making money, and you certainly make me money. Antwerp not growing seems correct. Sadly, our changes are going to make it grow a wee bit. Although it tries to grow and then it degrades because it doesn't get any coal or other raw materials that it would count for growth. Right, so we have a ring of roses. But yeah, Antwerp needs to be fixed. How? Antwerp's so big. But I do want you to actually properly ring around here. I can have a ring that that services... It's not Antwerp, it's Rotterdam. I can have a ring that services Rotterdam. And then has a connection to the transfer here. So I'm going to do away with this. I'm going to do away with you as well. Don't worry, I'll rebuild it. How's this connection going to work? Oh, there's a thing in the way here. Oh, I wanted to make sure that there is actually a way for these guys to get serviced along here. There is. Multiple even. And they got service at the end there. Rotterdam will need a similar bit of love. And I can give it that love. And I'll give it to it right here. That'll be your connection up to... Ooh, I don't like that zigzag, it's going to slow things down. But maybe that's better, I do want these staggered a wee bit. Get rid of that, and then... Don't worry, I know what I'm doing somewhat. Can I actually have you here? Okay, cool, right. Convenient. That's Rotterdam Plaza, which should still capture, or should still have all the passengers. Very confused passengers right now, I'm sure. And then I want to loop around Rotterdam to pick people up. Do I though? Why am I even doing this? I want Rotterdam Plaza to just collect all of Rotterdam. They're not... They're only going to Den Haag transfer, because the transfer can pull them all down to these other places. So am I really doing what I want to do here? All I'm doing is limiting the size of the plaza considerably. Well, tell you what they can have is a freight tram over here and a passenger tram over here, and that gives it a fairly huge catchment area. Not huge enough though. There we go. Sometimes I wonder if I should have them have a little dock as well, because there might be a day where... Hang on. That's Rotterdam's power station. Do you accept coal? You do accept coal. Well. Well, well, well. Do we want to bring you a little bit of coal in to aid the Rotterdam growth? I think so, actually. Need you out just a bit more to get that sweet coal. But it's not unthinkable. Actually, it's very thinkable, because what I can do is delete you, raise you up a bit. Raise you up a bit. Is that enough for a dock? No, they need a bit more. And then we can have you in here. Yeah, shame it's going to come out like that and look a little bit fugly. In fact, I doubt the road's even going to be happy. Oh well, the road can come out here and look extra ugly. Still, might be a river, but we can still get the people over there. I will have you here, and this will be a very slow canalway. So, haven't used a dock like this in quite a while. This is going to be slow and possibly not profitable, but it will aid Rotterdam's growth. And then we're going to have some coal ships. What kind of coal ship? A modest sized one, because these mines do a pathetic amount of coal. There's no difference between canal speed and non-canal speed. That's actually an advantage for these small ones, isn't it? Still, we'll just grab this 100 capacity one. It's very simple. It goes here, it full loads, and then it unloads there. Easy Ozy. And we'll have 2 of them, so it's always grabbing from that coal mine. Nice. What sort of madman looks at this and decides to use ships to transport coal from this mine to that power station? Someone who realizes that there's water in the way? A clever person. Right, I haven't sorted out those road vehicles yet, but I just made a couple of ships that do cargo. So that is cargo coal, and that is going to be a new group of coal to Rotterdam. Just shove them in. Okay. The bigger question of how I deal with all these road vehicles is not yet answered. I think I might just sell them all and rejig it. Oh man, I even put them into these lovely groups and I'm deleting it, but the groups already exist, so I can just put them back in. It's no big deal. Because otherwise I'm just not going to know which one's which. Okay, that was you, that was you. Did I have any place here to grab them all? I guess not. I can also check and see if they still exist, because they were under packs. General packs, and it was all Den Haag, right? And it's a big flat 0. So, one thing is I do want to loop between Antwerp and Bruges. That's not all though, is it? I wanted to connect you with Brussels, and potentially you with Calais, but Calais is a bit too packed right now, so they'll have to make do with their Brussels exchange. So, what I'm actually looking for is another extension to the Antwerp Plaza to bring it down here. Yeah, because I don't want everybody just to go over to Den Haag, but there's a big risk that all the Den Haag transfers want to come down here. And that would really choke Antwerp, wouldn't it? I can actually see that as being the main place everyone wants to go rather than Den Haag. And Den Haag is the one that's suited for such things. Oh well, lucky you, Antwerp. You're going to be a popular individual around here. So how are we going to handle that? Just a single line? No, I prefer my loops, and this is little exception. So you're going to come along and grab all the people here that you can, and just bring them right the way down. Dead simple, like that Doom level. And I can see this needing to be rather large. Oh, Antwerp hate me. It's alright, at the turn of the month they'll change their tune. Better just to fast forward a month than engage in the age-old experience of just building loads of trees in this game. It was nice to see even Ninjin, who is an absolute purist of this game, have to build loads of trees and go, oh man, this does kind of suck, doesn't it? Probably not in those words, but that's what I heard. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And of course a wee place for getting some Serbias. Right, now, how many are we going to need around here? I reckon, well, give them their order first. Here, to there. Now we can service 2 at a time around here, but I reckon 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's going to be popular service of that, I'm sure. And then mail does much and such the same, except it starts by going to Brussels, then Antwerp, and then service. And similarly, 2, 2, 2, 2, and go. And they are a group here, and that's going to be Antwerp to Brussels. Or rather, Brussels is more of the central one, so what I would actually do is I would make a group called Brussels to Antwerp, PAX. It's under PAX, but it's just so that when it pops up I know, oh, it's a PAX line, easy peasy. So move both of those into Brussels, Antwerp, PAX. That solves the issue there. Now I just need to link Antwerp and Bruges with their road vehicles, of which they'll get plenty of if I can locate where they're... here it is, that's where they get their TLC. It's a little far away. No, it's quite the opposite. It's a little too close to the city. I like their servicing being out of the city. When I think about times when I rode the Edinburgh trams, Edinburgh indeed had their tram maintenance area out of the city, but it was still between stops. It was between Edinburgh, some outlying area with a strip mall and very little else, and the airport. Of course, they charge you about $5 extra for that last little leg of the journey, so I think a lot of people get off just before the airport and hoof it over. And of course they try to make that as difficult as possible, but now I'm just ranting about UK public transport. Right, Bruges, let's do it. We're gonna have you go to Bruges, then Antwerp, and then back for maintenance, and there's gonna be quite a few of you actually. I reckon couldn't hurt to have 6 of you doing the rounds. And passengers muckle the same, except it goes the other way around. You, then you, then you. It's nice that you can link stations and click on any one of the parts in the station and the game understands what you mean. 2 and 2. Whoa, did I... Something happened with my clicking there. Anyway, I've got 6 of them I think, so off they trot. And again, they get grouped. And that's General Packs, which I already have. No, I don't. This is a new one. This is Antwerp to Bruges. So I make a new one here. Antwerp. I'm not calling it Antwerpen, because I like the idea that we have twerp in it. And that was to Bruges, right? Is there an S at the end of Bruges? No, but there are 2 G's. I watched that film in Bruges. That's about all I know about Bruges. I don't think I learned anything from the film. So, in you go. Now we need Bruges to Den Haag transfer, and that's this one here. I didn't give you a stop here, and that will need to change right now. Put one right here, connected to Bruges Plaza, and... Now this isn't a loop, it's just a single line, meaning it's going to be a little bit less efficient, but they will be able to cope with the situation, I'm sure. Same one here, Antwerp Plaza. God, I hope this one can still reach out. I'm getting a bit spread here. There we go. So, let's get them going. You go here, all the way to here. I'm not connecting up Bruges or Antwerp with Rotterdam because they can exchange at Den Haag docks. It's not a big deal. They overshoot Rotterdam by a little bit and come back, but that's no big deal. What is a big deal is Antwerpans who want to go to Bruges, going up to Den Haag and coming all the way back down. Very unprofitable, clogs the line with passengers that don't need to be there. So what do we have? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 6 seems honestly overkill, but we'll go with that. This is going to make Den Haag as a transfer much larger than it needs to be. That would be fine if it were also a train station, but it's totally not. Oh well, that's for other people to care about. Let's have you come out and do the same route. Actually, I can just have go to on you, and then clone you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and I always like to get rid of the original when I clone that way. And then again, you go into our already made Den Haag to Bruges collection. So we find our ungroups and go Den Haag into Bruges. There's a chance I'm going to slip and accidentally put someone in the wrong area, but hopefully someone will be kind and tell me to put it into the wrong ones, or we'd catch it later. Antwerp gets similar approach here. From Antwerp over to there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That should be plenty. And then we do the same for the passengers. And they just copy the same over. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Get rid of you. Activate like Robot Wars. And shove them all into... Now that was Den Haag, Antwerp, right? Very good. That means Rotterdam's the last one standing. And Rotterdam will get their love. I'll delete this first. Hopefully this will start Rotterdam's growth, but it'll give me better peace of mind for this god-awful network that I'd previously made. How's the challenge going? Would you please show the world map to see the whole... Yeah, I will show world map the moment we're done with this, so it should take about 1 minute tops. Foster 3. Now this is actually a short route, but I'm still thinking I'll make 6 of them. Just seems the right number to make. Yeah, I don't know. They barely got any distance to go. 4 should be fine, right? Here to there. And then get the male ones going. Use the same. Clone it. Delete the first just because I'm paranoid, and off they go. And shove them into our group. Den Haag, Rotterdam. Alright. Go, my pretties. We get the ding, 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 ding. Hopefully they come out at different angles here. Good, that means it works. And they're going to back up a bit. Honestly, timetables would help here. Timetables work actually quite well in these closed loops. Oh, jings, now we're grabbing all the people that are just desperate to go anywhere because they've been stuck in Antwerp for most of their life. These groups look amazing, says Alpha. Why, thank you. I put quite a bit of work into grouping together all of my everything. I think I spent about an hour doing this yesterday, but that's fine. I had background music as I did it. So I can differentiate all my different kinds of cargo ships and where they're going. Specific goods, because those are used for growth. I've got my chopping block of ones that I want to delete. And then the remote service and general packs. Oh yeah. It's great. You can have subgroups and subgroups of subgroups, and you can manage each group. I could take all of my cargoes, and then I can choose to replace certain kinds of vehicles on this. So I could change out the wagons. Well, we don't use those, so I can stop that. But yeah, if I wanted to some reason downgrade my oil tanker to a lower capacity one, I could. But I won't. Now, we were asked about the world map. We can certainly look at that. This is the world map. It shows the flow of passengers and mail, but it can show the flow of everything. Many different ways to use it. Yes, it's too small. Let's make it larger. The redder it is, the more saturated it is. So at a glance, I can tell that I need more planes flying between the Lübeck Metroplex and Tallon. Otherwise, let's see. Oh, of course, the Bremen route is chock-a-block, but that's next on my list of things to fix. And thinking about it, if we fix that, then the only other thing that really suffers is the boat network, which I intend on destroying anyway. Solve the problem by destroying it. A lot more people want to escape Lerwick than we allow for, so I can change that as well. But we don't have to look at it like this. We could just look at it as just overall rail network. Can show all the industries, show my vehicles as they move along. There are bound to be people who have looked at this and they've wanted to have this animated on their wall so they can just stop and admire it. Back in the day I had this idea that I would love it if I could have little computerized picture frames that show a hands-off running game of Europa Universalis. I think there'd be a market for that, but damn would it be niche. And probably exists already. You even see the boats floating around. I wish I could zoom in further, but this is as close as one can zoom. Yeah, we're going to destroy all those boats. I have a chopping block list of them that's about 100 boats long. Here we go, the chopping block of boats. It currently is costing me 16.5 million a year to run these boats. Not a single one of these routes make a profit. What they do, however, is they service these areas. So Skien, for example, is able to grow because the boats come in and help them, unprofitably though they are. But once I link up the Norwegian appendix and eastern Sweden, I will destroy all these boats, and they're just going to have to sort that out amongst themselves. Right, I was actually surprised to see that Lerwick want to... Holy moly! Lerwick really wants to escape. Lerwick have some planes here. Sounds like they need more. There you go. The escape from Lerwick is real. And this is just because I increased the service to very good and excellent by giving them a really crappy bus network that no one uses. Wow, legitimately no one uses? No, 3 people get off at Lerwick Plaza in order to come back here. But still, the regular service helps with ratings, which means more of the passengers and mail that they generate actually come into this. The sheer amount of mail they're sending is actually a little concerning. You barely bring any mail. Do we have like a dedicated mail vehicle that can work for this? I would like mail, and it needs to be a small airplane, so we'll sort by capacity. Any of these count as small? No, even the Bakewell's a large aeroplane. These are all vanilla planes as well, right? He loves planes more than he loves road vehicles. Oh, the Bakewell Lookette can have 115 bags of mail and counts as small. Large airplanes can crash on small airports, so we don't run with those. Should I run 2 of these? I don't know, I reckon that's just a lot of backed up mail. One of them should suffice. Should. Where do the other ones go? Is it escape to UK or escape to UK 2? Ah, I just see a small one landing, so it's escape to UK 2. There you go, get on it. And then, since I just made that one, I can easily just shove it into my remote service Lerwick to UK group. And there we go. I don't know, part of me feels like they could do with another one. I mean, as Lerwick grows, it's certainly going to need it, so there we go, I'll just clone it and be done with it. Did I just clone it? No, I didn't, but I can clone you from there. Some menus allow you to clone by clicking on them, some do not. I do wonder if this counts as two buildings that can load and unload planes or not. As if that counts as small. Not inaccurate though, Lerwick does have an airport. So does Kirkwall. Tiny airports though. Never used them personally. I went over to Kirkwall by ferry. I took the ferry from, I think, Tongue? Was it Tongue? No, but there was a small city here that ran a ferry service up to Orkney. Took that and stayed in Orkney for a week, rented a whole house with some friends of mine. It was brilliant. Kirkwall Plaza, very nice. Yeah, Plaza's the naming convention we have if it's a road vehicle setup. Also, how is this? We got a lot of aircraft circling overhead. I hope these aren't getting too busy. I mean, look at you. It's like you're just waiting for a way to settle down here. This is unfortunate because I think Escape the UK and Escape the UK 2 are going to become much busier in the future. And they already have loads of planes coming on in. Perhaps I'm going to need more airports with more transfers, and that's a scary proposition. Man, Jake looks really competent now, even using a map to see bottlenecks. Glad you see it that way. Someone else came and stomped on my dreams earlier. Right, that one's becoming less saturated, which is nice. I don't actually care too much about the goods, I care more about passengers and mail, so let's focus on those. Yeah. The boats are saturated, but also the airline over to Tallon is. As I link up more airlines, I reckon it will become less saturated. But yeah, a lot of people love to ride them planes. I wonder if they give up on planes after a while. Does Lubeck Metroplex actually connect to Tallon with any of its aircraft? Escape the UK links with the Lubeck Metroplex. Here we go, Tallon. Tallon uses these really fast planes with low capacity. I think I need to use the higher capacity planes. Sadly, you can't manage this list to switch them out, but we do have the groupings for it, so we go here, we go to... what is this? This is Lubeck to Tallon. We got these ones, and what we do is we replace them, and we're going to replace them with the Dinger 200s. Look at that, I mean, 5 times the capacity for passengers, double up for mail. You lose a good bit of speed, but I don't think that's much of a problem. Get them replaced, that will probably make the line less horrifically busy. It's the same joy as looking at the Factorio map in a large it's a very similar feeling, isn't it? How's the Swedish mines looking? We did set up a Swedish mine thing very early on, didn't we? And that was to bring steel over to Lubeck, if I recall. Oddly enough, there's steel backing up at Kalmar Foundry. That's Kalmar Foundry to Lubeck, right? I'm actually surprised at that. Here, get a couple more. Although I think the capacity is low, it's only about 100, isn't it? It's exactly that. Should always have someone waiting here, so take some more of them. The mine has no such problems, though. Because the mine has a short distance to go, the other ones have much longer distance. Are they profitable? Yes. Are these profitable? Little yet. Well, you're a new build, so you are irrelevant. And you just filled up. Do we have one on the way back? There we go. Actually profitable. I like to see that. Oh, Kirkwall Plaza! It can actually grab some people because they're building a football pitch and a couple of people have entered its coverage. Enough to get a passenger who wants to... Hold on. Where does this new passenger want to go? Where do you think, chat? If you lived in Kirkwall, where in the Hansa would you want to go? They are linked to everywhere that I've built up in the Hansa, so they could go anywhere and they choose to go to... Tallon! Wait, yeah, they want to very specifically go to Tallon. Not even Tallon Central, they want to go to Tallon Airport. Damn, escaping the UK and going to Estonia. You weren't far off with Tartu there, Alpha. If Lubeck becomes the biggest place, it's actually going to be the place where most people want to go to, because that's how the symmetric distribution of passengers works. Right, there's one big thing that we still need to fix, and strangely enough, it's not the Munster Circle here, because the Munster Circle is actually quite good. Why is it so good? Well, some of them aren't growing here, but that aside, by the looks of it, I have this timetabled. I don't have it timetabled. What is this? They're just well spaced out. I am shocked at the idea that this is in any way functional. They're not backed up with people, are they? A wee bit of a backing up of passengers. How about you? No, Groningen isn't backed up. It's not growing though, which does surprise me. Is the rating low? The mail rating is actually mediocre. Perhaps the mail doesn't come in fast enough. Still, I reckon this whole circle could actually work, especially if I timetabled it. I could just add a lot of vehicles to it. Timetabling can be tough at times though, because what if they're backing up in one area? There's Nordic TV trope that Kristiansand in Norway is a town of Essex birds on a completely different magnitude. When we say Essex birds, we talking about ladies? I mean, calling them ladies is already a bit of a misnomer, but what's a man to do? Yeah, we are. Okay, there we go. But something Fun in Kristiansand. Well, don't know what you'd mean by fun, but I do need to get around to this. No, focus first, right? This is serviceable, but could definitely do with improvement down the line. This is not. The Bremen circle of road vehicles is abhorrent. So we're going to fix that. We're going to first make sure that everyone is grouped. I'd hate to build up groups and then ignore it for a bit. Road vehicle, chopping block, Bremen's awful cars. Every one of them go to a depot. Then I will destroy them and set something else up here. Any ideas though? Bremen Central here. Why don't we have a circular rail network? I don't think we have any circular rail networks here. And by that I mean that they are, well, no, probably we do, thinking about it. They don't make circles though. So what would you do? You'd come out of Bremen, I'd link up Bremen to another one. Don't know how big it would be. And then it just goes bang, bang, bang. Yeah, very, very quick roundy around here. Hub and spoke for easier pathing and more ticket sales. Hub and spoke can be a pain because let's imagine Bremerhaven was the hub. If they... it wouldn't be that bad now, would it? Wilhelmshaven might want to go to Oldenburg, but instead of a nice direct route here, they'd have to go there, then there. Poor example, though. It actually looks pretty well set up for a spoken hub. Okay, Bremen to Bremerhaven to Oldenburg would be a bit of a pain. Alright, are they all out of here yet? Because it was a horrific network. Right. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Destroy them all. Should probably pause for this. Fewer road vehicles here than I thought, but that's probably contributing to the lack of service around here. Because man, was it a poor service. Alright, that hopefully took care of all of them. There we go. Bremen's awful cars can be deleted since they're all gone. Sadly, there's no mass delete tool there. You gotta put them into depots and then delete them there, or rather sell them. Maybe there's some kind of way that people can automate mass crashing to destroy them. Where to? What do we do? Bremen might extend a little too far out here, but still, let's purge you. I don't want to just drag the delete tool all over this because there are going to be trees all around here that we can't see. We could, however, if we turn this off. Destroying trees makes the local authority very unhappy. They'd become happy again soon enough, but... Recht, what are we going to have here? I mean, sure, maglev is fun and all, but do I really want to maglev everything? Certainly would be fast for moving these people around, but I like the idea of this area of Europe being under electric rail. So we'll make some electrified railway for them once more. How many stations can this thing poke out? 1, 2, just 2. Oh, that's grim. But the reason for that is that I have Bremen extending into Bremen here. I could change that considerably, but maybe we could just make do with that. How about we have a wee cycling, a very tight one-way cycling load of trains. Yeah, let's do that. I haven't done it, and I want to do it if I haven't done it. Simple as. Means I don't need to worry whatsoever about a lot of things on my rails, but also significantly lowers throughput. Still though, we're only servicing 1, 2, 3, 4 cities here. Bremen has its own kind of connections, that's not a big deal. Now, means we can just jam these in as well, which is also very nice. I could, for example, put down... I'm going to connect you up to Bremen Plaza and rename you. You've got that, but I could even connect you out further like so. And then you'll both be part of it. And then what about Crookshaven Plaza? Well, I'm seeing an opportunity. And then we want you down in Wilhelmshaven. And hey, I've left myself this lovely gap right here. Just destroy all of that because I don't like any of it. Then just have you come in like so. You'll be the new Wilhelmshaven Plaza. And just at the expense of you, whatever you were, I can have you also come in. Kind of wasting a lot of overlap. It would be better to have it out here. But I like the idea of them being so tightly together. And that's good enough for me. Can I do a sharp turn onto roads? Must remove road first. Say no more. What if I then try to put the roads back in? Ah, man can dream. Okay. Right, so that's you connected up. Last one will be how do we connect to Odenberg. Now I do want them to link to Odenberg's really weird plaza network here. But there's not a lot of room to... Well, can we make room? We can always make room. Let's get rid of this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and you. And just cleave through Oldenburg. And we'll see if we can cleave even further out, shall we? So you're going to be here, Oldenburg Plaza. Can we get you out here as well? No. Where would I shove another Oldenburg? That's because you're part of Oldenburg Plaza, isn't it? You are chuffing miles away. So we're going to bring you a little further in. You're just a single standalone there. Nobody cares about you. I'd remove you if these people were off of it. I can do exactly that. I'm going to temporarily stop you. You're going to move off. And then I'm going to delete you. And then Oldenburg gets to enjoy itself. It's further out plaza. Well, enjoy might be a bit of a stretch. Right, how's all this going to link together? The answer is pretty horribly, but that's okay. We're going to have an inner ring that goes one way and an outer ring that goes another. When are they going to get serviced? I don't know. But this is one of those times where logic just goes out the window and we'll do what we want. Because we can. Don't forget to start that train. I was going to forget. Thank you. Ah, man. Chat's being very nice today. Now, can you go there? Wow, you can. Sweet. No, you can't. Damn that road. Damn that Dr. Fred. That's okay, though. We can delete you and all of you. And you can have your road back one way or another. I will have my rail back. Now, I said this was the innie one, but now we've got a little bit of a complication, don't we? I want to be able to come into... Oh, man. Damn this whole no going through road lines. But, I mean, we don't need a road line here whatsoever anymore. People are going to be able to come through on amazing high-speed rail that I've given them. Now, it's left-hand drive, so you're going to be coming along here, but then I need you to... Wait, why did I link you into here? That's completely wrong. Because I'm doing something different, it's throwing me. This will be easier if I actually see how you're going to be linking up as well. In you go, but then, da-da-dun, that's not good enough now, is it? You need to go into here. But then you also need to come back out. They're not going to be particularly fast, so a bit of gilded steel will be fine. Choo-choo, and then you come back out and over to Wilhelmshaven. I don't know if this rail is going to stand the test of time. I can see a lot of good reasons why it won't. Right, how does this work with connection? The answer is really, really poorly. But out you come, and over you go. Ooh, that's just coming in for one of them, though. That's okay, that's exactly what destroying this infrastructure is for. You can go in up here. Ah, no, I needed you because... Well, I'm sure there were reasons. Right, over you go. We've actually switched them now, the outie is the innie. Oh, kind of. Thinking of them as innie outie is probably already asking for trouble. Well, what's better is to think that they drive on the left, don't they? Yeah, that makes more sense. So you're going to come down and into here. And if the city wants to grow, it's up to them to build a bridge over this. The city builds the bridge, then I imagine they pay the upkeep for it. I'm not interested in paying upkeep for them. Life would be easier if this weren't here. And then if you can just come out and do much the same. Now how do I get you into here? Damn that, damn it all. There we go. And then you just finish by coming back into here. And there's a dock in the way. Should this dock even be here? It doesn't serve as anything or anyone. And if it wasn't there, well, yeah, that's exactly it. If only it weren't there. So I'm going to actually move you along, delete the old dock, and then we can come out straight as a pretzel. And again, it doesn't need to be one of these overly fancy ones. Although, dang, I don't get my... that tubular still be fine. You guys just come on down. There we go. Now it just needs to be signaled and some element of... Oh, no, it's not complete at this point. Some element of maintenance will be needed. There we go. I'm even going to not destroy this house. But it is going to be surrounded by electrified railways. Probably making all sorts of horrible noises and posing all sorts of dangers. That track did not connect, Jake. You're off by 1. That track, you say? Aha. Thank you. Would be nicer if it was a little tighter though, wouldn't it? There we go. Blended. Signal it up. And these are the most basic braking signalings. Comes up and along and out. And down. I'm doing one way first. Along. Nice to see that though. I love to see that. Still going, and all the way back in. Wait a second. This is weird. They should have connected back up into this one. What's going on? Let's see if I follow this correctly. You come along. You were meant to go into this one. Yeah, no, I don't actually want a Mobius circle because then everyone's just going in the same direction. So actually, I'm going to delete these signals. I should have known something was off when I was no longer running along the left-hand side. Fortunately, not a lot of damage done. I just need to figure out how to have a switcheroo here. I need these to kind of go over and under each other. Might be able to do something with a wee bridge here. Oh yeah. Oh, that's even better. Alright, now you're coming along here. And now you're on the left-hand side as you should be. And there we go. Now we can just follow the other one coming the other way. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Man, the auto-placing rails is so good. Can I even have you there? Yeah, I guess you're a bit closer. Man, this is such a lazy way of bringing these people together. But you know what? I think it's going to work. They're just not going to get tons of service. They're probably actually going to outgrow the single stations that they have there. But I just wanted to try this because it's something new. And they're almost definitely going to. And I've left myself very little room to expand as well. So if they can't get enough people out that way, I might have to do... gee, I don't know actually. I could give them an extra boat network over to Bremen just to offload some more people. Jake just wants variety, that's why he still has boats. A lot of those boats are going to be purged, but I will still have boats. This run's going to have everything. Actually, I'm going to take the lazy man's approach to servicing here. And just put service stations everywhere. I'm not even going to put them off the track here. The way I see it, if somebody's in for service, they can be passed by. It's a pretty poor place for the service, though. It's going to clog things up, isn't it? So you can get your service there, and you can get your service here. Service here, and it's a little harder on this side, isn't it? That would allow for a horrific 90 degrees. Which I certainly don't like. However, that's going to prevent you growing over to here, but no, you could always build your own bridge over. Screw my bridge, make your own. Now I don't have to pay upkeep on these bridges. Actually, now that I'm paying for upkeep, I should put some real thought into not building unnecessary infrastructure. I wonder if I have to pay... Yeah, I probably do have to pay for infrastructure on the roads that I'm building for my cities as well, don't I? Oh, the pains I go through for my people. Recht. It's all about going around from Bremen, so what are we going to have? I reckon we could just clone this train, couldn't we? Somehow we get these cool monorail ones onto electric train. I have no idea how it happened. At some point I'm going to fish through the VODs and find the first instance of me using these on these rails and try and figure out how it happened. Feels like an exploit, but one that I'm rolling with. Is that really the... What kind of train is that anyway? A Tim, an electric Tim. Are you my best? Yeah, I turned on infrastructure maintenance, Galden. I was tired of the money just spiraling up too much. Of course, now it's doing quite the opposite because maintenance is costing me 1.5 million. Right, the Asia Star is faster than Tim, so I reckon we get rid of you and we get ourselves an Asia Star. And then we clone you. How many are we going to need? At least 4, so 8's probably a good idea. So one can be loading up while the other blasts from one to the other. And yet that doesn't seem right, so I'm going to actually do 6. And your job is to go from... Oh, right, you got those orders, right. Oh god, did I share you when I made you? I don't think I shared you. I can't remember if I control-clicked or not. Regardless, let's just get rid of all of you anyway. Clone you, not control-click clone you. And then change your orders entirely. Delete them all, it's very simple. You go to Bremen. And then I can't actually tell you just go back to Bremen, because I doubt you're going to do the loop and have it be implicit, so I'll tell you to go to each of them. Whoops, preferably not twice. Actually, I could just tell you go to Bremen, go there, and then go around, and then it would fill it out implicitly. So if I just tell you go to Bremer, Watsits, and then back to Bremen, you'll implicitly hit everywhere else. Probably have fewer problems with wanting to get maintenance as well, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you is maybe overkill, maybe not, I don't know. And you here, well not from there, but from here, are going to need a similar setup. So I will clone you, and I'll give you a different order. Just delete it all and tell you to go here, and then back to here. Wait, is that... They're probably going to complain about duplicate orders, aren't they? It might be better just to tell them to go to the very end of their whole run, and then that would be better. Let's try that then. So if I tell them to come here, and then actually tell them to go there, then everything's going to be implicit. Yeah, that actually works quite a bit better, so I could change you out as well. So instead of telling you to go to both of those, you go to Bremen, and then you go to Oldenburg, and then everything else becomes implicit. Sweet! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, activate all, be sure that they're part of our groups. So what even is this? Well, it's a weird one since it's not one of these PAX ones, but what I could do is I can make a new group, and I will call it the Bremen Donut. I don't know what I mean. Ring might have been better, but it's donut because it has 2 of the circles going. And then, why are these trains not in groups? Actually, why are they already in groups? Is it because I cloned them? Ooh. Damn, you think you're in Almere, Hamburg when you're not. I'll need to remember that when I clone existing group stuff. I don't like that. There we go, now you think that you're in... oh well, lessons learnt there. Even if it's not a control-click cloning. they end up in that group. Dangerous. I feel like there should be a setting for that. Do you have some kind of group thing here? Group expenses, own company. Ooh, dear. Oh well, doesn't matter, just something I have to be on top of. I feel like I've cloned something though and had it go into a group then. Because I can't shake the feeling that I cloned something and then didn't have to move it afterwards. Oh. I mean, the Berlin Pax is all right there. God knows, but if it becomes a problem, I'm sure I'll find it. So, out they come, and then they'll service all of this, hopefully a whole lot better than they had before. And we just hear the breakdowns. Yeah, thinking about it, it's going to be a bit slow coming in through these. That's why I think 6 is a better number. Bremen Donut is lost. How? You cannot reach Bremer Plaza. Is that a signal that's the wrong way around? Okay, there we go. I wonder if there's other such cases. Be very cool if I just have road vehicles going here that get ploughed, but road vehicles have betrayed me too many times. These initial backups are quite good because they give me an idea of how many I need to saturate this line. And looks like you come out and transfer, and around they go at what looked to be a pretty good level of efficiency. Ooh, I rather like this. There's a bit much waiting on the other way around, but maybe a breakdown caused that. How are you feeling about your passengers? You have a lot of them, sure, but I bet they were just backed up from the previous setup. Either that, or these are going to be hilariously insufficient for your needs. But these things can carry like almost 400 passengers and 150 mail. Every month you make not even that. And they're going to be coming through more often than once a month, I like to think. Road vehicles have betrayed me too many times. Somewhere we hear Chris Sawyer snickering. Just as planned. Damn Scots. What are they like? Aberdeen to Oilfields Pax. 43 is a void order. Also, another donut is lost. How can you be lost? How is such a thing even possible? Oh, my donuts are getting lost. What's going on here? They cannot reach Bremerhaven Plaza. You sure about that? Looks pretty reachable to me. You've been going around fine so far. Why would that change now? Although I do see a little bit here where I did get rid of your signaling. Let me help you with that. What is going on with you? You go around here. You go in here. Maybe it's just too far. Yeah, it is too far. They don't think they can get around that. Right, okay, I see now. I do need to give them all the orders. I can't rely on implicit here, or else they're going to keep warning me that they're lost, even though they're not. So, let's just delete all these orders and remake it. So, you're the one going around this way, so copy list, just go there. And then go here. Then here. 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 And then you'll know to go back, that's fine. And then you need a similar bit of work here. They think there's no path. The problem is the turnaround station. Trains can't look ahead like that. That's so... Oh well, I'll still do this and keep that in mind for the turnarounds. You go the other way though, don't you? So it's Bremerhaven to Oldenburg to Wilhelmshaven to there, and back again. That's 5 of them, right? Yeah, 5 and 5. Very good. Keep on it. Now I keep getting that void order for my... They keep saying they're lost, but they'll stop being lost soon enough, I'm sure. I'll just hold delete to get rid of them all. And they should never get lost again. So, void order on a helicopter. Which one? Oh, shouldn't have deleted because I got rid of my message there. Here we are. Aberdeen to oil field packs 43 has a void order. So that's much more telling than just helicopter blah 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 has void order. Still, you're the one, and that's probably because your oil field disappeared, right? Yes, it is. So that means I want you to go to the hangar, and you will just be sold. No questions asked. At least I get most of the money back from you, but I don't know which oil field you were going to. It would be nice if it told me the old name of it, of where they were trying to go, but oh well. So, I've actually fixed everything on my list. Still took 3 hours, haven't really done anything. I still want to link up Eastern Sweden and the Norwegian appendix and then delete my boats. All costing me money that they are. New oil refinery in Kaluga. I smell money. Would it be under here? Industry directory? Oh, there's no search thing here for it, but it's already in alphabetical order, so all I need to do is go for oil, go down to HIJK for Kaluga. I'm not seeing Kaluga. Also, I can't remember where Kaluga is. Sounds like it would be east. Also, that's easily sorted. Oh, refinery. Refinery. Well, no. We're not dealing with anything that's outside of our Hanseatic borders. And, Novgorod Mines here was about as far as I was willing to go. Good to see these trains making me dosh, though. Very nice dosh. Good old monorails, they're there for me. And Novgorod grows and grows. Thank God they wanted coal. Oh, speaking of, I finally got Narva their goods, right? Coal, grain, livestock, oil and wood. How are you not getting that oil? Look, we have oil coming in for you right now into Narva Oil Refinery. Unless somehow this is too far away for it to count. Or, wait, what's going on here? Something fishy. How do you not have a free path there? You can just go straight in. What is your problem here? No, really, why can't you go in here? Did you fix the signal in Novgorod? I don't know which signal you mean, but I haven't touched any Novgorod signals in forever. The X is too close to the station. You need signals between the station and the X shape. Now, that's not true. We have plenty of setups where they have a cross like that, and it's fine. I'm pretty sure a good example is right here in the Novgorod... Oh, well, maybe not. Clearly you need to click that ignore signals button. What a devil. Just thinks it's not free at all. And how are these guys still getting lost? Okay. How are you meant to deal with turnaround stations if they keep thinking they can't get through them? Both of them are trying to move at the same time. But I have plenty of setups like that. Are you telling me that some of the other ones aren't working as well? Didn't I make a very basic one in Edinburgh? Yeah, Edinburgh has that. It's just across there and across here. Oh. No, that's because it's full. That's fine. Lost trains in the Bremen circuit may just be out of sync with their orders. I hope so, but it has been a while. We'll see if that continues to pop up for a long time. I am, however, very confused about this situation. I can't think of a good reason why this doesn't work. You're still loading and unloading. But look, we've got this perfectly serviceable area here. Maybe it's something to do with this. This is the odd part out. Now that's weird. My only guess is that what you were trying to do was go for servicing. Maybe this works better, but then what if they try to choose that for their servicing? I'm starting to think this is an awful setup. Yeah, let's say there was a train here just waiting to load, and the train here picked this as their service area. Ooh, that would be bad. So, for a setup like this, let's not have those. Let's have them get their service on... and it's maglev. Let's have them just get their service very cheaply on the side here. No harm, no fuss. Why not put the depot on the top of the X outside the station, then both can get it? You mean on here? Don't like the idea that them turning around here would clog people coming in and out. It's fine as it is now. No further improvements will be needed, nor will they be given. Still, I don't know what you meant by the signal in Novgorod. What signal in Novgorod needs to be fixed? Novgorod power seems to be working fine, and the Novgorod Central has never not been working fine. Damn those Bremen donuts. How can they be lost? Or rather, how can I fix this? I mean, you're one that's saying you're lost. You think there's no path into here, but there clearly is, and you go. No, they're still continuing to complain about... Wait, Bremen Plaza? Right, I see. They're thinking way along the... Bremerhaven Plaza. And then they have all these implicit things after Bremerhaven Plaza? Is that because Bremerhaven Plaza is on this twice? See if that helps things, but... yeah, maybe that'll stop it. Hey, I've been watching a YouTube VODs in a series. Is there a guide I can follow to set up the game with the same scripts that you're using? Clodan, I will set up such a thing, I think. Well, actually, I've already got the save file ready to rock and roll. The only thing that you need to do manually in order to run it is to... what am I trying to say here? Is to run the script for renewed village growth. But that's easy to download and run. Well, easy. Easy because I know how, right? Implicit orders generally don't good. I use them to know if I'm screwed. I don't know, the implicit orders work pretty well for... what's a good example? Narva to wherever? Like Narva all the way down to Kaliningrad seems pretty good. We should have implicit orders on you, right? Yeah, we do. It's just Kaliningrad to Narva and everything else is implicit. I don't see the downside in that. It's not to say it doesn't exist, but I don't see it. Ah, breaking down vehicles. Signs of progress. Well, it stops the clutter if nothing else. Alright, good to see the places that I serve actually growing. Now it's time to actually expand the Hansa, which I haven't been doing. All I've been doing is fixing bad mistakes from earlier. Possibly with new mistakes. Okay, appendix for Norway. How do we deal with you? I might just have to deal with having awful boat systems here. I'm not so sure about having a train line out through all of this. Although it could just be a cheeky little one-liner, couldn't it? There is probably space for another cheeky little couple of these coming out and over and up and around. Wouldn't spoil the landscape too much, but oh, I don't know. Dump coal and manure on Stockholm. Poor Stockholm sits here with a very sizable population. It might be better just to give them local trains and then boat them over to much better places, because running around here with other things seems bad. Or we could just have a really bumpy ride through with trains. Trying to think. Can't believe this farm is still here. It's been there from the very start, just hasn't died yet. Also, these roads of mine, relic of a bygone age. One of the forests has completely disappeared from when I had some service going here. You're still there. It's nice to see the planes running around. I do like that. The UK to Tallon line, though, I cannot justify. I find it very hard to justify using these super fast planes because their capacity is just too low. Speaking of, UK isn't cluttered with planes trying to land, is it? Doesn't seem so. This poor thing's dying, though. Wouldn't like to be on that airplane. And a lot of them... not too many loading and unloading, they seem to be fine. Of course, if I need a proper overview, that's why we look at this. Did I not improve Tallon and Lübeck? I guess not nearly enough. I guess tons of them just want to go to Tallon, don't they? Oh yeah, loads. Do you go to Tallon? You're Lübeck, UK. You're Lübeck, UK. Lots of Lübeck, UK. Where's Lübeck, Tallon? You're Lübeck, Tallon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more of you to help that out. How about a cascade? Bus into tram into train. Because buses are so bad for moving from city to city, but maybe that's not what you mean. Maybe you mean collect them all onto a tram via a bus. In which case, just using a tram at the start would be better. Make a direct train route, Lübeck to Tallon. Super high-speed train route to Tallon from Lübeck. Well, that's what the planes are for. They already have a way through, although they have to change at Berlin and change again at Danzig. But once they get over to Kaliningrad, it's smooth running on... I hope that's at least electric rail. Yeah, it is. Boats would kind of make sense for sailing around here, wouldn't they? I just collect people in Bergen and throw them over to Stavanger, and then Stavanger throws them further to Kristiansand, and then from there, well, I could throw them to Norway and to Frederikshavn, but then I'm adding to these horrible boats that I know I don't like. Artificial station in the Norwegian mountains. A train leads and extends them down like... Yeah, a big transfer here where they have... where they just have trams running up and putting the people into the transfer could work. And it wouldn't disturb the Norwegian beauty quite so much, I'm sure. Bit of a shame about what I've got set up here, but I could extend this out a little bit, ridge it over, and then bring it over. In fact, maybe I could still bring it out a bit more. What if we just have a bit of this, and then absolutely maglev it out there. There we go. This is the great debt that the Oslo people owe to their fellow Norwegians. tell me that's not okay. Here we go. Okay. Part 1's done at least. Now what? Well, I'm afraid you've got to go. But then... let me think. You're just going to come up into this little mountain passy place. Which is kind of bad for Skien, because Skien might benefit from just having their own direct route over to Oslo. It's not very far. Not really unthinkable either. Heck, I could just have a train station here that loops in. How are maglevs at climbing inclines? I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? Could S-bend to Skien? I'm having a little bit of thought about that. Dare I say I could even have an intersection, something I've been avoiding for a long time. And then they could just come up and use that transfer as well. Depends how saturated this line's going to be, but with maglev I don't think it'll be a problem. Okay, tell you what, that's what we'll actually look towards doing. So we're going to give Skien its own central as well. Perhaps part of the problem is that I insist on using these 7-length trains, which they totally don't have to be. And this is no longer a plaza, this has just become a central, because it's a train station. God, this is gonna get worse before it gets any better, isn't it? Crossy. Now... yeah, you can't get over all that. If this were slightly lower, would you be able to cross over that? With a big old bridge? No, because this is still in the way too. And honestly, if I'm going to be doing that, I should bridge and bridge so I can use more signals, but How? Doesn't look great for an intersection. Just viaduct the whole way. It's what you do when you want speed. I'm not sure how true that's going to be, Kaladin. Right, well, these things need to make their way up one way or t'other. Don't know how they're going to handle that incline, but they'll have to find a way. Nature often does. It'd be really a lot easier if I could just... I need a bit of a flat bit so I can actually do an intersection here. Don't mind me, Oslo Mountains, just having my way with you. And left needs to get onto left, which just means that we need a wee bit of a bridge over here. Two sides should be fine, right? We just need you to link into here, which I'm not sure you're going to want to do because of this incline and this road, come to think of it. Yeah, Norway's not going to let me do that. It's okay, give them a few days so that they change their mind. Thank goodness for the Eternal Love mod. At first I thought, man, what a scrubby way to approach it. Why remove this local authority mechanic? It's so cool. It is not so cool. It is quite the opposite of so cool. They're definitely not going to reach their max speeds here, but at least the acceleration should help out in some way. Right. There we go, the intersection of nightmares. But that should allow you on and off the main line without interrupting anybody's day. Skian. Maglev can accelerate on the way up in hillsides, no worries. Just make sure turns don't slow them down. Turns are slowing them down here, that's for sure. However, we can limit that. There we go, that's probably going to be slightly less horrific for you. Now it's just a case of collecting them in the center point of here. So however we look at it, we're going to have to even this out for a nice... It only needs to be 2 size. Ugh, man, Bergen's got a bit of a trek, doesn't it? So if we say that this is going to be our remote Norwegian assistance area. And again, I don't need any kind of fancy rails here, just a crisscross, since we only have 2. There's something to be said for building up more, but I'm not hearing it. Now I just need to connect you up with Oslo. All things considered, you probably could have gone through Skien instead of having this little S-bend off of it, but whatever. Now... the horror show of bringing you over. Jinx, must have been a nightmare building trains and leading Norway. But they got it done, right? I've never been on a train in Norway. In fact, I've spent precious little time in Norway. Don't worry, we have the power to reroute their water in the name of progress. Ugh, girdered steel. Girdered steel, we don't like that. There we go, get tubular. Should probably figure out at which point they're actually coming in. But you can't go straight along like so through hills. You have to go up and down and up and down. In that case, I might just have them go straight along here and then curve up and in. It's going to murder speed, but what isn't murdering speed around here? God, these poor sorry Maglev buggers. Hello, Skian. I really... Why did I even branch off Skian here? I could have just made them their station right here. And that still kind of makes sense to do, but... Nah, the Skian people are mostly going to want to go to Oslo. It is quite nice to see all these bumpy rails, though. It's always time to demolish what you made and do it again. No, we've started. We're committed. Damn these Norwegian hills. Couldn't I go along like so? Or even like so? Might be better to 2 birds, 1 stone this situation. I can't even signal that, I don't think. Alright, getting close. I can almost have them both on screen at the same time. Good going. Jinx, the things we do. But Bergen is definitely Hanseatic material. You can found Bergen in Patrician 4, and that's one of the ways that I count something as being a Hanseatic city. If it's a Hanseatic city in Patrician 4, then it's got to be in here. Wait, I didn't need that one to be there. I could have curved you off earlier. Then we just bring you down and find some flat point here to equal it all out. One thing I will enjoy is actually seeing my trains move along all this. They do, however, need to diagonal at some point, so Sadly, that point's got to be about here-ish. Ching's doing all this with terraforming disabled. Would make for an entertaining multiplayer stream, I think. A session. I'm not quite at the level of thinking about running this as a big multiplayer stream yet. Sounds like a lot of effort. You know, kind of like doing Factorio. I was thinking about Factorio the other day. I've been watching some guy do a like super max death world run, and it's been very entertaining. And it has given me that wee tickle of, ooh man, I'd love to play a multiplayer of it again. But it's exhausting, especially when you have a server that doesn't sleep. I mean, I have to sleep. I gotta bugger off and make everyone else do the work. Right, over you go. And back you come. Same for coming out here and coming along here. And in you go, and out you go. There's probably something I'm doing here that uses too many signals. Something like I don't need signals all around here because I don't want them to stop here. I want them to stop maybe when they get to there, or else they're going to clog up this line. I wonder if that's about right. But then they wouldn't clog up here, they'd clog up here, which is just as bad, so I don't think logically that holds. Still more signals I have to pay for, but we're alright with that, right? Now, you might have been right about having my service here. That way everybody can get in on this service, albeit they're going to clog up lines, but that's okay. Yeah, that keeps things nice and simple for me. And simple is better than more throughput. Probably. Also means they're never going to skip anything for their wicked desire for maintenance, I'm sure. Right, so what are we even calling this one? The Norwegian transfer? Big, you messed up directions. The part of skiing is right-hand drive. Well, that sounds horrible. Oh, damn. King will lynch me for that. Right. Well, I was right in thinking there was something off about my signalling. There we go. Man, it's so ugly. It looks like it's just a straight up 90-degree turn there. It's hard to even tell that it's turning the way it is. There's got to be some mod pack for changing maglev lines to not look like ass. Yeah, it's not so much that they're ugly, although they are ugly. It's just the information is hard to immediately ascertain from what you see, which is not at all the case with railways. Ah, railways, right? They're always there for you. Very quick and easy to see what's happening where with the angles and the changes and the turns and whatnot, even if you've got all sorts of turns going on. But not with maglev. Damn maglev. Right, away all that goes. We need lines for this. I haven't been making vehicles and not grouping them, have I? No, I'm too good for such things. Still though, we want to clone ourselves a maglev line, or maglev train rather. We've got you right here with our name on it. Ah, but hold on, cloning that put you into that group, which is not good. Does that mean I have to avoid cloning now? That sounds dangerous, and I really feel like I have done that kind of mistake before now. Oh well, it's not too much work to make my own trains. Yeah, is there some way to clone without grouping? Maybe not. Maybe not. Jake, the mountaintop. What about the mountaintop? It is rather horrible, but at least it's picturesque. Well, probably better than just flattening it all out, isn't it? It might look good on the world map when we're done as well. Right, buy Chimera, and then get ourselves the passenger vans up to 5, and then mail trams for the final 4. And it's very simple, you just go there and there, and all we need are 2 of you, and that's probably overkill as it is. Isn't maglev a waste of money with the infrastructure maintenance? Oh, most assuredly. But that's just going to add to it. We're going to need to make a lot of very profitable things in order to stay afloat, aren't we? Right, and you here, we're going to need Chimera train with the same kind of setup here. Up to 5, and then up to 7. And we're going to have you go from Oslo Central to the Norwegian transfer. And I can't imagine we're going to need more than 4 of you for a very long time. And this is going to be the start of a weird group here. What would you even come under? You're certainly Pax, but Oslo Pax, Norway Pax. It's a very different sort of setup that we have here. I could say Norwegian Pax, and then give you a subgroup for right now, which is Norway to Oslo, and also Skien to, also better the other way around. Oslo, Skien, Pax. I didn't call the other one Pax, did I? And the 2 that do Skien go there, and the 4 that do Norway, Oslo go there. And now we need to actually set up the transfer. It's got a few places to go. Oh god, that's a fair distance. Well, there is a lot not to like here. At least, it should be relatively simple to bring you in like so. I wonder how trams handle these routes. Probably murder in the snow. One thing that I wish this map had is snow. Or the changing of seasons or something like that. You're just a single city. How could I need more than one part for each of you? And this will remain a plaza, which is rather nice, unless I feel like setting up a dock, and I really don't. So what do we have? I think I'll have you here, and we'll have you out here. And this is going to be Stavanger Plaza. Trams don't like hills. Well, they're going to have to get comfortable with them, won't they? Now, there is an idea of looping you, but sod it, we'll just have the one and done approach. If they need further improved, well, too bad for them. How do they come in here? Whee! Got a Manhattan distance this. Thinking about it, might be a good idea to set them up with a way to just go straight over to Stavanger rather than using this transfer. But I like the idea that they all have to get around using that transfer. Now, how about you, Bergen? We can do better than this, can't we? Not very flat at all now, is it? Right. A very daring bridge later. Tubular steel. No, I don't think so. Steel suspension for 112. I don't think any trams go faster than 112. Plus we finally get to see a suspension bridge. And then up these Norwegian mountains you go, and then down the mountains, and up some more mountains you go. Norway is known for its robust mountain trams, is it not? Well, it will be. God, the maintenance crews on this are gonna hate me. And the passengers are gonna hate me. And the environmentalists are gonna hate me. There's just gonna be a lot of hate going on in Norway right now. Okay. I want them to pop in and out of this. Oh, not like that though. I want them to pop in and out of these at the terminals on both ends, because it's going to be a bit of an exhausting trip for them. Now, all of this is Norway transfer. Jeez, this is grim. Oh well, it's the future they have probably chosen for themselves. And give this on both terminals. Away you go, you cheeky wee bugger. Should at least start them growing though, but I know what will help them grow even better. A giant statue of me. It might be a little tough to get good ratings for these guys, especially if I'm not timetabling these vehicles, and I won't because they mix paths with passenger and mail. Maybe I could use a crappier passenger. What am I building here? Whoops. Hope I didn't build that for something else. Do you still live in Sweden? I do. Hopefully not for much longer. Right, it's 80 kilometers per hour for mail, but 96 for you. But really, are they ever going to truly reach those speeds? Well, let's get them going then. How many are we even going to want? Wish timetabling was so much easier to make space out, but hey ho. Right, well it's very simple. You don't even have a plaza to go to. Thinking about it, the space here isn't amazing now, is it? I might even need a dock just to space this out, if nothing else. So there's your Kristiansand Plaza, and I feel like Bergen didn't get one. It did not. There we go. Right, once more with gusto. You are going to go from Kristiansand Plaza up to the Norwegian transfer, simple as. And how many are we going to have? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll give them quite a lot. We'll give them 8, and hopefully they get clogged up enough to have some problems. And well, actually thinking about it, it's always going to be 8 of you and then 8 of the mail things. It's going to be... I wonder, is there a way to stagger them manually with this? Let me try something. If I go mail, and we buy you, and then you go from here to here, and then we have a bunch of you. Could I move you around in the order here? Dang, 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 dang. Right. Would have thought there'd be a way to just drag them. I mean, they can be dragged here, but I suppose not drag and dropped in terms of order. Right, let's see if this will work. If I manually stagger them. Because they have no way to unstagger on this loop. So what I could do is clone you. Ah, why? Well, that kind of worked. I'm gonna get rid of you though. What is with this ordering? Yeah, screw it, something will work, right? So I wanted to start off with a mail tram. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, 4 pairs, 5 pairs, 6 pairs, 7 pairs, 8 pairs. Is this even gonna work? I'm gonna activate them and see. I trust they're all on shared orders. Shared orders, shared orders. Right, that should help stagger it, but it's going to take so long to make this journey that it's still going to spend a long time without service. But as they actually have people to fill up, it's going to introduce bigger gaps and actually help out more. Why is the donut still lost? How can this be? They really don't like Crooksend Plaza. I wonder if there's a way to fix that. Maybe I need to give them like somewhere here to go? Just so then they think afterwards they go there, and then they'll think, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe eventually I'm just going to turn off the lost notification, but I do know those things go away after a while. Right, this seems to have worked with the alternating of the cloning. I think I'll do that again in the future. Hey! Lerwick's going places. It's just getting a bit cramped in there. Still, I'm glad to see they're happy. Are they actually happy? Ooh, excellent and very good. Do they have a giant statue of me? They already do. Good. It's going to be the race between Kirkwall and Lerwick then. 461 versus 370. I do think Orkney is more populous than Shetlands. Makes sense. It's closer to the mainland. By a huge amount. Right. That seems to have worked. Well, worked. Give it time before we can tell if it worked or not. Now we need to do much and such the same with you. And it's, well, it's dead simple at least. Go from there to there. And then we do the same with a passenger train, where they go from there to there. But now we need to clone properly. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 16 though. Is that the amount that I wanted? Probably. On you go. And then, yes, Orkney of the Hansa. There's definitely a lot of bias here. The Hansa really should have stopped at Edinburgh, but couldn't say no to linking up more of Scotland. It's okay, that's arbitration. Some people think being arbitrary is a bad thing. Well, I think it's pretty good. Right, again, we start with mail. The reason we start with mail is because it's slower, so it's going to be better at preventing the vehicles from spreading apart. Well, that sounds like the opposite of what I want, but I know what I mean. Do that, and then get our passenger tram. The passenger has a similar journey to make. And then we clone. That's 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them, and 7 of them, and 8 of them. On they go. We got a lot of grouping. Well, not a lot of grouping. These are road vehicles. They're not inner city. They're more like PAX transfers, aren't they? So forget escape to the UK. I'll make a PAX transfer for the Norwegian transfer here. And then it's just a case of taking all these ungrouped ones and shoving them all into there because I know they're all that. Easy peasy. And then I'll be able to see if my transfer operation here is even profitable. My auntie came back from a holiday to Uist. Apparently the island shops were shut. The kitchen Hotel kitchen was shut. The landscape was incredibly bleak and windy. Great week. That sounds horrible. Oh yeah, there was nothing to do. I couldn't eat. Okay, let's see how this thing does with speed. Oh, wow, it loses speed like crazy. It gains the speed back up pretty swiftly and then bumps into you because you're too fast. That's going to drop your speed down. And then you're going to struggle your way up this hill. Oh, geez, you hate to see it. And that's going to be a long time with no service for them. I actually think Bergen is so far away that it needs more of these. Two, and two, and two, and two, and two. Now that is overkill, no doubt about it, but I don't want these ratings to drop too low, and having a frequent service is one of the best things for it. If your last vehicle there, no matter what vehicle it was under 7.5 days, you're going to get, I think, 51 percentage points. So if you just ensure that you have a frequent service, no matter how crap it is, that's going to be plus 61 if you have a statue. And then it's only going to be really detracted from that if they have a huge amount of people waiting. And with this kind of frequent service, they won't. How much to dig tunnels under the mountains? I certainly could tunnel through here, and it would give them a much better top speed. On reflection, probably should have, but they'd still have a lot of this to bump up through. Actually, that could have been dug through considerably better. It's probably going to save a lot of time if I do as well. Let's do it. Why don't you like that? I think it's because you need to be a little bit further up, or even further down actually. So much digger work to be done for these. Ugh, that was just a drop in the ocean of all the other stuff they have to do, but that's fine, they can take this lovely picturesque thing. I think I've taken a tram up a mountain before, I have kind of memories of that. Okay, what can be done about this? They keep getting lost, and then they stop getting lost because obviously the route is fine. Which seems weird to me because if that makes them get lost, then why in the world do I not constantly get told about, say... what's the thing I'm looking for? Yeah, why do I not constantly get told about these things being lost? They have the same situation, they have to come into one of these and then spit themselves back out. The only difference is these are going into 2 stations and this is going into 1. Would I somehow improve the situation if this were a double station? Platform availability maybe? No, because then they know that they can just queue. Wouldn't be the biggest pain to turn these into a double station just to stop the getting lost thing, but that's not solving the root of the problem. They're lost because you screwed up a signal there, says Gilgan. Ah, that's useful information. What signal did I screw up? Let's see, coming in, and then out, out, and out. What signal is screwed up? If I screwed up a one-way signal, that would have blocked all traffic, so... What ain't right here? I'm not seeing it, but if you can see it, I'm all ears. This monstrosity's really coming together, says Dark. It really is. It really, really is. Nice to see some actual love for Norway here. Right, I can't see the signal. If you can, I'd love to hear it. I don't know exactly. Maybe they can't go south from the platform that's closer to sea. Well, they can come out here and then go along and then come out to the station that they're meant to go to. Can even see them do that. Whee! Off they go. And I really think if there was a platforming issue, everything, if there were a signaling issue, they would all be blocked. Is it when they come out of repairs? Could be plausible. That would explain why we don't see it all the time. We'll try and catch it next time it shows up, see if it's someone coming out of a repair. That would make even less sense. Because all the repair areas are perfectly finely signaled. Maybe they're trying to go against traffic when leaving that service station. They go into the depot to reset their pathfinding, from my experience. Oh, it's all beyond me. Still though, they are profitable lines. That's surprising. But still good to know. Kinda wish that Wilhelmshaven house weren't there so I could just have a straight line coming out. Okay, you're going in for service. Are you about to be confused when you come out? Yes! So something about this whole setup is confusing them. God knows what or why or how. Because you now think, I need to go to Wilhelmshaven far end and I don't know how. Wait, Wilhelmshaven? Ah! They try to go into... they're coming along to Wilhelmshaven and they go, oh crap, I need service. Then they go through Wilhelmshaven, take their service, pop out and go, okay, now how do I get to Wilhelmshaven? Greedy buggers. Right. And that's probably the case for just about everywhere that they're trying to go to. Yeah, I don't like the fact that they go through. Maybe I should force them to service on their rounds so that they don't do this. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I don't like forcing service. It kicks me in the butt too many times. But after Wilhelmshaven, I want you to go there for your service. That's going to slow down all the loops, but it's also going to keep it better spread, and there is a little bit of leeway anyway. So that should fix it. And I need to do the same for the guys going the L'autre côté here. That would be you guys, for example. So if I say after you go to Oldenburg Plaza, I want you to go into that service. Then it'll fix itself, and they'll no longer service on their own account because they know that they have this on their path, and now they won't be lost ever again. Case closed. You could add a depot just before the station as a quick fix. It would only help with that station though, and it still could be that they would pass. Oh god, I'm going way off course here. Where were we just talking about? Here. Could be that even if I had a station here, they might get to here and go, oh god, I need servicing. And then they just pass through and go to there. It's normally not too much of a problem when you... Well, yeah, here's the thing. Gill Games says that they like to not use implicit orders, but the nice thing about implicit orders is that, let's say a train is running from Almere, and it goes and does the route, so it goes through Munster implicitly, and then it gets here and goes, oh Jesus, I need service. It would pass through Bremen and then go and get their service wherever. But because Bremen is implicit, they won't go, okay, now I need to go to Bremen, and then go back around and around and get to Bremen. That is a big strength of implicit orders that I really like. It's Wilhelmshaven, like Wilhelmsport. Wilhelm doesn't need to shave. Then why is there an S there? It's obviously Wilhelmshaven. If it was Wilhelm possessive, there'd be an apostrophe. And there isn't. Not to mention there'd be a space. Weren't they getting lost before the implicit order was removed? That was because they were trying to figure out what's after this. Okay. Wait, Lubeck transfer? No, that's nothing new. Lubeck transfer loves to get lost. Right. I want to double check and make sure that Escape the UK is operational. A lot of mail trying to get to the Lubeck Metroplex. Probably because these planes don't carry that much mail, only 80 bags a pop. But that's okay. The mail situation can suck here. I don't have a big problem with that. It's moving passengers that's better. Come to think of it, is there a go-to aircraft for simply moving loads of mail? Yeah, I can refit you for 480 bags of mail. Not unthinkable. Couldn't you just add an extra implicit order for the turnaround so they don't get lost? But you don't add implicit orders. Implicit orders get added. Because the order for the Almere run is just go to Almere and go to Hamburg. Everything else gets added implicitly, automatically. I don't add implicit things. Although maybe there's a way to do that. I don't think there is. Oh yeah, Guild Games plays without breakdowns, so that's why they're out of their element here. Anyway, it seems to be fixed. The Norwegian appendix, is it operational? Do these people hate me? No, they think it's very good. Oh, I love seeing the planes flying overhead there. Norwegian transfer has outstanding service here. Of course it does. It has fast trains coming in and constant service. Kristiansand Plaza is only good, and it's going to go down because I have to wait a long time for these guys to come around. It's another long distance, so I'm actually thinking I shall do some cloning. In this case it'll be you, then you, then you, and you. Off you go. And since we've cloned someone from a group, it won't appear as ungrouped road vehicles. Every single thing is grouped already. Man, I like these groups. And why don't we take a moment to observe what is profitable on our loops? Or rather, in this case, what's unprofitable. The only thing not making me money are the Malmo Pax trains. And actually, why? How and why is the Malmo line not making me dosh? Why are you running empty? There are really so few people here that want to move up to Oslo? I guess so. Wait, you're running suspiciously empty. Is there seriously nobody to pick up around here? At least nobody wanting to go to Oslo. This is looking very suspicious. Maybe they all get on the boats instead. Right, that's all the more reason to end these boats. They have cost me money for the last time. The chopping block boats, which have a lot of different things, but every single one of them loses me money. You're a suspicious one. Oh, the Rostock dock connection. How goes the game getting good at OpenTTD? Well, I've been told that I'm absolute ass at this game, even still, but I think I'm getting quite a lot better, especially from the first episode. Right, you're all going to go to depot, and we will destroy all 140 of these chopping block boats. And then I'm going to hope that we actually start getting some passengers that want to leave Oslo. This is all Oslo Central. Oslo Central's coverage is... that's probably actually a big part of it. Oslo Central coverage is terrible. Oslo needs a ferrying service, or what I'm calling inner city service here. Because ferrying makes it sound like I want to use my ferries some more, which is not what I want to do. Have you come over like so, get rid of that. And we're going to have a tram network that runs around. And it's going to pick up all these weirdos in outlying Oslo. And it's just going to be a very simple loop. No fancy crap, as Tony Cipriani would say. You're going to be part of Oslo Central over here. Should be simple enough if I just have you and you. But then I need to pick up others from the whole rest of Oslo that isn't part of Oslo Central. So I will have Oslo Plaza here and probably here. Man, that gets a lot of people. So this is now Oslo Plaza. Love the term plaza here. You're going to be slow coming around here anyway, so I might as well have this be your position. And we're going to have... ooh, how many? Central and there. We'll have 8 of them make their way around. 8 is overkill, man. Four is probably plenty. And then the mail comes in. And the mail... actually, it's a loop, isn't it? So the mail can go the other way. The mail can go Central Plaza. Plaza... oh. I see my critical error here now. Need to have different pickup points for different things. So what we're saying, Oslo Central to Oslo Plaza, and then get your Servias. And it's not going to be so cluttered that this is going to clog up, I reckon. Get you all out, get you activated, and since you're ungrouped road vehicles, we can have a new inner city. We don't already have an Oslo inner city, but now we do. In time, it might be that every city needs an inner city. They're all going to have to grow to 5,000 or so. And unless they grow incredibly tightly around their central or their dock or whatever they have, it's going to be quite challenging to keep them all satisfied. Because in order to grow a city, I need to move around half of their passengers and mail, and I'm not doing that in Oslo. And the generation here counts every single building, from the little outlying cottage to the big high-rises in the center, so they all need a bit of love. And I'm here to give it to them. Out you go. A stream on Tuesday. Someone really likes Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Not a question of like or love. TTD is becoming my life. Alright, to make things even better, the service in Oslo, which is already outstanding, is probably going to reach all the way to 100% because they have very fast train lines coming through, extremely efficient service, and everybody's getting picked up. And now you're not running early, you're carrying one whole bag of mail. I watch you every time I study, it helps a lot. Thank you, says Kola Tom10. I have my doubts that this is helping you study, but if you achieve good grades, then you can say whatever the heck you want. That's how things go in academia. Nobody will question success. That said, I certainly didn't achieve success in academia. I found a lot of success outside of academia. So I am a terrible role model in that regard. So don't use me for it. Alright, this is looking good. Oslo's back on the growth. And the thing is, Oslo's growing even though it doesn't get their grain or livestock oil or wood or... yeah, they need goods and valuables as well. I wonder if I could get them some valuables. For example, I could have a cheeky little helicopter that runs Skien to Oslo just to get them some goodies. And in fact... okay, the boat's finally all gone away. It looks so sad here now though, doesn't it? It looks real sad. Okay, well, we're going to have to find them and destroy them, sadly. So we're going to go to these places that have all of these and just say bye-bye. At least we get some money back for it. Still a painful loss. I believed in these ships. I spent a lot of time setting up these networks, and now I'm just destroying them. I think it only sells ships that have stopped inside, so if somehow there's a ship on a regular route just taking a break, hopefully they don't get destroyed. This is going to cut off some places. Ronny docks and Ystad docks are going to suffer from this. But it just means they're going to stop growing. They will grow later on, when I later connect them up. Right. This is where a bulk delete tool would just be glorious. Goodness, if I was so inclined, I'd want to add to this myself, but it probably wouldn't be folded into trunk, would it? Well, who knows? I think if things are popular enough they would. Cargo dist got folded into trunk. Which I mean made part of OpenTTD, good and proper. You're right, I could not resist, says Ninja, and I have now worked up a duplex mini train solution. You seem to love your mini trains. Good on you for it, though. I like my mini trains. I'm still in love with my mini train solution for Novgorod. Look at that. You might think it's hideous, but you cannot deny that it does work. Let's watch it for a bit again. Look at that. How's the rating in Novgorod? Excellent. It's excellent because they have good, fast trains coming in, picking up people, so since they get a regular service, and since the passenger and mail numbers are very low, it's all good. Does Novgorod already have a giant statue of me? It does, which is a shame. Given the giant statue, I would have hoped these ratings would be even higher. And the coverage, this is what I mean, Novgorod won't need an inner city transport thing, because between the dock and the train station everything is caught. And if they just grow out a bit more here and here, we're good. Although if they started growing out here, then I'd need an inner city network. So eventually I would, but the goal is 5,000, not 50,000. Ah. Right, how is Lübeck looking? Because Lübeck is something I want to be enormous. I'm actually struggling a bit on the mail for some reason. Transporting mail out of Lübeck's getting tough. Look at that, 5,000 backed up bags of mail, mostly wanting to go to Lübeck Eastern Exchange and Nobbing Docks. The Nobbing Docks ones will probably go away because there's now not a boat route for it. But weird that the Eastern Exchange is lacking it. But that's fine though. We can grab... well, we can hopefully find one of these that's doing bags of mail. And then copy number 175, which is hard to track. But if I just pause it right there, and I just clone old 175 there 3 times maybe. Even fitted for mail, the capacity is only 320, which is absurd. How can I fit more bags of mail on a plane than a giant ship? No clue. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's all engine under there. Nowhere to keep the bags. Lots of passengers as well. Where are they trying to go? The Metroplex. Tons of them wanted to go to the Metroplex. Even a bunch of bags of mail want to go to the Metroplex. These are people that want to fly away, and I can't truly blame them. Do you carry passengers to the Metroplex? No, you carry mail to the Metroplex. Let's let them spread out a bit so I can catch a Metroplex transfer boat like you. You're exactly what I want. I know that because you're a Lübeck transfer and you're going to the Metroplex. I just wish there was a visual difference between ships carrying passengers and mail. It would make it a lot easier to grab them. Still, much to my surprise, a lot of people want to go, so I will help them out. And now as you get in here, all these passengers wanting to hit up the Metroplex are going to dissolve. Although you can Metroplex first. Thank goodness for the ethereal nature of boats. Yeah, we've got all these goods backed up as well, but oh well. You could create a visual difference by assigning different colors to... Ah, amazing, Ninja! Amazing. So, since that bothers me a lot specifically for the boats, I could go to... What are you even? Your Pax transfer, Lübeck transfer, and then... Wait, I wonder if they are actually going to be... Right, we got passengers here. Don't tell me the passengers and the mail are all linked together here. They probably are, aren't they? Which means I'd have to differentiate the... maybe, maybe not. For example, we've got these 4 ones, right? And do they all do mail? Mail, 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 and the last one. Oh, it's all mail, okay. Which means, how do we change the color of this group? I probably have to make a subgroup of mail though, don't I? Yeah, it would have to be... Are you guys, are these 2 on the mail as well? No, they're passengers. And they're both passengers? Huh. That's strange. I would have thought I'd have a lot more mail transfer within Lübeck, but... Okay, okay. Let's pin you, dismiss all this. And we know that... I'm actually surprised that I have so few that carry mail around here. Then... something funny going on, I'm telling you. I'm pretty sure I have more than 4 of these that carry mail. I mean, these guys have the orders Metroplex to Central. You have Eastern to Central. And you have Eastern to Central. I am confused now. I feel like some of these are actually mail. Passengers, 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 passengers. Passengers, 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 passengers. Passengers, passengers. Did I really not set up a mail one between these? Ah, there we go. There is mail linked in here. 225 is part of the shared order, but it does mail. So I would actually have to distinguish between mail and passengers from my packs lists, and I can't justify doing that just to make them look different. It's no big deal just to catch, although I would like to know that the mail is different from that. Nah, forget it. We'll just add more. They're ships, they can handle it. A lot of people wanting to go to Lübeck Central from the Eastern Exchange, though. It's alright, they get picked up, surely. The foghorns of progress, they can't be stopped. Maybe not. Right, we'll grab you. A whole lot of you. And I'm gonna hope that you guys are equipped for passengers. You certainly are. Alright, on you go. Nothing wrong with just overloading this with boats. Although really it's just a... Just get on the boat and walk along and jump from boat to boat. There we go. Drink them all up and shove them over to Central. Can't believe it's worth money taking this route, but I think volume is what's saving us here. Yeah, the mail isn't just letters though, you're getting all your Amazon packages here. Right, I did delete all those boats, and hope that's going to stop a lot of clogging like over to Rostock Dock or to Nobbing. But then, no, Nobbing has its own way of moving now. Because they're still going to, well, some of these are going to sack off and then go to my little conveyor belt of trams, which is still fine. And then they'll get onto the transfer at Metroplex, and then there they can go from anywhere. They're going to wish they could go straight to Copenhagen, but too bad. Right, I need to link up Sweden here. How? Well, Malmö already has the monorail that can shoot out from the bottom. Quite a lot of them, though. Might be an idea just to have 6-station setups. I would certainly want to do Vistad. How's Ronnie going to deal with Vistad? Might be best just to have the Ronnie dockers sail over to Ystad. and they'll have their own like I can collect people in Ronnie and bring them over like so, which is what I reckon I'll do. First I'm gonna save them from their own horrible road layout here with my totally better one. I don't like the fact that gridding, well, I just don't like gridding in my city builders period, but I don't think there's any plausible argument against gridding for efficiency in a game that is based on a grid. Go figure, local authority hates me. Okay. Ah, but you see these boats are ethereal. They cannot block up. There is a mod that I noticed which does simulate boats not wanting to get close to each other. So it forces them to space apart. Or maybe it just tries to subtly push it, whatever the case. Certainly wasn't interested in that, given how well the boats work for me when I use them purely for transfers. Actually, I might have done myself in here. I wanted space for my my big old station, didn't I? And I kind of want it right about here. So, sorry, people living here. You've got to go. All while this calm music that reminds me of Final Fantasy IX's Dali comes to mind. Right, whoopsie-doodle. I'm deleting what I wasn't wanting to delete there. So you can blast out here and come into the station here. We're doing monorail. I know maglev is better and we have access to maglev, but I don't want to have maglev. I want to have monorail. Bit of a short distance just to do for monorail, but also doesn't really get much of it. These people will probably need an inner city, but we can deal with that later. So I'm sure I can remember how to build an exit here. It's left-hand drive, so you're the one that can shoot right out. And then they're going to be coming in like so. There's plenty of space, so probably nothing wrong with just having these come out like that. And that. And that. Does that make sense? No, these probably are the ones that should bridge, given this. Well, not probably. They definitely should. So you get to come out and... yeah, that's good enough. Over you go. And hopefully that's also good enough. Also need some crisscrosses here. No signals needed on the other side of it. Do I want you out further still? I think I do. Nice having a lot of space for stations like this. That all seemed to work. Can't see why it wouldn't. You come in, you go da-da-dun, and you come out and you go da-da-dun. Easy peasy. And then over you go into this, huh? There, length 4. Length 4 is fine. And then in you come. Very easy, except I screwed it all up. Alright, that brings you into Yusid, but where do we go from here? I reckon Karlskrona could feed itself up to Kalmar, and Kalmar will be the station that gets love. What about Norrköping? Norrköping should definitely have a station, because it's a fair distance over to Sweden from there, or to Stockholm. Jinx. Some Swedes will want to bury me alive for referring to Stockholm as Sweden. You see, Swedes have got a bit of an issue with Stockholm. They don't like it. Unless they're from Stockholm, in which case they're knobheads already, but that's a different problem entirely. Right, we can blast up to Kalmar here, but it's going to be a tight squeeze to get out, isn't it? Still, tight squeeze is not a problem if we just ruin some people's lives. A euro that doesn't like their capital? Impossible. I know, far be it. Right. I was better at planning this. It almost looks like it could be a straight shot up to Kalmar. Let's use our powers of imagination here. If you went up by 3, then yes, it could be a straight shot up to Kalmar. So let's take this bit here and move along like so. And that, with a little bit of redecoration, could be a lovely entranceway into Kalmar. How do you feel about me now, Kalmar? Probably not amazing after what I just did to you, but that is what one could call a you problem. And then you actually need to have a bit coming out here, don't you? Yes, because the exits of a station need to have one bit extra coming out before they merge back in. Else the signaling's going to be all sorts of out of whack. Do I want you guys together and coming up, or do I want a bit of space between you? It's just extra work either way, but whatever. We'll have them come together. Wait a second. This is where they're coming out. Not here. Foolish, foolish, foolish. And I left them space on that side already. Yeah, this is a pretty hefty farm. I hope it's producing a lot. It is not. In fact, that farm is on its way out. It's going to die. Well, no, I could have the little bridge be here. This bridge, on the other hand, needs to be quite a bit longer. Very serene view, though. It's going to be a bit of a loss of speed coming over here, but so be it. There we go. And then hopefully this connects up. It does. And then for a bit of an awkward one bit here. Then it's going to be a bit of a zigzag here now, isn't it? No, not necessarily, because what I can do is have you come in like so. And there we go. Plop, plop, plop into Kalmar. And then you come in here, but you emerge from here, meaning that these ones need to come out by 1 before they connect up. And you can just straight up come out like so. And then it's up to Norrköping, which we should be able to... no, damn these rivers getting in my way. Oh, I love hearing that mwam noise out of the monorails and the maglevs. It's the sound of progress. Right, we'll have you come along for fair whack. Actually, I want you coming a little closer. You know, minimizing all that use of land, because there's clearly not enough space here. Maybe I should try playing on a considerably smaller map later on. Certainly not now. You're going to be coming straight up here. Could you not just, like, go in like so? I know that's a very tight corner, and you're going to hate me for it, but conceptualize the uses. Ah, I see the use already. You need signaling to get you out of here. Because you're going to be coming out here. Signal, 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 and then... I mean, that's already a bit more than necessary, isn't it? Oh, what the heck. Who's keeping score? Pedants, that's who. Did the original OpenTTD have this build anywhere thing that lets you do multi-directions on your train lines? It's very handy. It does feel a bit finickety at times, but something about it doesn't... Holy cribbins. Tycoon of the Century. That sounds like me. Get away, though. I'm a magnet. I'd rather be a patrician, if that's going. Okay, is it just a straight shot up to Stockholm? It looks like it is. Looks like a very good straight shot at that. Also about that, Euros hating their capital. I don't hate Edinburgh. And Edinburgh will always be my capital. Starting to worry since I am no longer a 2 billionaire though. I'm going to need to set up some actual profitable routes soon. I know I'm spending a lot of money, but I'm also burning a lot of money. If you missed it early on, I enabled... Ooh, that's not good. That's the opposite of good. Get rid of you. I enabled the option where I have to pay for maintenance. And maintenance, or infrastructure maintenance, is currently costing me 175 million euros a year. Which is most of my income, and that's not even counting the fact that these vehicles themselves have their own costs. Well, hopefully destroying all of those unprofitable boats is going to help out. Is that the end of the game? I don't know, maybe in vanilla it might be. Right, don't mind me, Stockholm. I'm just going to destroy some houses and help you progress by building T-Centralen. Stockholm have a... There's a lot of things Stockholm doesn't have. This doesn't even get that much of Stockholm, but hey-ho. I don't know if it's EN or AN at the end, but there we go. Let's try to be a little bit authentic here. At least I've got a long area here to break everything out of. Okay. Seems fine. Seems even better than fine even. T-Centralen is the devil's offspring. Yeah, I don't spend much time there to be sure. I knew something was missing here. I'm missing my little crisscrosses. it's time to signal and give them maintenance, and we're good to keep going. So start with signaling. Coming in like so. I forget. Apparently we don't want signals going in, but we want signals out. Probably. And signals all the way down. And signals all the way up. And then signals into the exits on these. I've got that feeling in the back of my head that I reversed the order of the signals there. No, it looks fine. Right, Ystad. Funny, I've heard people talking about Ystad, and there it is. That was not the right place to put you. I was thrown off by the fact that I give myself space for it. Why would I even do that? Well, it makes no real difference now, does it? Okay. Come along here. Go along there. And then exit signals, including signaling along here for whatever reason. Still don't truly understand, but we do it and it works. You lose money every minute, says Guild Games. I know! The infrastructure plus the inflation is very expensive. Very, very expensive. But that's fine, we just need to set up some other profitable lines and we'll be okay. Actually, looking at it, I would need to double all my ships that make income for this to work out, but don't worry about it. I'm certainly not worrying about it. Okay, where are we going to set up maintenance for you? Well, there's plenty of options for it. Well, I say plenty, I'm not so sure about that anymore. No, it's fine, we can have a bypass here. Yeah, we can set up maintenance here and here. Definitely people that think that would be insufficient amounts of maintenance, but I am convinced that people put in too much maintenance on their lines. I want my lines to be like my life, very low maintenance. Okay. Hope that's enough space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's plenty space. Overkill even. Didn't forget my signals either this time. And we can have a bypass for you, but this might be a better place for it. Yeah, allows us to use even another bridge. And we all love the bridges, especially with the incredible cost of maintaining bridges. Yeah, kind of scary how expensive it is to maintain a bridge, but Fourth Road Bridge has been on the news long enough for that to be a recognizable threat to one's bank account. There you go, and loop you back in. Gonna be a painful job if I ever go around and want to fix my existing crummy stations, because there are plenty of those for sure. Ooh. Always catches me off guard which bit I can enter in on these stations. Notice that it stopped telling me that the donut people are lost, which is good. Don't mind me, but don't worry, I will fix your water there. Recht. Stockholm to Malmö, let's go. like myself, then you fancy Z1 Millennium Electric, far slower than maglev at this point, but that's okay. Carries passengers, that's got to be a big boon. And then passengers up until length. Whoa, no, no, no. Passengers up to length 5, and then mail beyond that. This just feels the best. The 7 length with that distribution. Is it the actual best? I have no idea. Do I care? Well, I do know that I don't. Right, that's you. How many are we going to need for this? Rather a lot, I would say. I reckon this can handle 16 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Go. And on top of that, this is going to be... well, it's going to be Malmö packs rather than Stockholm packs, because Malmö is the... well, it's more of an exchange. That's about as logical as I get. So this is Malmö to Stockholm packs. And the ungrouped 16 trains that I just made go right into there. And thanks to that, they immediately get this name. Now, I'm willing to gamble that the original OpenTTD did not have this very convenient grouping method, or even if it did, that it didn't have all these tools and functionalities. Man, is it good. Emerging at 61, accelerating up to 100 and plenty. Very nice. Very, very nice. Alright, now Stockholm will finally get a bit of service. It's already generating mail and passengers, but it's insufficient, isn't it? You're right, it is. Man, I've lived in Stockholm for too long, so I'm looking at the map thinking about all of the incorrect parts to it. It definitely needs an inner city network, because the city is too big. So, what are we going to do? We're going to have a loop, that much is for sure. Wish you'd show me your coverage a lot easier. So I really just need to cover the upper part here and bring it in. They're going to continue to grow out here, of that I'm fairly certain. Yeah, I can't spend too long working on this, or people are going to see my obvious biases here in assisting Sweden. Or at least assisting Stockholm. I gotta stop confusing the two. They both begin with S, you have to understand. You come around like so. We'll give you your depot right here. And we need to, let's see, you link up like so, right? So. We'll have you be part of T-Centralen. There are actually trams connected to T-Centralen now that I put a modicum of thought into it. So this isn't too outrageous. Now how's that even a junction? Off you go. And then they need similar for these, so that can also be part of Stockholm North, although we will change the name. And you can be part of whatever that other thing is going to be. It's not central, that's to be sure. So what's this going to be? Stockholm... Geez, what's in this part of Stockholm? Don't know. It's just going to be the South Plaza. And then this is going to be the Stockholm North Plaza. Preferably with space in it. And now we're just going to have our mail carriage come around. It's going to go south, north, central, maintenance. It's probably overkill, but off you trot. And then we're going to have a passenger train that does the same but opposite. So it's going to go central, north, south, depot. There we go. Fantastic. Last thing we need to do is set up an inner city group. Stockholm inner city. And then and then. We get ungrouped. Find Stockholm. And add them in. Sorted! Even more money to just throw away and be... Oh god, that number's actually gone down faster than I want it to. Really, I'm dead inside 19 years if I don't set up some profitable routes. Every month there's a huge tick down. Yeah, it counts the property maintenance every month, and it's a grower and a shower. So let's at least hope that the things I'm setting up are proving profitable. What's a network that I set up not too long ago? Actually, I'm... Well, with the... No, I need to link in these little outlier towns that we still have and then be done. So I think I will just set up a boat network over to Kalmar to serve you. Yeah, Kalmar. Kalmar is going to be willing to take you in, of that I'm sure. Iron, steel, but not coal. And that would only be part of the foundry. I could get you as part of Kalmar Central if I took it here, but I want it over a bit, so well, tell you what, this is exactly what a little bit of cheeky terraforming is for. I'm going to make you part of Kalmar, aka Kalmar Central. I'm going to take the boats that do this route. Are you all together? Do you share orders? I think you do. And we're going to remove Kalmar Foundry. And we're going to replace it with Kalmar Central. That should be all of these. Good. Kalmar Foundry goes way of the dodo, even though it has a bit of steel. And now we link up Karlskrona with that. It's not ideal, however, I look at this placement, but I'll put you here. And you are doubtlessly going to want some better service, even if it's just a crappy little bus and mail van that rides around the place, collecting practically nothing. Not just practically nothing, I think it will be nothing. And somewhat unbelievably, I do need you to link into the docks one way or the other, so... Tell you what, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to put the tiniest little bridge in here so that we can have you come around like so. There, doesn't that look a bit better? And that means that I can even put you here as part of the docks. And you here. I like it when they're off the road like this. I think it's far less efficient because it takes longer to get in, it uses up an extra square. But I think they look neat, and that's good enough for me. Now, similarly, let's have you here, and it's dead simple. We're gonna have maybe 2 Mark II super buses here, and 2 mail vans. You know, 2 is overkill. We don't even need 2. We just need 1. I'll keep it 2 though. I like to think this place is gonna grow eventually. Between there and the docks, clone it, and off you go. And this is, I can't believe we have inner city for Karlskrona, but here we go. Karlskrona. It's got money in the name at least. Greetings, Lord Megajake. How's it going today, sir? No need for the formalities here, brain dead goat 93. But all is well. All is very well, in fact. It's so good because I'm using my Sabbath to play OpenTTD. Normally I take these days off, and it's actually very important to me that I don't stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. Often I want to, often I'm like, oh man, I kind of wish I was just sitting down, putting in a few more hours on this, that, and the next thing. But, as I said, it's important to me not to, because it keeps the hunger growing. The biggest nightmare for me, I suppose, would be if I ever burnt out on video games and, to a lesser extent, streaming. But it hasn't happened in the many years I've lived and spent loads of hours on it. I doubt it's going to start now. Still, this game is just too overpowering. I needed more of it in my life. So that should get you good ratings, but there's a bit of a problem here, and that's that nothing's actually running boat-wise. So I think it's probably overkill doing big passenger boats for you. This small one's going to be sufficient, surely, just for your tiny little place. Cheaper to run as well, and I do now really have to care about my money. But I'm going to do the big one anyway. Just go from there to there. And then I'm going to buy another one. And this other one is going to have the same route, but it's going to run with mail. And then off you go. And you're going to go into my remote service here. And this is going to be Karlskrona packs. I don't always call them packs, do I? It's kind of a given, but it's a good idea to put it into the name, isn't it? In any case, in you go to Karlskrona packs. Kind of nice that they are in different orders though, but I would need to make subgroups in order to change the color between them. Steel Kalmar Lubeck 93 as invalid order. And I'll tell you why. That's because you're a steel one, right? Yep. And that tells me you need to go here. And full load. And we'll delete that. Strange. I thought you shared the orders with the other guys. Maybe I set up another ship without even realizing it. Anyway. You will very slowly get yourself some passengers who will very slowly be moved out here, but at least the speed of these hover boats will surely improve the ratings, which could always be better if there were a giant statue of me. And then Karlskrona will slowly grow. Why the hell are wheel steamers still in use in freaking 2050s? Must have been some awful event that happened around, say, I don't know, 2023 or so that caused some kind of decline in technology. Don't know what could do such a thing, though. What do we think of Ronny Docks? Ronny should boat over to Ystad Docks, perhaps? It's a short enough distance that I doubt these fast-moving vehicles would get lost. Wait, how much do these things cost? I put them down willy-nilly, but maybe they cost way more than I think they do. Infrastructure cost for water? No. Is this going to pop in anywhere? 185,165. 185,162. 2 grand? Wow, these things are dirt cheap. I like it. Anyway. Poor Ronny Docks. I think that I'm just going to cheapen out big time by just doing this and this. And then Ronny Docks has amazing coverage, and we're just going to boat these people over to Ystad. They're going to have some pretty terrible ratings, which is a downside of just extending your reach like that, but giant statue of me might just save the day. And then we'll bring a peg well going back and forth to there and to there. And then I'm going to oh, that's right, I could have just cloned you, couldn't I? And then taken the clone and told them to do it for mail. And then activate. And of course, make sure that they are... That's road vehicles, here we go. There, now they're grouped together since I did it like that. Don't know what's better, but I also don't think I care. This is Ronny Packs. And we're going to shove you in there. And then not be too worried. Ronny will have a hard time growing with that, but I'm sure they will eventually grow. Yeah, thinking about it. It's a bit rough for them, isn't it? That rating's going to suffer. But it grabs most of the people there, I'm sure it'll be okay. It's very relaxing music. Is it from the game or somewhere else? I have 5 different soundtracks rocking. Polybridge 2, Train Valley 2, Stronghold, Banished, and Transport Tycoon. Good old Polybridge. Still going at me with those invalid orders. Maybe I just didn't delete the other one? Still, you work with the, you work with everything there. Don't tell me there's something like you can't pick up the steel. No, you just need a little bit of it to grab it. I'm sure it's fine. Maybe they weren't linked. No, it's a shared order. It's fine. Maybe they were just different shared orders that I wasn't aware of. Alright, is there any other Swede I need to link into my network? We managed to grab Karlskrona over by boat, although on reflection a tram service would have been infinitely superior. And not so wasteful. We got Ronnie connected. Wow, Ronnie actually feels excellent. I suppose if I just keep the passenger numbers low, it'll be okay. Tell me, how long is this taking you? 31 days, maybe about 35 or so. Would certainly be useful for these poor bastards if they got, if they doubled up on that. Another one of the oil fields have shut down. Maybe I got a notification of it below and just wasn't paying attention to it. In any case, if it's that way, you just stay in there and then get absolutely deleted. Are these guys making me profits? Oh god! Who would have thought oil fields packs are not making me dosh? Right, we need to fix the dosh situation pretty hardcore. Easiest way would be to move oil a very long distance, turn it into goods, and then move those goods a very long distance. Another way would just be to have a very long goods rail line, probably even better if I do it that way, actually. Any Italian oil? I'm not moving anything from outside of the Hansa. If it's not in the North Sea or the Baltic Sea, then too bad. And if it's on the mainland, it better be within these borders. So I'd have to think hard about that one. But I do need to do something about my eye-watering deficit here, because it's growing, and it's growing a lot. That said though, this August hasn't been that bad. I spent a lot on new vehicles last year, and that's a big part of it, probably all those expensive maglevs. But in this year, I kept the game running whilst I built up the Stockholm run, didn't I? Speaking of which, Stockholm's getting a fair few people out here. I think they'd get a fair few more if they had a giant statue of me. That's one thing Stockholm's lacking. Come on, let's see these people move around. It just looks so good drinking up those passengers. It's like that feeling when you have a big old strawberry milkshake and you just start sucking it all up and watching it drop down in the glass. At least, that's how I'm feeling. And that's all that matters, right? One thing Scandinavia kind of lacks is a reasonable airport to drop people in long distance, but I do worry about these getting more clogged than I might think. What does the cargo movement say? The cargo movement says that it's still way too busy going, or, well, it's not busy enough, getting these people out to Tallon. Loads of people still want to go to Tallon. Do I have any Tallon things here that I can... Here we go. There's Lubeck to Tallon 83. That's you, right? Clearly don't have enough of you, so let's add another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8 of you. And that should solve our problems. Probably overkill as well. Actually, that is overkill. I'm going to not have 2 of those. Still, these airplanes make decent money, right? Overall, my aircraft make me 33 mil. And there aren't that many of them. There's 92 of them compared to my 345 trains, so proportionally they certainly make more money. And we can certainly ignore the helicopters that largely make a huge loss. That's kind of scary, actually. Remote service. That's not huge, it's just 500,000. Lerwick is actually profitable. Now that is bizarre. I didn't even think they had money out there, but, well, I'll be damned. Now, some of that money is lost on these, on the local stuff here. But that loss doesn't impact on this too badly. Then again, the upkeep for this airport probably makes it a net nothing for me. How can those 16 oil-filled passengers not pay for a giant boat? Boating these people might even be worse than helicoptering them. Right, so I should be on the hunt for a distant but lucrative oil field like Bergen Oil Rig. That's a good start. Rotterdam still has way too many goods that I'm not shipping. Those guys ship over to Lubeck for amazing money. For some reason you're taking your sweet time in getting them. But still, yeah, Rotterdam's always there for me when it comes to oil money. So I think I'm going to look towards more of them. You're just an oil guy, right? But you are pretty sweet. You go to Rotterdam, you full load on goods, and then you drop them off in Lubeck. And what's even cooler is that you grab goods in Lubeck, and then you take them back to... I actually forget where you drop them off. Is it Den Haag? Yeah, you drop them off in Den Haag, which I hope accepts goods, because that would be a huge waste of money if they didn't. Now, the poor part there might be that it's off the mark. I actually want Lubeck to produce fewer goods, but as it is, well, what does it matter? Right, I just need to grab more of these guys. Oh god, I've still got a lot of these guys that I'm paying for and I didn't delete. I forgot there were many other such cases. Right, never mind that. Let's clone some of these guys. How many? I don't know, but I want a lot more. And then I want to bring more oil my way. Bergen is a half-decent place to start, because I can link it in with this route. So it's good to know that these things are so cheap to set up. Hopefully that's not too bad for you. So we need a new ship. It's going to be a big old oil tanker. And it's going to go from Bergen, and it's going to go down here, through here. Give me a bit more screen real estate, please, game. To here, to here. And then all the way down, down, down. Jeez, you got a place to go after there? I'm surprised ships don't tell me they get lost going from here to wherever they go from there. Here, I guess. And then down to Rotterdam refinery. And then I have to tell them to go back the way, which is even more confusing. Did I tell them to go there? No. There to there to there to there. Did I get it? Stavanger. This is rough. How do they actually transport this oil? Do they really use ships? Maybe they bring ships a lot closer. That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Right. Of course I want you activated. And I certainly want you cloned several times. So there's going to be a lot of oil to bring a long way. Don't know if that's going to be overkill or not, but that's a very long distance to go. Anyway, activate, and these boats are going to go to my oil to Rotterdam. We have a lot of them. I should check and see if any of them are running empty so I can add more ships to them. So you guys, for example, you bring oil to Rotterdam from Alkmaar oil field. Alkmaar oil field is already backing up on oil. So that tells me I could just clone at least one of you and that would be okay. Other oil things to check. Feels good to be in an oil baron. Oil from Kingswich on Hull oil field is backing up with billions of oil. But you're already heading up there. However, the fact that you're not there already tells me we could probably do with another one of you. I'll just clone you. What's your capacity actually? 1.66. It's a fair amount. There we go. You go and join them. Who else to check when it comes to oil? That's the Kingston, which we just checked. You, however, to Emden oil field, which is already backing up. We don't like that, do we? So you were Emden, right? Damn right, you were Emden. So we're gonna clone you and activate you. And then another one, this big one here. They're all showing a loss, but that's probably just because it's taken them a fair while to get one place to another. Yeah, definitely. Lerwick's a fair distance. But Lerwick seems to be doing just fine. Wow, Lerwick's huge on this. The oil is apparently very good. Imagine if it were better, but you can only get so good when you're moving things by boat. Still, though, I feel like it could be better if it just gets some better service. Okay, there we go. That should help out a bit. Left wondering if any of these produce loads of oil, which I am not currently dealing with. Sunderland, for example. It's not huge, but if I foster it, it could become huger. So let's have another such. Hey, why am I not using the Yokohama? The Yokohama is the same speed with more capacity. It also lasts longer and has better reliability. Why would I ever use you instead of you for oil? Well, this one's better because it does all sorts of different things, but I should be using the Yokohama instead. It's cheaper to run. Yeah, but I need to replace it, meaning I have to pay another 1.3 million or 1 million 10 years sooner. Also, it's going to break down more often. Anyway, you're going from Sunderland. On the wrong thing here. Go to Sunderland and then follow the old path down to Ye Old Refinery. Now this is a double whammy because I get the good money from refining, of course. But I get the goods, and those goods go over to Lübeck for great money. I'm very grateful that none of these boats turn around and tell me they're lost, because they have a long distance to go without waypoints. Where are we going again? Sunderland? Sunderland oil field. There we go. It's going to take a wee while for these guys to make me the good money, but 6 should do for now, and I can always check in on someone if they need more love. Aberdeen isn't very lucrative. Dundee is quite alright. Could get a bit of love for Dundee. Yeah. Nice thing about setting up our oil runs is the incredible lack of caring that I have to do about infrastructure. The cost of this is low. Of course, now I'm thinking about infrastructure. I never was before, was I? These infrastructure costs are immense, but hopefully these will help us with them. Get that big old Yokohama. Wasn't that a dreadnought class in the Pacific War? Forgive my ignorance on the matter, but I thought the Japanese used a Yokohama giant dreadnought. I've got a lot of war ignorance. Just prefer not to think about it. Sticking to the Bob Ross levels of thinking about unhappy things. There we go. I realize I've made a mistake on a lot of these and I've told them not to full load, but I will fix that. And how many of these are we going to need? Probably 5 will do. I didn't bring them all the way up to Dundee. I needed 1 more. Sunderland, actually I need another one on top of that. That's going to there. Yokohama's a naval base. The battleship was the Yamato. Thank you, Goka. I mean, they all sound the same, right? Right, ungrouped ships. I need to make sure at Dundee you full load, and you guys at Sunderland you full load. Did I make any more of these? No, I think everything else is just adding to existing orders, which we're probably being told to full load. Yeah, I know. So grab these ungrouped and just, it's all going to Rotterdam. And that's good. That should, in a couple of years, generate a whole lot more money. And then these trucks, these ships come in to gobble up those goods. And then as the oil comes in, it's more goods that goes even more over to Lübeck. And they'll also be there to pick up the excessive amount of goods in Lübeck, which have been sitting around wanting to go back. You know, I could make even more Lübeck goods if I brought steel to Lübeck factory, or more food. Speaking of more food, damn, I was hoping that Copenhagen Valley, wow, it is huge. Huh. And it's already backing up with grain. You're a grain guy, right? You are, so I need another one of you. I also need to delete you. And also, there are more of these boats that I said I want to delete all of, and I haven't. And they're still costing me money. Wait, there's no maintenance on ships that are stopped inside... Oh wow, that's cool. Very cool. How do I quickly get to you? Okay, I have to click on this thing and purge them all. That's nice though. Didn't think it was that case. Pin this and just track them all down and destroy them. Now this is another nice thing about grouping, being able to quickly locate these ships to get rid of them. Otherwise I'd have to go and click around all these different ship depots, might accidentally delete ships that I want. I'm with you there, Freezing Sunset. If I do another run of this, maintenance goes on from the very start. I'm not sure it would be that much more interesting though, because it just means I'd be setting up those kind of oil routes early on. I could have done them at any point, and in fact I'd be even richer right now because the oil fields would have grown thanks to the amount of service they get, and the goods would just be flowing like crazy out of here. I do think... Ah man, you'd be able to make so much more off of rail here because rail can get better rating just from sheer speed of it. You are a Rotterdam thing. I trust Rotterdam already has a giant statue of me. Of course it does. And that's why, yeah man, there'd be a lot more money to be had if we did that. Novgorod Power no longer accepts livestock or grain. I should hope not. Dundee have figured out the art of letter writing. How could I forget Visby? I don't know how, but I managed to. How are we going to deal with Visby then? Getting over to Norrköping is a little tricky. But it's certainly the fastest way for you. And I sincerely doubt my dock here is going to link up to... Ooh, well. How about that? That is a reach and a half, but you can do it. Norrköping Central. And we're going to boat people over from Visby. And it's so nice knowing that these are so cheap, I don't have to worry about just splashing them down all over the place. Hell, I could give you another one there and I won't even cry about it. Now... passengers. Get that peg well and get it going from hither to dither. And then clone it and make sure the clone is equipped for mail. Not going to be a great service for them, but it will be a service which is helped out by a giant statue of me. I like that the button is do it. Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer in terms of the time that's going to take. Just to increase the rating here, it's very tempting to clone these vehicles. Probably once they reach quite close to the other end. This staggering won't last forever, but it'll be a good start. And we'll go a long way to keeping those ratings up. Alright, so that's Visby kind of taken care of. It's kind of sad seeing so fewer boats around here. Well, it's very sad seeing that. I think I need to set up another big goods movement thing. Although, what I could also do is set up a some valuables moving. Valuables are good money. Well, they're high value. I'm not sure I could really call them good money. Because we can look at the cargo payment rates. Valuables are right there at the top, getting me almost $1,000 euro dollars. Well, that's if I transfer them pretty much immediately, but that's per 20 squares, right? Not too shabby, but I like to think that the oil money can keep me alive, right? Is that looking like profit? Well, or rather less deficit. Especially compared to last year, 106 million down the drain. And that oil money is helping me out faster than I thought. I wouldn't have imagined any of them have arrived yet. Actually, none of them will have arrived yet, which just means that's my sheer shrewdness working out. Excellent. Alright, so Scandinavia connected, nothing else to worry about here. I should check and make sure that, one, these places are growing, and they're not just growing, they're thriving. Look at that growth in under 100 days in Stavanger, under 100 days in Kristiansand, although they both kind of blow to begin with. And Bergen is not growing. Why not? Not moving enough passengers or mail. Well, you do have a long and horrible way to go. I think you just need more, you just need more. They're not going to turn a profit, far from it, but we need more of them. So that would be you, followed by you, followed by you, you. On you go. Oh, I don't like the fact that doubled up there. Ah well, it's no big deal. The point is just to get Bergen growing a little more. That's a touch disappointing that you grew out over there. But I reckon we could actually anticipate further problems like that by having great catchment there. We do have a dock, but I think I'll still call it a plaza. After all, Bergen dock is only going to be used if Bergen is in desperate need of oil. Huh? You're backing up with oil already? I gave you a bazillion ships. Which were not set to full load. So they're all running empty, aren't they? They're all empty. Okay. All of you need to skip. What was the button for skip again? D, right? Skip. Up to top. I knew I missed one. I could feel it in my bones. Eleven hits to do it. That's 81. 82. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 83. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, we've got a few of them. 84. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 88. And this is not a problem that would solve itself. I need them to be there fully loading. 89. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 90. Ooh, it deleted the window underneath. I guess it struggles when it has so many open, even when paused. Right, so they're probably forming a massive train. Oh god, they're going to get lost on their way there. Well, hopefully they can suss it out. It'll take a while for them to stop being lost, actually. But hopefully they'll still be able to get there and not complain about it. Come on, guys, you can do it, although it's a long, long way to go. If they were that far away, or if I'd known they were that far away, I wouldn't have told them to do it this way. Just to keep Bergen operational, I'm actually going to clone one of you and send you out. And that way Bergen's actually going to get some service without hating me too much. And that should improve the service immensely. Overtime granted. Look at them attempt to go. Cash flow is almost stabilized. Well, that's just my great shrewdness as a businessman. Ooh. It's okay. Oil money will save me. Wait, are they actually going to get lost? I think they're going to go up here and then go up. I've had them just ram into coastline before when getting lost in the past, though. You need to start heading upwards. See, there we go. They're not actually lost. They were able to pathfind all the way up there. They just keep complaining about it. When this happened before, I just turned off the lost notifications, and that's when I found that we just had boats ramming into coastline. Because I wasn't staying on top of it. Okay. We've certainly managed to trim down the budget a fair bit, but I think that's something that will be solved in due time. All of the linking up I now need... Oh no, Christ, I keep forgetting about Siaulia. I think you can have a very successful line just with a really basic rail connection here. Is it going to be maglev? I mean, maglev is expensive, but this is all maglev already, so... No, screw maglev. You're going to go back on an old choo-choo train. Is it going to be 2 size here? Yeah, that gets most of you. And then in it comes on the old choo-choo train. Now you might say, why are you doing choo-choo train? And I'm just doing it because I can. I turned off the exploration of vehicles because I thought it would be very, very sad to have a situation where you just can't build an old kind of train anymore. I mean, there's no reason. They're not suddenly worse. They're only worse comparative to the innovations. No, you're not going to lose out on that much speed taking this corner, especially since you are a choo-choo train. I hope. Then come along, and along, and along. And the river doesn't need to end that deep, does it? Maybe I could do a diesel since I did a steam train elsewhere. And this is not a big priority anything really, so just have a service station right there. We don't care so much. And we'll get ourselves, oh ho, now, this is a tricky part. I can't clone these awesome things here without turning it into someone else's train, can I? No, so I just have to build an old one. Alright, that's okay. We'll have ourselves a Floss 47 diesel train. And it's going to have, as usual, passenger carriage. It's not that much worse, is it? Up to 5. And then mail up to 7. Now we're going to have 4 of you, I reckon. And that's definitely more than is needed for tiny little Siaulai, but it's going to help with the rating quite a bit. You know what else helps with the rating? A giant statue of someone. Probably me. There's a broken segment on that train line. Yes, there is. Well spotted. With me at the helm, it's not getting much less broken, is it? And this is just the deadest of simplest signals to set up. And you have the deadest of simplest orders as well. Just go from hither to dither. And activate. Anything else to think about? Yeah, I should pre-build some roads for Surai. Aid their growth and all that. It would be very handy for me if they grew out over to here. And maybe someday they will. Because yeah, if they can just grow around this existing coverage, it's less stress on me to give them a an inner city network. Choo choo, choo choo. And how's that service looking already in Siulai? It's excellent. Because they have a relatively fast modern train coming in, keeping the passengers and mail down. How about that money situation? It's still a deficit, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. And that's going to improve when the oil gets refined into oily goods, and those goods get distributed. Very nice. So I'm not so worried about it at all. In fact, here comes some oil right now. 450,000 litres of oil. Actually, that's a pretty small one. But that is because the Alkmaar oil field is relatively close, and I didn't feel the need to use large ships for it. Their rating's not amazing though, is it? Yeah, 67. 67 still just means that 67% of that large amount of oil gets transported. It could be better. But in order to get that up to 100%, I'd have to have actual trains coming into it. And I wouldn't be surprised if some people do that. Some people might just raise the land here, have a small train station with a mega fast train that just sits there, just to artificially bump up the rating. Oh, jings, these oil fields are dying like crazy. Who's the one with the invalid order? Is it you? It is absolutely you. Go in there, stay in there, and die. Okay, did the ships make it back to Bergen? They did. And now they will very slowly suckle away that oil. They'll largely cost me lots of money in maintenance, but that's okay. As soon as one of them is full, well actually as soon as they're all full, they'll just start doing a train back and forth. As well they should. The goods are being picked up in Rotterdam. Are they being picked up in Lübeck? No, but they will eventually. Well, maybe. We've got 2 more coming in. I'm not convinced that's enough. And we don't really have them backing up in... Oh my god, Rotterdam with all of its goods. You're the Rotterdam good guy, right? I'm just under the impression that I need a lot more of these. Which is good. It's fantastic money. But just imagine how much better it would be if I just had a railway linking up these two instead of a goods thing. I am very tempted actually just to do a high-speed rail from Rotterdam to Lübeck with those goods. The unfortunate thing is it would have to come into Lübeck Central. However, I have a railway right here that could do exactly that. It could just blast through all of here, grab those goods from Rotterdam. Oh, I'm getting tempted. The rating would be better, so I wouldn't just get 77, I'd probably get close to 100% of those goods. And they'd be transported much faster, so I'd get more money for them. Also, it would be cheaper to run the vehicle. I just don't like the idea that I always have to go crying to trains. Doesn't seem like Lübeck grew in the last hour. Is there an inhibitor at 7.5k? No, it's just quite random. We certainly transfer plenty of passengers and mail. But sometimes they grow and sometimes they shrink. In fact, it shrunk by about 1,000. One thing that's worth noting is that these guys could be picked up considerably better. Also, their road network could be considerably better. I don't even want them growing out in this direction. I think they built this road. I don't want this road, but whatever. Are these guys running full or no? No, far from it. So actually, I could help them out a bit and gobble up these passengers too. Just anything to assist the growth of Lübeck. So you're going to be part of the canal, as are you. And then you're going to come and grab the people from over here. Good old Lübeck, always there for me. The Lübeck Exchange? I mean, that's kind of what it is. Cannot forget to have our cheeky little tram here. And goodness, it's dead simple. It's just Lübeck Exchange to Lübeck Canal and then service. And another one. Other way around though. You to you to you. And off you trot. Oh, they're going the same way, huh? Actually, I'm kind of surprised you're taking the same way. Ah, that's because the canal is both sides of that's right. How would I fix this? I'd fix it by putting you there so that you're specifically between them. Or I could just not really care. Or, can I turn you around? No, next time you stop for maintenance you... No, actually that should work. No, I said turn around, you fool. Yeah. Because you're always trying to go there. What if I turn you around? There we go, now you should follow it that way. It's going to suck if I expand that because it's not going to work the way I want it to. But it should increase the gathering of Lübeck's passengers and mail considerably. City pop fluctuates as existing buildings get torn down and rebuilt for upgrade, precisely. Right, it's hard for me to say no to expanding the Rotterdam oil refinery. I'm going to grab a lot more of those goods, take them further, cheaper, and make more money off of them. Which does mean making use of you. And I might maglev it just for ultra style points. Might even have this as a triple maglev right here. This I want to use for something else. There must be something else I can do with it. But let's do it then. Maglev. 1, 2, 3. Oh, now here's a question. How do we do it so that everyone can use this and still come out? little different from most of our terminals, isn't it? Because I don't split it that way. Perhaps these should always be even. Or we could just do it a very cheap and dirty way, where they all just split like so. That way you come in and you choose any of these, and then you come out any which way. I can already see the clogging though, especially how fast they go. But no, there's quite a bit of time spent loading and unloading. I don't think it'll be as bad as it seems. What I don't like is that you now get in the way of this. I want Lübeck to expand over here, and by building rails in the way, I get in the way of the catchment area of good old Lübeck Metroplex. So it's not without its costs. However, I could simply bridge over. Yeah, the moment you come out of here, you just get yourself straight onto a big old maglev bridge. Which means I'd want you to also be coming in here. Wait, no, they're not going to build under here. They would just build roads here. Ah, that doesn't make my life easier. Okay, other idea. We go under. You come out here and you just immediately go thump, and we never see you again. Until you emerge bleary-eyed over here where I no longer care so much. And then you just bridge over Hamburg Central, you bridge over here, and you balls to the wall. Actually, I'd want you to cut across here so you can largely do it diagonally, wouldn't I? But oil refinery here is not an easy one to get to, is it? Yeah, we'll come up with something, I'm sure. For now, though. Out you plop. Considering this is something I'm building to try and get better efficiency on my money, I didn't think I'm building this all that efficiently. Actually, I could just go under here as well, couldn't I? Don't like going under so much because you can't see the trains, and, you know, kind of play this game so you can see trains running around a lot. Feels like a big point of the game. Come on out here. Now we can see you bridge over here for extra style. Keep it nice and short with the tubular station, so because now I know they cost an arm and a leg in terms of maintenance. Oh, is that positive money? I think it is. It'll be a year, it'll be until the end of the year before we see what exactly is causing all that positive money, but I have a funny feeling it's going to be my impressive ship network. It's going to be my impressive goods network via Magrail, so I hope. This is certainly going to be getting in the way of some passenger rail that I'll have later on, but for now, just a long way to go with these goods. And these goods go both ways. There's so much money to be had out of them. Maybe I should think a bit more about how you get out of Rotterdam before I consider how you link up. I think you're going to have to go under Rotterdam. Under Rotterdam, over the mines. And then out here and just cut across a lot of this. I mean, going under has a bit of a cool element going for it. And then out here-ish. I wonder how much maintenance it is for tunnels. Right, you honestly don't need more than 2 here, because there's no way I'm ever going to have a need for more than 2 filling up, because you will be waiting until full load, of course. And you do your crissy-cross. See, it's alright, it looks alright on the crisscross until you add the other ones in it. It looks hideous. Alright, along you come, kabang. Coming right out here. That is close, isn't it? There, you can cross over that. I bet these boats here are not profitable at all, are they? No, far from it. But they do bring coal over to Rotterdam. Already gets plenty. Why did I even set up the Den Haag mines to this Rotterdam? I probably didn't realize the Rotterdam infirmary refinery was helping them out already. But yeah, this is the saddest way to move coal imaginable. Doesn't matter though, it's our way of moving coal, and with enough profitable lines we can laugh at the very idea that we have unprofitable ones. Can you actually tunnel through a canal? Now I want to know. Huh. Well, that's cool. Should that station be its own place, or should you have merged it with the docks? For now, I should have merged it with the docks, I think. Good call. Because then it's going to keep the goods as they transfer over, because I don't think this is going to be a simple cut and run. Besides, it should be called the Rotterdam refinery anyway. Once the trains are operational, I will bring all these goods boats back to harbour and scuttle them. Well, I won't scuttle them, I'll certainly be selling them, but it'll feel like I'm scuttling them. Alright, with a good bit of going underground through these cities, I think we'll be on to a bit of a winner. They're going to need somewhere for service though, but I might just force service along the way. Ooh, boy, this is a little unpleasant. It's a long way to go under. I don't know if it can go under rivers. I do want these things hitting seriously high speeds though. Is that long enough? Apparently length 4 is enough to not have them lose speed on a corner. And now, once again, we're going under. And we're emerging bleary-eyed over here-ish. Hopefully I can still bring it down here. Good. Very good. Now it's just a case of linking you up here. It's a long way, but that makes it all the easier to do. And since it's a very simple line, all I need to do is extend out my signals and it'll be done. Of course I'll need to add the station for maintenance, but as I said, I will force these guys to do maintenance. Or will I? It's going to create a bit of a slowdown right in the center. Maybe I'll just hoop maintenance at the stations. Yeah. It's going to make the stations a bit slow, but the stations will be slow anyway, because they're meant to load and unload and whatnot there. Just casually avoid the coal mine. You along. Try and get a little lumpy and bumpy here. I brought you out too far. Yeah, oil money is great money. I will not deny that. Actually, I think you should come along here and then zig over here. Because either way, we've got a river to contend with. And I'm not some monster that's just going to delete the Germans' favourite river. Germans? Are we in Germany yet? Surely, we're in Munster. I'm wondering if I can go under this river. Maybe we just figured this out moments ago, but if we did, I managed to figure... Oops. Well, I can go under it, but I will fix your river. Not so monstrous that I feel the need to tear this apart, though. Oh, can be fixed yet. And out a little bit more. Whoa, 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 what is even this? A little monstrous then. Devilish, if you will. There we go, took a fair bit, but this should radically increase the money that I'm, well, maybe not radically, but it certainly should increase the money I make off of this. And as I said, I want some service at both ends. There's no overtaking, so they've got a long way to go if they want to start caring about service. I just hope it doesn't slow everything down too much. There we go. I don't really know if I'm gaining anything by putting it on both sides, but you go out this way and you come back this way. Maglevs are so fast that I don't think it's going to hurt having to go so obscenely far to get your service. Of course it's going to hurt if they... What the heck is that? Why did it build the weird flaggy ones? Okay, how does this one go then? I want you to come out of here, and I need a... Well, I'll get the biggest, fastest, best one going, the Chimera. Build to the brim with goods trains. Your job is to go here, pool load, and then go to Lübeck. We have a problem. I want to bring the goods back to somewhere that they can be sold at. They're not going to do that here. The whole point of the round trip was to be able to sell them on the way back too, and that's not the case with this. They could still be sold to Rotterdam though, if I just shunted this along a bit. Or if I even was just a little nefarious. They accept goods from here. Is that so? Oh wow, that's too far. Oh, it's because of you, right? Okay, this is going to change things up pretty quickly. So let's make it happen quickly. Now they can still go there, so hopefully they don't get lost. They still have that as a destination? They do, good. And now we can clone this ship. How many do you think we need? Well, before that. Wait, is this going to cause problems again? Where they... I might need to give them more specific orders. Rotterdam first. Hopefully they will unload everything. Right, Rotterdam, unload everything. Then Rotterdam, full load. And then Lübeck, unload all. And then while still in Lübeck, full load. Is that gonna work? I hope so. It's a problem of stuff that can be accepted here. Oh well, let's find out, shall we? I'll have one of them. Well, actually, no. Let's just go balls to the wall. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them? 8 of them for now. Oh yeah, gotta remember that those oil ships also want to come here, don't they? Can I also give them a dock here? Okay, there we go. Then the oil ships can still arrive. That's an important part. Because there's no way up here. There's no lock. Did we sink the UK? No, we didn't sink the UK, but we turned on maintenance costs. The maintenance costs are pretty high, coming up for 200 million euros a year. Alright, I need an oil shipment coming in. Oh god, they're all turning back because I very temporarily shifted... Oh god, they're all going back. This is going to take a while, unless I go and shift them all. Well, what I can tell you is to skip until you go into Rotterdam. Yeah, they're all turning back. Worrisome. That includes you, right? You're empty, so you were turning back anyway. At least the ones that are pretty far back aren't such a big deal, because they'll be close to where I want them to be anyway. Might sting a little bit on the money, but I'm sure it'll fix itself. I'm surprised the trains aren't emerging here. There's no signaling telling them where they can and can't go. I'm surprised they don't just come out here and explode into another train. Alright, come to me, oil. I need those goods. And then there are all these boats. I could now tell the boats to sod off. Because I can go here, and... Oh jeez, there's a ton of them, isn't there? Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it that way anyway. What I would want to do is go boats. Oh god, I've got ungrouped ships. Who are you again? This is Visby. Remote service. Visby packs. You go in there. Now I've got some ungrouped trains, but those are the ones that I just made. And then there are the 2 extra things here, which I know are Lübeck Inner City. Lübeck Inner City making me a loss. Not unexpected. And then of course these new trains that I've made. Who are you guys? You're just Clypegia, right. What would that be under? Definitely under Clypegia more than anything else, so I just make a new one here. Clypegia packs. And just move you in. These lists of my packs things are starting to get a little out of hand, but I'm sure it's okay. Now these are goods. I need a new one, which is goods. Well, it's more coming from Rotterdam, isn't it? Rotterdam, Lubeck. And that's you guys. I hope those guys automatically join it when they emerge. That was the right batch, right? No, 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 no. These are the Tallon choppers. How did they end up out of there? Ah, I moved the wrong ones. You guys are goods. Rotterdam. Whew. Infrastructure costs change the equation. Ships might be cheaper now. Ships have certainly gotten proportionally cheaper, but they're still slow and expensive. Then again, mag rail is very expensive, scarily so. I should probably have these guys just skip Rotterdam refinery. I don't know. I want them to certainly sell all their goods, but how do I make them finish around and then just be done? Well, what I could do is delete Rotterdam refinery because I don't want them going there anymore. I could tell them to Lubeck Central, unload and leave empty at Lubeck Central. And then when you come back to Den Haag, docks, just unload and leave empty. And then in about a year or so I'll go and clean them all up because they'll all be floating around empty. For now though, 87% on the Rotterdam oil refinery, nice change already. Do we have more of these coming out? Not yet. Just waiting on that oil coming in. There we go. Fill her up nicely. Thinking about it, I might need a lot more here than I think, because I no longer have the wonderful ethereal nature of boats assisting me. Oh heavens, I have overestimated the power of trains here. I did not think such a thing was possible. Especially when they're so slow to come in and do their loading. Can we track one of the new maglev goods trains, zip along the... Oh, track one of them. I want to solve this issue first because I'm going to have a lot of goods waiting here not getting moved. The capacity of one of these trains is, dare I say, only 384, and we're going to have ships coming in unloading 1400. Oh god, and they're coming back already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This at the very least needs to be a bigger station. And they might need to use more of this. They might even need to use all of this. But the price of a mile is probably pretty good, right? Yeah, look at that, and you get it done a whole lot faster. This might be the time and place to go for longer trains. But I can only make Rotterdam Refinery's station so long. Positioning here is without a doubt awkward. What if I just had a really... Hang on, how does station spread work with enormous train stations? Surely I couldn't have more than this because it's spread... Yeah, station 2 spread apart. I can only make it that long, which would allow for 16 length trains. Still pretty impressive. The alternative is that I don't use this refinery. I mean, there are other refineries out there. But the distance and the area with the... Well, no, let's think a little harder here. We already have this set up, and I have a wonderful space right here. What if I actually gave all this over to Den Haag? So Den Haag actually gets this instead. So if I found myself a new oil refinery for them, and I slam it over here, can only be placed near edges of the map. Can only be positioned near edge at oil refinery. It's an oil refinery to be sure, right? Well, here at least it's only saying remove the road first. Maybe it thinks it's not close enough to the city. I mean, should I put it over here? What's the whole can only be positioned near the edges of the map thing? I certainly haven't seen that before. I thought that was my way forward, getting rid of this refinery, moving it over here. Then we have the position for the dock. And I just transfer all the ship things over the dock, and then I have my massive station here that links right into that. It looked perfect. Let's just try giving them a bit more space. Sorry, Den Haag. Needs must. Don't understand the can only be positioned near edges of the map thing. What is the meaning of this? Well, I just blew up a bunch of Den Haag for nothing. What if I put it over by Bruges? There's still plenty of space here. Click and drag? Nah, click and drag isn't it. Normally you just click down and it's built. The heck is can only be positioned near edges of a map thing? No, water is just unusable. Could I build like a sawmill here? I don't actually want a sawmill, so I'm gonna save and experiment with this. Oh, it's happy enough to give me a sawmill, but when it comes to an oil refinery... Edges of the map? So what, could I put one over here? Only one allowed per town. Okay, so for some reason they really don't like you placing your own oil refineries. I can't build one anywhere. Right. Interesting limitation. That doesn't seem like it's working properly, though. Clearly, build a canal to Russia. Okay, so I can't do that then. What's the alternative? I don't want to mess anything up, really, but I do want this Rotterdam oil. Also, I don't want that, that sawmill. One limit per town is a setting you can change, if I recall correctly, but that's not what's stopping this here. Plus, I don't even think Den Haag has industry. This is the Den Haag coal mines for raw goods, but they don't process anything. Still, doesn't answer the question of what I do about this. I could make this a considerably larger station, but I don't really have space for a big interchange here. And there's a lot of loading and unloading to be done. I definitely underestimated the amount of work for this, because Rotterdam gets a ton of oil coming in. And I'd want I'd want to level Rotterdam and just turn it into a... Hang on. Level Rotterdam. Perhaps the answer was there all along. I mean, what does Rotterdam really contribute to the world? I could eliminate a lot of these. The sensible thing to do is process the oil at multiple refineries. Whether you want that, though, is a different matter entirely. Rotterdam does get an insane amount of oil. I'm not even sure my trains could manage it. Because they come in, they load up. No, actually, I think they could handle it. They're very fast. Plus, I would like this maglev line that just has an insane amount of goods pouring through. But again, they'd need to split up at Lübeck as well. Probably want them to come out and come down and use all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I could have an eighth station here. So I'm googling, there's a setting in the config that says how close to the border a new refinery needs to be built. Refine. Maximum distance from edge for oil industries. How far from the map border oil industries and oil rigs can be constructed? On island maps, this ensures they're near the coast. On maps larger than that, the value is scaled up. It doesn't feel very scaled up. What if I just set this to, how big's the map again? It's 2,000 units, so 1,000 from the edge would, I don't think I'm 100 from the edge here. I think I'm far from it. Time to start counting? No, certainly not. Although let's see if I can find that new industry. Oil refinery, go here. Oh, well. Whatever I did, it worked. Right, well. Time for the plan that I was planning on doing here. Tell you what, all of these poor buggers, you're moving away. Well, no, this one still needs to operate and get rid of all of that, but I will need to change the order to bring the oily guys over to here, won't I? Alright, a little bit of fixing, but no big deal. Sucks for the people living here, though. I mean, Omega sucks. I would have wanted a little closer to the border, but that can also be arranged. Just flood this in a bit. Den Haag refinery. One small issue is getting the goods sold on the way back. A small issue to be sure. I might level you guys. You know, yet more problems with poor Den Haag here. But if I did set up a railway station here, would they mind? Actually, Den Haag is going to be completely pinned in. Hope they can expand beyond that. They'll accept goods, but not by a large margin. Reasonable problem could happen here. But this is underutilized now, so I'm going to steal this for my massive railway station, which should be able to connect into this without too much bother. Okay, it's all coming together in my heed. We'll just have them use these 2 stations for passengers. There's not that many that flow in anymore. Alright, so that will be used. This will continue to be made use of, and then I'll have a big station here next to this. How about Den Haag Refinery? How are you spelling that? Raf in der IJ. Freaking. Anything for you, Ninja. Careful when you say anything. Okay, brings you in nicely. Barely reins this in, but that's okay. And now you gotta go. Oh, it's all gotta go. Now... 7? They certainly could be longer. I could finally use longer trains, but I'm pretty sure I can't extend Lübeck out any further here. I could easily check that though. Oh, Lübeck Central can poke out by 1, 2, 3... 3 more tiles. Let's, you know, we haven't done it before, so that's all the more reason to do it. Let's make a 10 length station, which means it's going to be 5. How wide is it going to be? 7, 8? No, oh man, it could be 10. 10 would be so much rounder. Yeah. Forgive me my trams. Oh, wrong one to get rid of. But do still forgive me my trams. These need to go away and become passenger trams. God, I've really destroyed a whole lot of poor Den Haag, but it's okay. It's all for progress. We're going to essentially gas them. Oh no, it's oil. Well, sure we can produce some gases here. Now, this is going to extend out a fair bit. 5 and 5. Wait, no, it's going to be 5 and 4 here, poking out that way. Other way around. 4 and 5. Tonk, 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 tonk. Whoa, boy. Wait, those don't look right at all, do they? No, no they don't. I don't like the look of it, so that's all the more reason to get rid of it. Just have it be one track. I want to have it open. I want to always see these guys load and unload, and it'll just be more satisfying to me that way. Now, it's going to be a hell of a trance there, and I've got a mine in the way. Thinking about it, I could have put them on this side, but then they wouldn't accept goods, would they? They do accept goods, which is a vital part of this whole thing. No, one tracks don't have that cute roof. Yeah, I specifically wanted to not have the cute roof. Most of them do. Purple was a poor choice of colour for it, but oh well. Something I can change at any point. Actually, how about a new colour? Everything's been running very purple for a long time. Red is a bit too default. Dark blue isn't much of a change, and grey blends in too much. Orange, perhaps? Powerful. Really makes a statement. Now. Now. They need to be able to switch out here now, don't they? I'm gonna blast out like so. And how far out can I get you before trouble brews? That far. Okay. He's trying. He's trying his best to remember how any of this works. I
suspect I'm going to need a... So you come in here, you go up, and then da-da-da-da-da. And then you guys need to have bridges to allow the thing here to connect up back here. Right. Gets you out, and then you guys can do this. Okay. Hopefully that's long enough for these. Actually, the trains are even longer, so at length 10, this might suffer a bit. Under the mine, the Dutch have dug too greedily and too deeply. Might not help much with signalling, unfortunately. Okay, how does this actually go? You're coming in this way and you're coming out that way, so out we go. Out, out, out. And of course in. They can't get in here now, can they? That's okay though, with a bit of signaling magic. Both lines can be used until things need to change, right? Surely, surely. Surely. Right, but what needs to also change is all the oil setups that currently go to Rotterdam refinery. An easy change though, thanks to grouping. I want to make sure all of my other vehicles are promptly grouped. Wow, this is kind of blindingly bright for me when I open that up. I missed my purple already. Still. Goods, oil, all the oil to Rotterdam. I just need to open their orders. I get rid of Rotterdam refinery. And I instead add Der Haag refinery. That's done for you. I'll pin you so I can hit delete and get rid of everything else. You guys aren't looking profitable yet, but you will someday. Rotterdam goes. Den Haag is in. Uh-oh. I didn't link this up, did I? Crumbs. It's alright, I'll fix these first. Rotterdam out. Den Haag in. You know, this is a lot more work than I expected it to be. I'm just doing this so I can make money off of Magrail instead of trains for moving these goods around and get it done faster. I still think it might end up being worth it. It might. But removing something so profitable for no good reason might be my undoing. Especially if this doesn't work and I don't realize for a while that it's not working. Right, over to the refinery. You were the ones I just did. You're the ones who are up next. Rotterdam gone. Den Haag in. And Rotterdam out. Den Haag in. That should be the lot of them, right? Yeah, they're all saying that they're going to Den Haag, even though it's very hard to see on that tiny text. And now, with immense regret, I have to blow this up, because it wasn't right. How are those roofs with the orange on? Oh god, that's actually too painful. We will still have a change though. Let's just go for dark blue. Oh, that looks nice and chill. Ooh, I like that. It's one of them happy accidents, right? So now I need to actually... Oh, the local authority hate me for blowing everything up, so they won't let me do this. It's alright, let's just wait a month. I tried this game 4 times, always got the inevitably stuck. Refused to find a guide, gave up, came back a few months later, 8 out of 10, accurate nostalgic experience. I mean, this is a game where you just make your own problems and solve your own problems. There we go, hopefully this can extend out. Okay, good. That's not right. Little Parkinson hands kicking in there. There we go. Don't need shelter for these goods. It's all plastic and crap. Okay. Okay. One slight issue is that I have not sorted the Lübeck end of things, which, thinking about it, if that one's 10 big and this one's not, isn't that going to cause a bit of an issue? This one's only going to be 8 big. Because I could get rid of what is existing here. Replace it with maglev. Oh, I don't like these being in the way. Nothing a bit of wanton destruction can't solve. Need to be longer though. Longer by 3. Nice how they really seamlessly join in like that. Some of this needs to be rejigged as well. Man, really am making work for myself. It's okay though, I'll live with it. Now this similarly needs to come out, and my dreams of not using up all this area are dashed. Okay, well I can hope that Lübeck grows over here in the far-flung future then. Not that the Metroplex is really all that useful for its catchment area. Would be good if it was catching all these Lübeckers, but we can set up intercity stuff, or inner city stuff, that's not a problem. Oh, the words "that's not a problem" are just so nice to hear. Something's going wrong, you think, oh god, tell someone about it, and they just go, oh, it's not a problem. Here's this easy solution I know of. Wonderful. Now... let's just have you come out like so. And I want you to turn around anyway. Actually, you're probably going to come over here and link up there, so I might get rid of a lot of this, but that's okay. We've built it before, we can build it again. How's this working again? Do I want all of you just linking up with that? Well, no, because then I need bridges here to let the others out. How do I keep forgetting how to build these, right? It's not difficult. But it does keep happening. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm missing a wee touch here though. I gotten something terribly wrong here. That's going out, that's going out. This wait, what? Out. Something's definitely wrong here. Let me rethink. Going out, going out, going out. Yeah, I connected up the wrong bits here. These are the bits that are meant to bridge. See, like I said, I still get these things wrong. Even though I've built this station loads of times now. Still wrong. Come on. Or is it? Jeez, how is this still happening? Out, out, and out. The problem is you. I imagine. Out, out. It's going to be easier if I have you do something like that. Out, out, out. Something's wrong. You're what's wrong. It was 7. Right, I hadn't linked up the last bit here. I mean, it was still my mistake there, but now it's a lot more reasonable why it was my mistake. Also, these are way too short for what I need, aren't they? Maybe not. I'll be able to squeeze things out. Right, it'll be a lot easier if I do my little X's here first. give me better perspective as to what I'm building. That could well be what was missing all along. So, out, 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 but, no buts. I'm sure it's okay. Okay. Now to bring it all together somehow. Do I want to come along and over here and over here and over here, or do I just want to zig it up? Zigging it up. Well, I've got everything built for zigging it up already, don't I? Let's try and maintain that high speed of ours by coming out like so. Bringing it down. And then along. Oh, these guys are going to be a little bit unhappy about it. Well, easily solved if I just tell them to ging heim. Oh, they were going the other way, of course. Well, you won't be needing that then. Makes my life easier, means that no one's going to be getting caught on this. Jake, have you been... You've been full of praise of TTD so far. I wonder, what are some things you don't like about it? Ooh. Lack of ability to copy-paste. It feels like there's a lot of redoing menial work here. And I have said that I enjoy that before, and I do, but... Man, come on, just give me some blueprints. I'd like some blueprints, please. Length 7's not great. Length 10 is better. So yeah, the repetitiveness of a lot of work you have to do. Like this station, for example. How many times have I built this design for the station? Just let me build that as part of it. But, you know, game from 1995. I don't want to rag on it too much. Other things, though? Ooh, Jesus, it's hard. This game is really great. Needs better sound options, I would say. Okay. Anything else needed here? I'd say that links it up rather nicely. I hope 2 lanes is going to be enough. Did I give it space for maintenance? I don't think I did. For whatever reason, I think I said I wanted to force its maintenance. Now I'm not so sure. Actually, now I'm quite sure I don't. I will give it an area here to seek maintenance. If I give it maintenance and it comes out over to here and joins back in, that's a lot of space, but plenty for it. Perhaps even too much space for it, but that's okay. It's not like we pay maintenance on all these signals that we do now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, plenty of space. There we go. And then when it's on its way back, it can branch off right here. Can that be bridged? No, not in the way that I was thinking of it. You can just come on in here if this were not in the way. A lot of the niggles that I'd have with this game have been quashed by OpenTTD, so it's pretty hard to levy much against it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's really all that it needs, so I think we'll just get to work firing these guys out now. Let's make it our very first 10-length train. We're sending you in, and then we're giving you goods vans all the way up to 10 size. And your job is to go from the refinery to Lübeck Central. But at the refinery, you must full load. Simple as that. And we need a lot of you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Might be overkill, but off they trot. And these are going to be the goods Rotterdam to Lübeck. These guys I'm going to be getting rid of, though. So probably what I want to do with these guys is tell them to go to depot. And I'll deal with the other ones later. Hopefully these guys will work for me, though. Wait, which depot can they go to? Do they still have this depot at the old refinery? I guess they do. Yeah, and in they go, possibly stacked with goods. Yeah, shame I'm going to lose that goods money, but everything else is flowing nicely, so I hope. To be fair, even the 1994 UI was insanely good for its time. Imagine getting told that your vehicles were lost. Oh, that warning the player about mistakes they've made did not become standard for a long, long time. Wait, was that a breakdown, or... No, I think it was just clogging up of getting these guys back to where they need to go. Right, tell me we have all these boats coming in laden with oil for me, please. Those are goods. But that's also okay, because those goods will be sold, and then they're going to hopefully go away. Yeah, I seem to recall block signals being default when I was playing this game before as well. Where's my oil? I need that oil. Okay, you're bringing in oil from Lerwick oil field down to Den Haag. It's a little bit of an inefficiency where they go there only to come back here. But the oil will arrive, the goods will be processed, and hopefully money will be made, because we've just dumped another many millions on this. And our infrastructure costs just went up the wahoo. About 10% more just for this line. So yeah, thinking about it, man, these trains really need to make me a ton of money each year, don't they? What's with this backing up here? Oh, it's okay, I'm sure it solves itself. I'm sure, he says. Yeah, it's no biggie. Maybe this is the biggie. What's causing this back? Oh god, Rotterdam Plaza is a choke point. And that's causing issues for everybody else getting out of there. Right, well then. That sounds like we want this to be our way in, and this not to be. That way they have more places to back up. Still an uncomfortably large amount of trains coming in through Rotterdam, though. Ah, well, it'll be fine. A lost train! Okay, well, at least didn't ram into each other. Ah, because I didn't do my little X's here, of course. But it's good to see that they got their goods. Magrail's just so ugly, I didn't want to engage in those X's. There we go, now out they trot. Laden with, well, hopefully soon to be laden with loads and loads of goods. Let's see, how are you looking? Well, they're loading up, but the fact that they managed to load up those... how much should you have brought in? 1.6 million litres of oil taken care of on the double. It's good to see. And hopefully I have all of you guys ready to just be purged. Even though they were full of goods. Rotterdam refinery, it was good to know you. Perhaps too good. And now I don't need to pay maintenance on this stuff. An additional plus. Come on, we can do this slightly neater, can't we? Yeah, you can't just leave old infrastructure lying around with the infrastructure cost thing on, can you? What is your problem? You're probably just backed up because, yeah, everyone's full here. But as the oil flows in, I have every confidence that this will be an anti-problem. As long as it doesn't back up all the way to Lübeck, it'll be okay. They're all itching to make me some money. Itching. Goods to Rotterdam, invalid order. You were someone I told to go to depot, I'm pretty sure, so I can delete. Well, I know I can delete you because you're short. Crumbs. There we go. Delete all. Nice. These warnings are great. Come on, oil. 1.6 million of it. How's the rating, by the way, for the oil place? It's outstanding, so I'm going to get almost all of this oil turned into goods and transported. Oh, look at him go. Look at him grab it. And they are just sitting mouth agape for the next 1.6 million litres. They're like hungry little chicks. Is this another one of my 7 lengthers? It is, so away it goes. Some of them are waiting around so long that they need to go and get some maintenance, but that's no big deal for us. It's a shame how slow they go in for that, though. Quite a bit of stop-starting as they arrive here. But there we go, the goods get created, the goods get picked up. Nice, and it doesn't appear to be backing up. And are you guys making me some sweet dosh? Well, somebody wanted to follow one of these guys along, so that's what we'll do. Next oil tanker comes in, is going to fill one of these guys up. Who's it going to be? It's going to be you. So let's get rid of you, and let's have a follow along with train 369, who's in dire need of a name. Whoop. He's polite, he's going to give way. Actually, they're all giving away. You go. Oh, no, you first. No, you first. Here we go. Going underground. Popping back out. Are you going to stop for maintenance? Well, I think someone did. No, there was probably a breakdown. Wait, waiting for a free path? What was the delay there, actually? I clicked on the wrong place, that's no doubt. Still, back to train 369. Keep on to pan around to see what problems are, and it's costing me here. Oh god, what's the hold up there? I'll need to investigate. For now though, reaching 600 kilometers per hour, right into Lübeck, and depositing all those goods for a cool 1 million. But we just increased our infrastructure costs by like 20 million building all these guys up, didn't we? Right, what's the problemo here? Oh, they're just backed up to go in here. I think I built too many of them. But then, I'm only saying that because the oil isn't here. If the oil were flowing harder, I'd have a different opinion, I'm sure. I like that Jake still has all those steam peddlers in Lübeck. I really do. But look at that, profit. As long as we don't spend any money, we're making profit. Oh, well, it just went down when the month changed because infrastructure is horrendous. Hard to tell if this is actually making me more money. Still though, you guys are the goods Rotterdam run? Are you guys coming back with goods though? Yes, yes you are. Terminals can't handle real volume. You guys are running empty with these, but I can get rid of you once you've all emptied your goods in either Lübeck or Rostock. Feels bad though because they make the money without the infrastructure problems, but I just don't think they make quite the same. They don't make the same margins. Okay, I think they have all finished their jobs, so what do I do now with the goods Rotterdam thing? I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to end all the... well, no, not end that. I wish there was an easier way to just delete them all without ending the shared order. Maybe there is. Yeah, perhaps not. Anyway, with all that done and done right, just go over to... huh? Oh crap, you're no longer sharing, are you? Go here. There we go, now it's the shared order. Oh, but they're gonna get lost on the way there, aren't they? Well, they'll get lost, but they'll eventually figure it out. Well, they seem happy enough. Could always do with more oil coming in, though. Oh, Amsterdam oil rig's about to die, though. I mean, Den Haag oil rig, I wouldn't have considered bringing it in because it's not good enough money, but now, well, even before then, it's going to turn it into goods, and those goods are real money. Let's cancel all these guys, get them deleted, and make ourselves a new oil tanker. The Yokohama. Very simple, just go to Den Haag oil field, bring it to Den Haag refinery, make sure that you full load, and we'll have two of you, two will be plenty. And then you're going to be another oil to Rotterdam, except it's no longer oil to Rotterdam, is it? It's now oil to Den Haag. Don't worry about those lost guys, they'll stop being lost eventually. In comes another double batch of oil. Look at them stock up on goods. These are some... the real impressive things are the factories. They can instantly turn any number of goods, or instantly turn any amount of cargo into other goods. All just depends on the offload speed. 2 million, just like that. Okay. Yeah, I think Den Haag refinery could make it matter for us. My question is, how much money is this line making us? The goods Rotterdam Lübeck, which is not Rotterdam Lübeck, it is goods Den Haag Lübeck, and it is both ways. Should be frequent enough that they can always pick up the stuff as well, and it should be fast enough as well. Can you tell me about the journey? Actually, it might be a problem that the journey is being held up here, because that's going to lower the value of the goods. Okay, ideally it's 43 days there and 43 days back. So let's round it up and say it's 100 days to move this cargo. After 100 days... well, the drop-off has really started for not valuables, this is goods, isn't it? Aha, goods drop-off hasn't happened so much there. So we're still making a hefty amount per distance travelled. And we are travelling distance. Honestly tempted to recompile OpenTTD to raise the ship vehicle cap above 5,000. Is it really a recompile job? Couldn't you just change a single digit in a config? I'd be very surprised if it was a recompile job. Okay, still a few of these goods things coming back. They will be deleted. Hello, new oil rig. Rotterdam will soon have one, and that's going straight over to Den Haag. Den Haag should actually be drinking all of this oil. There's no good reason for it not to. I'm trying to think of a good reason for it not to, but I have books to balance here, and balance I shall. I think they can do that distance, no problem. So, the Yokohama. Simple job. Here, 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 and back again, and cloned. I'll pin you and you so I can delete that. And then we get ourselves another Yokohama, which does you to you, to you, to you, and gets cloned. And then we get ourselves another Yokohama that goes from Dover. Should it even go there? I mean, it might as well get maintained along the way. Nice thing about my boats is that they seldom break down because I always have them being maintained. And duplicate you. And then all those boats that I just made. It's a very simple and easy job to drag them into the oil to, not Middlesbrough, but Den Haag. It's going to throw me off because Rotterdam used to be below Middlesbrough. I know my alphabet. Hey, hello Rotterdam oil field, you just got built. How much oil do you think you want to pump out for me? Because they're practically free. I'll put down another one of these here so that the Rotterdam oil can get moving. Oh, that's right, you guys need to actually be active. Another nice Yokohama, please. Bring it from here to here and back again. Might be overkill having multiple of them, but why not? The oil production can get pretty massive if you get lucky with the growth spurts. What's Lerwick at now? 747 litres of oil. I hate the fact that my rating is so low with them. If it was higher, I'd get even more of that. Alright, the books don't look particularly balanced. In fact, some of this looks downright egregious. Still have some of these guys floating back in, though a lot of them, in fact. They claimed they were lost, but I see it as otherwise. See you, couldn't you just go for depot? I'll delete you manually. If you could kindly just go to that depot. No, you're busy being unable to get to Den Haag. That's okay as well. Jake is remembering oil rig names. I think we've lost him. Norwich. Barely any oil in Norwich. Can I actually build oil fields myself? God, that would be the next level of unfair. Get those Yokohamas out. There is oil to be had. This is the modern Hansa. I didn't tell these guys to full load, did I? Nope, no I did not. My bad, but they didn't travel very far, so it's no big deal to do that. Full load, activate, and then I go to my list of ships here. I grab these unsorted ones, shove them into the Den Haag. Then I grab you, sort you by... If I can say total profit last year, then I can grab all the ones that didn't do anything yet and make sure their orders involve fully loading. Full load, full load, full load. Wow, okay, we are getting them. Full load. There we go. Full load your cargo at Southend-on-Sea, please. Full load your Dovers. Full load your Ipswich. Full load your Rotterdam. Full load your Groningen. Groningen. There we go. Still a lot of rail and maintenance. Yeah, there absolutely is. Rail maintenance is through the roof. It's making me wonder, actually. Does that mean that my rails just aren't profitable at all, then? To what end do I have them if the maintenance turns everything unprofitable? Because my god, these costs are getting astronomical. I'm going to lose all this money at the turn of the month, of that I'm fairly certain. 11 million goes to negative 7 million. It's okay, I'm not worried about it. Oil has my back. But yeah, I think that means that overall my rails are not profitable. So you need to subsidize moving people around with moving cargo around. Oil is good on the money, but there might be others that are needed. Well, that... What's the infrastructure cost on roads, I wonder? For 5,000 roads, I pay 3 million. So they're about a tenth of the cost of maglev. Maybe less, more like 1/15 of the cost of maglev. Then again, maglev is good and roads are crap. But hey, maintenance cost being low could be a big help. Might make it a little hard to justify maglev, actually. They seem to use a 16-bit unsigned integer for vehicles. Only 65,000 vehicles as a cap. Now I can imagine why they would do that kind of thing when the game first came out. There's many cases of artificially gimping your game because you don't want to run the risk of melting those ancient computers, but in the modern day, how dare they? Okay, we have a small problem with Lerwick. How am I meant to grow them if they don't have an industry for me to service or give anything to at all? Also, all these planes are just dying in the air. It's okay, I'm sure they'll be fine. Can I squeeze an industry into Lerwick? Signals are expensive, you say. Do we have a signals cost here? Oh yeah, Cribens. Yeah, I can see why you'd want fewer signals with these kinds of costs going. Maybe I should inch it down to 4 spacing instead. But I like the 2 spacing. Makes it very easy to see which way is which. The regular old railways are mega cheap though. Well, I'd have 20 times that if it was up to electric railways. A little more. So what does it go up by 50% each time? I need to go and look on. Yeah, inflation and infrastructure payments is certainly a dangerous combo. I've lost almost €1 billion this session, and it's certainly getting worse before it gets much better. That's okay though, I have every confidence in the goods that I move and the oil that comes in. That said, inflation crushes the profits that I make as well, so yeah, the double down hurts. Okay, looks like I have to end it here because it's time for hate crime night with the lads. So let's just put our pause there, put our save in, and I will be back tomorrow and the next day and the day that follows with yet more OpenTTD and prosperous Hanseatic. What's left to do, you might say? Well, there's a lot of inland places. Actually, it's all inland to connect up. So we've got Poland, Germany, and a little bit of... Is any of this Benelux? No, there's Aachen. Okay, so actually it's just inland Poland and Germany to link up with these now eye-wateringly expensive to run infrastructure things. Then we need to grow every city to 5,000, and some of them look like they're going to be a bit of a challenge, but a challenge that I will rise to and thrive with. So until I'm back with that, it's cheers and cheerio.